pieces to recover and try to make it into those playoffs.
Yeah, it becomes a time where we do get to talk about playoffs more and more as we do approach them. But as you can see, bringing up the standings on your screen right now, DAMWONKIA still way out in front. As to be expected, Gen G have unfortunately slipped just a little bit. Liiv will be right on their heels as DRX continuing to surprise, but not necessarily when it comes to the game score, so they are going to be in 4th place despite having the same match score as Gen G and, of course, Liiv Esports.
From 2 to 6, man, I think anything could happen. It's actually insane how close the standings are outside of DAMWONKIA being just that one extra step into the lead. There's a lot that can change as time goes on as to where these teams are going to be seeded into playoffs, and obviously we'll confirm if they will make it, in fact, to the playoffs. In our week ahead, we have some pretty interesting matches. I feel like there's a lot of matches this week that you could definitely say could go either way. There's definitely some big upset potential in this week of games, and especially because of how LCK has been over these last few weeks, you almost expected. But I'm really looking forward to Liiv versus DAMWONKIA at match 48. That one is going to be hype.
I'm looking forward to it. The last time it didn't really live up to the hype. I felt like it was a bit of a slaughtering that DAMWONKIA were able to perform, but it was still some very exciting games. The 11-0, 11 Zoe, never forget, Showmaker, pretty good. And as you can see on our POG standings, that has rocketed him to equal place with Chovy. So Chovy's definitely going to have to get back on the POG horse. You know, he's really got to try and start boosting those numbers again. Otherwise, he won't be that massive master of the POG as he has been in previous years. Having a look at the pick ban top percentage, I think this might change, but also it just might not, Wolf. It's it's a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if LEC is any indicator, I think most of the top picks we will see in Korea will be very similar. We are still seeing sometimes Olaf get picked, not as high priority, but we're still seeing the Gorge Ranker Sterox builds in play, even with the nerfs coming into 11.3. So, you know, we'll see if that ends up continuing to be a high trend or not. Talia obviously being changed a little bit on this patch as well. And Rel, I think, is going to kind of soar up into one of those top spots right now in terms of first pick priority with Kai'Sa, who I think is still going to be very, very popular this week and in weeks to come.
Yeah.
Diego is disabled, by the way. You know, this is something we need to touch on. The reason why he's disabled, even though it has passed the 2-week mark, is because there were a few bugs that needed to be worked out, kind of like when Silas was first released. So he gets an extra week of disabled here.
He gets to stay in new champion prison for a little bit longer. It's
one more week.
You know, interesting times. He needs just a little bit more quarantine, and you can understand that. These buffs are really interesting, and we were actually having a bit of a discussion about this last night, actually, about Ezreal and Ghost. And as soon as he gets a meta where, you know, Ezreal is playable, it is definitely much more fun times because Beryl gets to roam the map a little bit more. So looking forward to that one. You talk about Mordekaiser a lot, and he got a little bit of a boost as well. So certainly a lot of champions getting some love.
Shyvana as well has definitely been the talk of the town. We've seen Pioshek play her in solo queue, but otherwise hasn't been seen in pro play just yet across the regions or in challengers. So still waiting on that one, but love to see some AP Shyvana. I'm really hoping we do get to see it. Here's the big nerfs, right? Like, Pantheon is nerfed so significantly against the jungle that I don't think we're going to see him prioritized very highly at all anymore. We might still see him in the solo lanes, but it hasn't really been the case in other regions. So that's a huge change. And even with Olaf's nerfs, though, we are still seeing him a little bit. But that's a big change. I mean, Olaf's you know, passive nerf on top of the nerfs to the Gorge Ranker and Sterox really mean that he's just not top dog anymore.
No, he's not going to be quite that powerhouse, as we do have some slight updates for Rel also. So we'll see whether that does change her priority, because, you know, she was definitely very, very strong towards the end of 11.2. That's not necessarily when, you know, decisions are made.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, what this does to change Rel, because she does have a lot more AP ratios. That being said, I don't think we're going to really be seeing too much AP Rel.
Yeah, it's like her damage, her AP ratio is increased, but it doesn't really change how you build her, and it doesn't really matter in terms of what her damage output is going to be realistically. But they're just trying to tweak her a little bit to make her more useful for your casual player. Not going to affect pro play too much. She's very popular here already. Here's some of our changes. Staff of Flowing Water getting its AP decreased is a pretty big change. We weren't seeing it too much in Korea. Silvermere Dawn and Iron Spike Whip also getting some changes, as well as the marksman changes you can see here as on your screen. a lot of big changes in terms of how much items cost and some stats that go along with them. Some of these items are not changed as much as you might think, so if you want to look up the details, like just look up the patch notes, because it's a little bit complicated for some of these, where some items got more expensive, but then got a little buff along with it. Some items got cheaper and got a little nerf associated with the cost decrease. But nothing crazy in these items that you see on your screen right now.
No, it's just a few adjustments here and there, and we'll see whether they do crop up. And when they do, that's when we're going to have a chat about them. Because when a patch is this extensive, we just have to ignore it, move on, and get to the game at hand. Because this is a big one. This is KT versus Damwon. We'll bring it up onto your screen right now, as there are a lot of really interesting points to go over for this one. It's, you know, one of those matches that we have been waiting for towards the end of the first round robin. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether KT can play ahead of expectation, or whether it's just going to be the Damwon smackdown, as a lot of people would expect.
Yeah, Doran's on an 8-game losing streak against Damwon. Can he defeat Khan and end that streak is one of the big questions. Remember, Doran said, Nuggery's gone, I'm the best top laner. You know, things have, he had a downward spike right after he said that, then he was on the up and up. But now he's facing off against Khan, Nuggery's replacement. So I do really like that storyline going to this match, because that is definitely going to be one of the big focal points for KT Rolster. Yeah,
it's almost like, you know, Doran's following him around a little bit, as of course Khan was playing for Longzhu, then you know, King's Own, then DRX, and you know, Doran spent some time there afterwards as well, so they do have some similar experiences. That being said, Khan, he went to China, and Doran has not yet, so let's see whether that added experience of a different region is going to help him out in the matchup. Having a look at the team stats, yeah, it is... they have good stats on the side of Damwon. I'm glad that we brought the average loss time, because they like to be able to draw games out if they're ever going to lose.
Yeah.
They just don't do it very often, Wolf.
Yeah, it's really awesome to actually see that stat, because they lose very rarely, as you mentioned, but it's very difficult to defeat them even when you are ahead. As we saw with Fredit BRION, it took them a very long time to close out those 2 games and take that series. The only series Damwon has lost yet this season. But they are massive favorites coming into this series as well. And, you know, Atlas, I think one of the big questions everyone has about KT here is, can they find some weaknesses in Damwon? You know, how well did Damwon prepare? Because we know they have had some weaker preparation in the past. They have a really tough matchup against Life Esports later on in the week. That's probably the one that they're focused on way more than this one, especially with KT being a little bit trending downward as of late. So it feels like if they're not coming extremely prepared, KT could steal a map away here, could steal a win. Maybe, just maybe take the series. But, you know, I think you're really, really hoping KT have a good showing here if you're a KT Rolster fan, just to get that confidence back.
Yeah, and they do have the opportunity to get ahead of T1 as well, if KT are able to do that and solidify themselves on the western side of the bracket. That being said, feels like a bit of a pipe dream. Good old Damwon are just a little bit too good. We're going to have a look at our key player matchup. This is, of course, going to be Doran versus Khan. There towards the top side, and Khan has been so surprisingly amazing here in the LCK as he came back. I don't think anyone was really expecting him to be able to fill Nuggery's shoes so effectively. But he absolutely has. I think that's not even in debate anymore. He's just been very, very solid up there towards the top side. And maybe not necessarily the same player as Nuggery, but certainly does work out just as well here for Damwon.
Yeah, and what these stats don't show you too is that Khan has gelled with the team extremely well. You could see it in his interviews when he gets POG. When you see him in the team house, it looks like he has just elevated the team's camaraderie, almost, if that's a way to put it, right? Like, it feels like he's coming as this veteran who isn't, you know, he isn't Nuggery, he isn't a defending world champion, but his experience and how fun he is as a player, how much he can keep the players calm and cool and make a lot of jokes in game. You see it all the time on the open mic. I think that's something that's really helped significantly Damwon from falling into that hangover season trap as they come back from, you know, being the defending world champions.
No, I agree. That being said, Doran's stats are amazing, so let's see whether those are going to show us more about how this top lane matchup's going to be. The jungle participation stat is huge, because Doran plays weak side every single time, but still, you know, gets 150% value out of his gold. Very, very impressive stuff. However, you know, second highest jungle participation is, of course, Khan, so who does get a bit of help from Canyon there towards the top side, as is to be expected based on Damwon's playstyle. But certainly shows that Doran has been, you know, put through some tough things and has come out on top.
He's often put on the Aatrox, right? We talked about this a lot last week. He's often put on the Aatrox. He's often put in a matchup, you know, too, sometimes he plays the Gnar, where he's expected to just, you know, survive and do well, and he outperforms those expectations oftentimes. His CS lead, I think, is second highest in the league in terms of his advantages at 15 minutes. He just wins lane, even in matchups he's not necessarily supposed to, and then he comes into those skirmishes and those team fights, and that's where KT have been drafting around, is the Samira, right? The Aatrox, the mid-game fights, those Drake controls, that they haven't really been successful with so far, and that's been my worry with KT Rolster. The drafting style maybe needs to change, or they need to play better around those skirmishes, because so far, it has not worked out for them.
No, you're right. I'm looking forward to seeing what the adjustment is going to be here. As Damwon get rid of the Seraphine. She is pretty ridiculous at the moment. Udyr still going to see some bans, and there is the Rel ban. I actually really like this from KT. I think Gragas is a very powerful top laner. We know that Canyon has been spamming Graves over and over again in solo queue, so may as well get rid of that one. Certainly still a lot of junglers available, but taking away, you know, one of Canyon's best picks over the last 24 months is definitely a good idea. Final ban to come through here.
I think they're considering the Kai'Sa ban, but it hasn't really been played that much by Hybrid as of late. They go with the Alistar instead. So now the question becomes, will we see adaptation here from KT right away? Because in the past, we'd see the Olaf locked in right here on 11.2. You'd see it very many times with the champions left open. But with the Kai'Sa available and with the Samira available, looks like they're going to make Damwon make the choice for them here in terms of where that AD priority is going to go, because we're going to see blank pick Lilia right out of the get-go.
Yeah, this is interesting. It does give over the Kai'Sa, like you were talking about, and she is still very, very strong. Certainly no reason not to just go straight towards that one. No Rel to pair with her or the Alistar either, so two of her preferred lanes. As well as the Gragas, actually. That's three really good Kai'Sa lanes not there. As Canyon locks in the Kane. All right, never mind. We're starting off strong. Wolf?
All right, well, Aphelios actually here being hovered, so they're actually going to take a completely different route here than the Samira they've been showing us so much, and I like to see that change. And this is, you know, it's pairing with the Thresh, both left open here, which is a very strong response to the Kai'Sa pick. And it means that KT are going to have a team comp that can fight later and can scale very well into the later parts of those objective fights. They're not going to be forced into those early skirmishes like they have been so much in their recent drafts. So I like this adaptation a lot.
And Beryl is going towards the Jarvan support, potentially. We'll see where that is going to go. Of course, you know, we could have some real funny business happening here this game, but I would assume that Kayn is in the jungle, and that means that Beryl is going to be dropping some flags on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very aggressive matchup there as well. Do like to see it. I wonder where the bans go here for KT, because they already showed us the Gragas ban. Now they're going for the Ornn ban. It looks like they might be looking to have a very aggressive top lane matchup. You know, something like a Camille maybe, or a Renekton for Doran, which is not how he's been playing recently, so I like that. Because they've removed, you know, two very safe top laners in the Gragas and the Ornn early on, so
yeah,
allows you to play hyper aggressive there. And it's not going to be banned away, any of those aggressive top lanes. They're focusing on UCal right now, so I like KT's position here quite a bit.
Actually, I wouldn't mind a Ryze ban, weirdly enough. It's a flex between Showmaker and Khan, and if they were to pick it here on R4, they would still keep things well and truly up in the air with what they want to get done. They also need some magic damage here. I know Kai'Sa does do a lot of magic damage, but predominantly she will be doing physical.
Look at this, they even banned the Scion. Like, they are just saying, Khan, you are not playing weak side top, which is against one of our aggressive champions. You're going to have a strong weak side top in the Ornn, the Scion, or the Gragas, where you could just sit back and not lose lane. Like, they want to put all the resources, it feels like, into Doran in terms of the early game, and let him, you know, find some value early on so they can pull the pressure away from that Aphelios Thresh lane, where that can just be stable. And I like Victor here for UCal. It's one of his best champions. It's left open. They already have Lilia, so it's a lot of AP damage, but I think that it's a really strong pick. It's one that they're super well versed on here, and then they are going to hover it. And there it is. I like this choice quite a bit.
Yeah, just a standard control mage matchup as well in the mid lane, so pretty comfortable stuff there for UCal. But like you say, he's definitely able to get a lot of damage out. There's a lot of magic damage if you pair it with the Lilia, as we'll see where Doran's going to go. I'd like something like, you know, I guess Nara's okay. Camille would be fine. Camille a little bit more scary to blind pick, I guess. And that is going to be the Gnar right there. As Khan, let's see what he's going to be playing this game.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, he has an insane champion pool. It's something that, you know, Doran's actually talked about in interviews a lot when asked about Khan, how he feels about Khan, since, you know, he has been Nuggery's replacement. And he said, well, it's really hard to prepare for Khan because he plays so many unusual top picks. And the Gangplank, which, you know, for a while we were considering to be maybe even the counter pick to the Gnar, is going to be the response here. And it's a matchup that definitely can get out of control, especially if Canyon babysits a lot the top side of the map, and is going to make it a little bit tougher for Doran to dominate with this Gnar pick. I really expected, based on the bans, that we were going to see something a little bit more aggressive, but when you pick the UCal Victor, you do slow down the tempo of the game quite significantly.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit confused about the Gangplank. I thought that it was looking like Damwon Kia would probably want to go for more magic damage. That being said, I mean, I guess you can put down the ulti, try and do what you can, but Showmaker will be largely in charge of getting all of the magic damage done, and I guess Ghost could build a Nash's Tooth or something like that in his build, and allow for a little bit more magic damage to come out of the bottom side of the map. It's an interesting composition from Damwon Kia, though. Looking forward to seeing how this Kane's going to go.
Yeah, the Kane, I think, is going to be one of the big sticking points for Damwon Kia. How much can they get done with it? Is Khan going to end up crushing this lane with a lot of help and a lot of support? And he can also add a lot with his global ultimate in some of those skirmishes you will see around the bottom side of the map. So I don't think this is going to be a game where Hybrid just crushes lane, especially not against a Jarvan. It's going to be so difficult to do that. You're not going to see the Aphelios get all the turret plates and then lane swap, right? I don't think this is going to be that type of game. I think this is going to have to be a very slow-styled game for KT Rolster, where they're looking for those later game team fights once they start to scale up, once Victor gets online, once you see the Aphelios really start to get that gold up and the items finished. And I feel like this is a very big departure from what we saw from KT last week, or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Just can't get the Kane out of my head, Wolf. Just can't get him out of my head. There is certainly a lot of range champions that he'll be able to attack if he wants to go towards the Shadow Assassin version. He's also gone Dark Harvest, my god.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Yeah. Yeah, I think,
looks like I
think
muted for a
Wolf
second.
might have just been lost. Okay, hi Wolf, welcome back.
All right, sorry about that. I was just saying, I thought that we would see a lot more Kane because he was played so much, and solo queue was extremely popular in the preseason of, you know, going into season 11, and almost every jungler had a ton of games spanned on him. And I thought we were going to see him in Kespa Cup. We didn't see him at all in LCK, so he's finally coming back here.
Yeah. And if it is going to be Blue Kane, he actually does do bonus magic damage, so maybe that's something worth talking about. It's not actually all that much, but still exciting.
Yeah, we haven't seen Kane. It's been 605 days since we saw him actually on Fleek, playing against Score. There,
against Score, so sad.
Score 1, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised we didn't see it in LCK Challengers really either, and we haven't seen it, you know, over the last few days of that being online before we start LCK. It's on Mondays and Tuesdays. You guys can watch the Korean stream for that, by the way, if you are interested. But yeah, it's a pretty surprising pick here, and to see it prioritized this highly might be a sign that we're going to see more of it in the coming weeks as well.
Yeah. Watching so far, Canyon's just shadow stepping around the map, and we'll just have to see when he gets towards that blue form whether he's going to be ganking early. Of course, you do get a little bit more value out of throwing through some early ganks, just so that you can get to that Shadow Assassin form a little bit faster. Khan doing a good job putting on the pressure here towards the top side, but Doran's also keeping up just fine. We're having a look at a bit of biffo here towards the bottom side. Beryl just being frustrating with his flag, as he generally does.
Yeah. So far here, just being very careful as Khan, you know, just constantly firing his blaster at Doran. It's been a pretty stable matchup so far. And I think a lot of that is going to be, again, based on how much Canyon decides to roam to the top side of the map and how aggressive he's going to be here. Because this is a matchup that, if Gangplank gets early kill and gets a fast Sheen, he can just totally run away with it, and it becomes very difficult for the Gnar player if there is that early lead for the Gangplank.
Yeah. I think this one, it should be okay for Khan, but we'll see whether Doran gets any help, because we've seen this matchup go both ways, actually. But I think a lot of it comes down to, you know, which jungler is going to be able to impact the matchup.
Yeah.
Or which mid laner, I guess. But you're definitely right. Gangplank can certainly run away with this one. As here on the bottom side, Damwon actually pushing in very effectively. As the hook is going to connect there onto Beryl. Playback is good, but look at this damage from Ghost. Hybrid not with quite the right guns, maybe. Yeah. Wasn't able to really offer back enough.
Not to mention the fact that the flag harass non-stop means it's very difficult to trade like that. It's okay, we're going to see that first roam here. It's Blank who arrives first.
Oh, great sidestep on the bowling ball as Doran, he's going to get forward. The watch out Eep is not going to connect there as Canyon's looking to come up, but he's not going to be there in time. Showmaker also joining as Canyon's going to shadow step through. He's looking for Blank right now. Reaping Slash will connect. And the Force of Will comes down, and that's a very, very easy kill. So Canyon going to pick one up as well, and we're dead even as far as them kills are concerned.
Yeah, this ends up being first blood going to Blank, which is nice, but otherwise a trade. Big roam, though. You know, they had to send Showmaker as well, so Yukal actually gets a nice edge out of this on top of it all, so he's going to get that wave pushed in. And it's actually going to be some missed minions there for Showmaker, who was dominating that early part of this mid-matchup beforehand. But yeah, I mean, this ends up being that Sheen is completed now with the assist gold that he gets. And this is where things are going to get a little bit harder for a little while for Doran, especially before he gets 6. So
he does have his flash still. It was Blank that actually flashed there in that last exchange. So this could actually be decent news, as now Canyon's going to try and shadow step his way through.
The full wall shadow step there.
Yep.
Getting super value.
I always get really confused because Shadow Step does a different thing to what Shadow Step in World of Warcraft does, and it's very confusing, the naming convention, but that's fine. Showmaker here in the mid lane, looking for Yukal potentially, but we've got some big roams coming from KT. Zeus is in the area, as well as Blank on his chicken, so
yeah, and
not going to find too much joy.
This is Canyon just trying to rush that form as soon as possible and try to be very aggressive. And, you know, the counter gank was successful in that regard, and the assist gold means that Khan can dominate this matchup right now. You know, as he returns, he's 14 CS up, and he tried to make a play or a pass at Doran a second time, right? Try to get that second kill potentially, and he's unsuccessful, but you can see the priority here for Damwon is to get those ganks into the top lane and try to dominate against the Snar. With the pick they have is... Whoa! Okay,
nice work,
the flash there.
Yeah. Have to see how that started. That was very nicely done, though. Does give Yukal a lot of control in the mid lane, as there's the hook that's going to land thanks to the Graviton. Flash out from Hybrid, though. Didn't want to get hit by that flag and drag. There's Damwon Kia going to turn around as well. We've got Kane making his way in. It looks like the disengage is going to be successful, and KT win out on that trade very nicely, despite the flash having to be invested.
They have no ward.
Another flash forward. The play's incredible, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Reaping Slash comes down, doesn't get enough work done, and Hybrid, he gets the shield. Oh my god, this is so close. Canyon's desperate. The Umbral Trespass underneath the turret. He picks up 1 kill, picks up 2, and then he's back to the fountain.
Fantastic here for Canyon. I mean, you know you can really push the issue in this lane when you have a Jarvan to support your aggressive play, and you have your ultimate, which just allows you to dive turret basically without any punish. We are going to see this traded back, though.
Yep, that is a very, very dead Jarvan, as Blank's going to spin around. This was, yeah, just desperately trying to get that wave underneath the turret. Unsuccessful, unfortunately.
So they have a control ward here, and they knew there was no wards. So it's an amazing play, actually, from Zeus, and he does set up the shield as soon as he can, but there's just not much you can do, and it's actually really well played here from Hybrid. He gets away, and it looks like, oh, wow, like this actually could have been a lot worse, but obviously with the Umbral coming through here from Canyon, he's able to secure the double. Not much you can do against that, and, you know, you can't be targeted while you are in the ultimate. And then Blank just comes... I'm a little bit late, but I got level 6, so it's going to be a pretty sleep cleanup.
And is easily able to do that. It's very Umbral on Canyon's side. He's got the Umbral Glaive. Oh, actually, no. He completed it and then decompleted it because he wanted to start stacking his tier, I guess. Could have got there. Definitely would have been a lot of control of that jungle. Make things very, very dark.
Yeah, it's changing his mind, it looks like. The tier just makes it so that he can continually be annoying without feeling like he's going to run out of mana as quickly, but both options pretty viable. I mean, he is just
really strong on the blue Kayn as well.
Yeah, and he is just absolutely dominating this early game. It's exactly what he needs to do.
Oh dear, Ghost having to press every single button he has, but it is not enough. Meet a very large amount of years, my friend. And he's going to cop it in the 2v2 on the bottom side. Canyon trying to answer here on the top side of the map, but you can see Doran's playing very defensively.
Yeah, I mean, he's respecting the fact that he knows that this is Canyon's MO right now is to get a ton of value. Blank's going to come over here and check this out as well. And they're being kind of nasty here. Yukal's going to have to come help. This actually could go very badly.
Kane's just going to wander through the wall.
And Barrel's here. I don't know about this one, Blank.
Getting here. Nope, not going to get it. The bowling ball is going to connect onto Shelly. We'll see whether DaMonKia do start it up. Looks like the answer is going to be no. As there's a decent little stun onto Yukal, but he's got a lantern ride to take. As I don't know whether that cannon was taken, which makes me a little bit sad. Blank's coming on over the wall here. Oh no, denied the barrel, but flashes the Gnar. And Khan's going to get out to safety.
Flash trade. And this ends up being a big ultimate tossed in here for Yukal. He wanted to maybe hope that Showmaker was going to commit further. This is just a crazy skirmish, Alice. I'm going to give it back to you.
Yeah, it's going to be the knock up onto Blank. He takes the lantern to get to safety, though. As you can see, the sleep does connect. Good hook again from Zeus. His Thresh has been amazing this game. Scatter the Weak not going to connect as Zeus goes golden. Canyon wanting to get that kill pretty desperately, does so. Umbral Trespass now onto Blank in the backline. In the meantime, though, Showmaker is going to be taken down. Khan shoots the Victor in the back of the head. The Kayn also going to suffer, but I don't know. Maybe that's going to be enough stacks to grab that blue Kayn already, which is definitely going to be a priority here for Canyon. But it does mean that Shelly's probably going to be taken on the back end of this one. As we have a look at this fight on the bottom lane from a very long time ago. As, yeah, it was just Ghost dying, guys.
Yep. All right, watching this fight again. The Lantern is really nicely done, and the sleep comes through. And I feel like this is just a little bit of an overstay here for DaMonKia. They could have walked away and tried to re-engage if KT decided to take the Rift Herald fight themselves, but they end up trading it back. It ends up being a 2-for-2, I believe, in the end, but this could have been a lot cleaner, I feel, for them. And I really appreciate Yukal just pushing away, getting a kill while peeling, so they could actually turn on Canyon and kill him. So being a really nice split there for KT in that fight. But look at the value now in this bottom side with that rotation, and also, you know, that kill that Hybrid had earlier. This may be the turret plate game I was saying that we probably weren't going to see, because he's just running away with this.
Yeah, this is some vintage Hybrid, man. This is like the Hybrid that we saw on Solo One Prince when he was hard carrying those couple of games last year. He was a player that we certainly were getting excited about, but isn't a player that we've been looking at all this year. He's just been very, very quiet, a little bit demure, unfortunately. So this is just great to see that he's now finally, you know, doing some domination and against the best team that we have in the league.
Yeah, and he's
of all things.
Yeah, and his positioning was the biggest thing we had to criticize him for, right? He often got caught by himself, or he would Killer Instinct in too early when he was playing the Kai'Sa, for example. But I think Aphelios is a champion he's extremely well versed on. He's got a lot of experience with it, and when he's got Zeus, who's been a fantastic Thresh already this game. I mean, despite, like, even with that flail that didn't end up saving earlier, it was like, well, this is actually an incredible play. You can already see in this game alone, if you're watching Zeus for the first time, he's a very good Thresh player. So when left available, this is a very strong combo. So we'll see the Drake taken.
Yep. Next one is going to be an Infernal, which means that we'll be welcomed back with a Cloud Sword Wolf, most likely. It's just how things go, how the cookie crumbles, as they say. As the Blank's going to poke his head in, and it's going to be Yukal just freely farming out this minion wave. Only one plate taken by Khan so far here towards the top side of the map. Certainly plate gold in favor of KT, who have about a 2,000 gold lead. Certainly not something that we're used to seeing about a team that's up against DaMonKia.
Yeah, Blank is really,
Fredit BRION.
He's been picking up the pieces of these Canyon ganks very well, and, you know, Hybrid is 2-1, 2-1-1, but he got all those turret plates, and is now potentially just going to take the turret here with all the priority that Yukal has in mid, with Showmaker being back at home, and there's just not much you can do playmaking-wise here if you don't have vision as DaMonKia. Like, they don't have any vision of the river at all. Now when they see the Lantern, they're like, okay, well, let's go back and off. But Blank is still nearby. This is a really scary moment for Barrel and Ghost to actually take a stand because of the lack of vision. And they're trying to clear it out now as the wave comes through. They will be successful somewhat, but they want to hold on to that turret if they can. It's super important to make sure that Hybrid does not get out of control early.
Yeah, this is starting to get a bit dicey for DaMonKia, unfortunately. Maybe this is not a comp that they've put enough time into, but certainly feeling like KT have the stability so far this game, absolutely. And their composition does scale so beautifully, especially considering the amount of safety that Hybrid is going to have and the amount of extra damage UCal can put out as well. This will be a tough game for Damwon Kia, but
yeah,
they are Damwon Kia, right? So they have certainly, you know, survived worse.
Yeah, the track record is if they're behind, it's going to take them at least 25 more minutes to lose. So see how they do in this mid game here. As we're going to see the Rift Herald tossed out. But yeah, this Aphelios pick is just becoming so difficult to deal with that his damage output makes him almost unkillable. You've got the Thresh that can save him. It's hard to catch him out of position because he has that safety net. And this Kayn pick, you know, just it started off really well, but I don't know how it's going to work when we go to those later objective fights, especially if KT gets this Infernal Drake and they can just sit on threatening Soul Point going into the third one. Damwon Kia's options become somewhat limited. But we know they're the stronger than mechanical team, and they can turn fights and win games that, you know, other teams simply won't be able to. Can definitely come back here for sure.
Yeah. I think the thing I'm scared about is the fact that, you know, Kayn does require a lot of chaos to play around, right? Especially the Shadow Assassin variety. He wants to catch people, you know, out in the darkness and, you know, sort of prey on that chaos. And it's not something that KT are going to be playing into, right? This is a beautiful team fighting composition that they have for themselves. So 2 minutes now until this Infernal Drake. Canyon just getting to work on this Rift Scuttler, as you can see. And he's just going to step through that wall and get over to clearing out his jungle just a little bit more. Doran's starting to take a bit of hurt here on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
As Khan, there's a Kayn and a Khan in this game. It's getting a little bit confusing. As we do have Beryl getting to safety. Yeah, he's got his Essence Reaver complete, so he's feeling pretty good in this matchup. Probably going to be going towards that Shield Bow up next. That has been the more popular build.
Gonna make it a lot more difficult to kill him, and so he will have that damage output. And if you look at, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I just looked at UCal's items, and I'm not sure quite what's going on. I think he's building a Banshee's Veil and a Zhonya's at the same time, and not a Mythic.
Well, the Verdant Barrier is actually going to give you like the magic resistance, so he's kind of going both. Like he's going, he's got two types of armor and magic resistance, right? He's got both early on, so it's very difficult to kill him, and he does so much when he lives through these fights. So if killing him is harder in these skirmishes, especially this Infernal Drake skirmish we're going to have coming up here, he does so much damage that I do like this. He just finished the Zhonya's now, and he will have his Banshee's Veil, you know, in the next 5 minutes or so. But it's a pretty unusual build. You almost never see some like two parts of two different items in the mid game like this built at the same time. So I like it.
Cool. It's the first time that we've seen this sort of adaptation here in the LCK, and I like it. UCal's certainly been able to utilize it pretty effectively. Certainly did quite well in the laning phase, up against Showmaker Syndra no less, as KT are going to continue with that control. Move over towards Shirley. Beryl in the area.
Yeah.
They do have the vision, but, you know, Kayn is a very long way away.
I like that
they really be able to challenge.
I like that they commit to this instead of trying to, you know, set up for better positioning on the bottom side of the map, because they have so much vision there already. It's going to take Damwon Kia a significant amount of time to actually clear that vision away before they do the Drake. So this gives all the options to KT. And because they actually have Hybrid on the top side of the map, and this isn't the Soul, the Infernal Drake here, I like giving this up and just getting more gold on this Aphelios. Hybrid's like, okay, well, I'll get a turret and some more free waves. They had vision. They were able to confirm that this was going to be Damwon Kia's move. So there's no variables here for KT. I like this a lot. They're not taking any risks. They're not giving Damwon Kia a chance to take a team fight that KT don't want to take. And they're just going to get further ahead on this extremely powerful Aphelios.
It just feels like more investment, right? For the later stages of the game. Already KT do have the game under control, and this is just going to allow them to keep Damwon Kia under their thumb. KT just playing really good League of Legends right now.
Yeah, it's a good macro game.
Yeah, it is. And I think a lot of it's just on the back of Zeus and how well he performed in those earlier engagements and the skirmishes on the bottom side of the map. He's just been so impressive on this Thresh. Really demonstrating why we talk about the Aphelios Thresh so much. But sometimes you just have a god Thresh player who can just take games into his own hands, and this is exactly what Zeus has been doing.
And Thresh has such great synergy with Lilia as well, with the sleep, because you can guarantee a hook. You get the death sentence out, and it's like, we've seen this so many times. I mean, we've seen it paired with Zoe as well, even more so, but the sleep synergy is definitely real. It's a big commitment here for Damwon for looking for a pick and grabbing this turret, but I just don't see any way this works out for them. Ends up feeling like wasted time, as we're going to see that mid turret go down. And KT are just not letting go of their lead. They're not going to take any risky fights. They're just going to wait for objectives. They're going to play every objective and then look for UCal to carry the game, like he does in those late game fights. The hybrid is going to be the other carry in this one, and the stronger one. But UCal has been like on point in late game fights for KT, which is why I'm surprised they don't draft like this more often.
This is getting scarier and scarier for Damwon because you can see what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to get more kills, try and get more snowball, but they just don't have it. And Canyon now looking for Doran. Not sure whether he's actually going to be able to fight this one out as Showmaker is here. Yeah, they do invest the ulti from Khan. Look at this, Canyon's so squishy. And Doran just walks away.
Yeah. There's a turret here, it's alive. If it was dead, I think this might be a different story. They might actually commit further, but the fact that it's alive with like 5% health is just enough to where they can't make anything happen. And this is a really frustrating game for Canyon because all of the lead he had early was a lot of it was traded, so he didn't get an insane lead like he could have. And now he's past the point of his usefulness in this game because KT are ahead. He can't take any more risks, so he's playing a dead champion in a lot of ways. He just isn't able to make a big impact in this game. And the Humble Glaive isn't going to get value too when you're struggling to roam around the map. You don't have vision control anywhere. It's really difficult to play the game of League of Legends that Damwon were trying to because they've passed that power spike. They've passed that point without a lead, and in fact a significant deficit.
And now there's 2 Zhonyas on the map as well, so that's 2 targets that you can't really effectively ult as well. Yes, you get to spend some time in there, but you don't get that burst damage. It really does feel like, the use-by date is getting closer and closer here for Canyon.
Yeah. I mean, I still want to say that we have to give the world champions a lot of credit for being insanely mechanically skilled. If they find a mistake, they find one moment of weakness, they will punish, and fortunately for them, this isn't going to be that moment.
No. Feels like Doran is just happy as he likes. There was so much attention towards the top side as well, and he still hasn't died so far this game. Does get scattered, but he's just going to be able to clear out that ward and continue to be frustrating. All right, Canyon taking a bit of damage here from UCal, who's being a little bit sneaky towards the top side, but certainly playing with a lot of bravado in front of 2 members of Damwon. Khan on the bottom side should be able to lock down this turret pretty comfortably. And, he has a CS advantage. He's actually doing very, very well. But I just don't know whether the gangplank is going to be enough to carry. It's like, yes, if you land that crazy barrel chain in a team fight, you could possibly turn this one around, right? Good positioning on the cannon barrage if Canyon gets in there and deletes hybrid. There are certainly win conditions, but it's just getting so difficult as this game goes on.
Yeah, you have so many targets
to find anything.
Yeah, you have so many targets you feel like you would love to focus, but you just can't focus all of them. And whichever one you go towards, Zeus has a lantern for, and then you waste a bunch of cooldowns, and then the damage output for KT is just so high. With the Felios and with the Victor, that it becomes very difficult in that longer fight if you don't get the pick you were looking for. Because they don't have a great front line either. I mean, the Jarvan is a support, so, you get to start off with the fight where you have some nice initiation, but you're not going to live very long, and then the fight just really goes sour after that.
I mean, they literally don't have a front line. There's just no front line. And Canyon does a lot of damage, as you can see, but he needs somebody else to be pulling the aggro, and it's quite difficult. Zeus, once again, with a nice lantern, just to get KT back into position. Barrel extraordinarily squishy. Now the Drake has been started up. Canyon inside the wall, thinking about where he wants to pop out. Blank, pretty low. Scatter the weak, not going to find any stuns. And the CC that Damwon can put out is so extraordinarily important. Every bit of it. Because they're going to need it if this fight is going to be won by them. Hook is going to go wide. Cannon barrage for a fair bit of damage here. Doran going to get the wall up, and the Gnar into the wall. Beryl taking so much damage as Damwon get back over the wall again. Beryl keeps his life. And now Doran's looking for that teleport back in and for that team fight. It looks like they'll give away the Cloud Drake, but who really cares about a Cloud Drake, to be honest? Kane's going to be able to lock that one down, and now Damwon, they need to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, this is...
There is an angry Nah hopping over the wall. Canyon is going to find him, but the rest of KT are going to find Canyon. The Umbral Trespass comes down. I think that Doran is going to be okay as the flash out. Not sure whether that was worth it, as it's another kill for the Aphelios.
I mean, you could feel the frustration in Canyon's play here. The flash there. He's just like, nothing is going right. They got the Drake, but like you said, it's not that significant, and they end up losing a fight, and that was what felt like Damwon-Kia's last chance to win a dominant fight and make a big statement. And even with Doran's mistake, it looks like we're not quite done with this yet. Even with Doran's overextension there, they still just can't win the fight. Like they can't actually pull this 5v5 off, and it's just going to get harder and harder from here.
Well, Damwon-Kia are at least going to be able to get inside track here on this mid lane. The gold lead has been 3k for what feels like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But I still just don't think that that's going to be great news for Damwon-Kia, as Khan getting down very, very low. Still has some oranges to eat. As you can see, this poke damage is starting to get real scary. There's the flash forward, but Blank not going to find too many with the sleep. A couple come through, and there is going to be Showmaker falling down very, very low. Great Zhonya's out from Blank to keep him alive, as that trade back was going to not happen with the amount of Zhonyas that are happening on the side of KT Rolster. So it's just, it feels so inevitable.
Yeah,
if
it really does.
KT get a hold of Damwon-Kia, it's just so hard for them to actually do anything.
Yeah, they have no front line like you mentioned, and they are super squishy, and when the damage output is this high, you have so much, what feels like even burst and sustain, like with this comp.
Yeah, right.
With the Lilia and the Victor, and then you've got the Aphelios. Like, how do you actually pull this off? I think this is going to be the Drake fight. So, this is actually a moment where Doran kind of freaks out. The Drake is not that low. He's worried about the Smite steal, so he wants to zone Canyon out, and then he actually gets caught here by Bear. Well, who gets caught by who? I mean, he turns it around really well. They have to use the Lantern early, and that's when positioning becomes a little bit harder for KT, so they can't actually take the Drake here, because they had to use the Lantern to save Doran. And then it's like, okay, well, we can't actually push forward without that cooldown. And then Canyon is just off on his own here, and he's not able to secure a kill, waste the flash like you mentioned. And like I said, it just feels like you can feel the frustration with how Canyon is playing, because this Kayn pick just doesn't work anymore.
It's not really finding too much value. This was the chase down, sleep being so valuable, and the Zhonya's purchases all very, very nice. And another sleep to come in here as Ghost is going to have the cleanse. So now, chasing after Doran is okay. Now they finally sink their teeth in, and you can see there's so much damage in this duo.
It is insane.
It's going to have to be a lot more of these picks if they're going to get back into this one.
Yeah, I think playing the map and trying to mess up KT when they're, solo laning, when they're trying to make a rotation towards an objective, trying to control vision. I mean, you have the Umbral Glaive. These are ways where you can get picks and you can start to bring the game back. Because you get a pick at a weird timing, then KT loses another objective, and then suddenly you do catch up in the game. It was a really well played gank there from Canyon. Like you said, he does a ton of damage. He's got his his main items completed now. His Prowler's Claw, and the damage output between the Gangplank and the Kayn is actually just so much. Like Doran feels safer. He's like, I'm fine. No, not actually. I mean, watch his health bar as the Cannon Barrage secures the slide away. It's like he is burst down. The problem is, can he do this in a 5v5 fight? It's so much more difficult because you're going to get slept. Whoever you commit on might just get lanterned away. Then you're out in the middle of nowhere. You have to go through a wall and escape and try to re-engage. It's so much more difficult to do it in a team fight than it is in that isolated side lane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he does have a few of these items. Like you said, Prowler's Claw now completed on top of his Umbral Glaive. Now it looks like the Mana Mune's going to be coming in. That'll be a Mirror Mana straight away. And so there are more spikes to be had, not to mention the fact that Khan is gigantic. And as he gets more and more items, I think Infinity Edge will be coming next. And so that will mean that he's very scary in a side lane. The problem is that they have to play side lanes. There's no real way for Damwon-Kia to win a straight-up team fight because they just have no front line, don't quite have enough CC either. I mean, Shadow Assassin Kayn, he does a lot of damage, but that's about it, right? I mean, not going to be offering too much more.
Even if you have a really nice engage with Jarvan, right? If Barrel comes in, has a really cool flag drag, it's just a Zhonya's that you get, or you get a Lantern. Like, there's so many safety tools. Like you pointed out early on, there's 2 Lanterns, right? They have Locket on top of it all. So it's so hard to kill someone, and then you're just trading your all-ins into just these item cooldowns. And it feels bad. And I think KT, I don't even think this is risky for KT. I think this is actually totally safe. Look at the damage on the barrel.
Yeah, Barrel's in a lot of trouble. He's going to flash. That bowling ball wasn't going to hit as the Chaos Storm has been used. Darmonkia fancy themselves a steal. They'll get it as Canyon locks that one down. Now, Hybrid could be in a little bit of trouble, but no, he's just going to explode as soon as he exits his Umbral Trespass. Definitely did feel a little bit like trespassing there, as he did at least manage to lock down the Baron. So that may have bought Darmonkia some time.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more frustrating to get value out of this team fight because of the, you know, empowered Baron minions, but it looks like Blank is just going to solo the Drake. They're going to go help him out. Still a threat that, you know, you could see Ghost come in there and find him. They have vision control, so I don't know if this is completely necessary, but Khan's trying what he can, you know? He's like, well,
yep.
Going to try to trade this back for a tower, but he can't even do that. It's so frustrating to watch this comp for Darmonkia because I think it was a really cool comp. I think it's a really smart comp. It just didn't get ahead enough early on, and I mean that's sometimes all it takes to really take the wind out of the sails of a comp that needs to be winning the whole way through from start to finish.
Doran might have made a little bit of a mistake here. Yep, that's going to be the stun and the kill. Khan tanks up the turret for a little bit longer than he necessarily has to, but another pick in the side lane. And Doran has been the last couple here that's been subject to the Darmonkia roam squad. It's working out relatively well.
So Canyon is going to shadow step here into the side and actually avoids Doran's engage on him really well. Actually, there's a flash in there. It does get the steal onto the Baron. Uses Umbral Trespass to try to survive, and it's just simply not going to be able to. But I mean, you can see that's what he was trying to do in the Drake fight previously, and you know, Doran, that's why Doran committed there. We see it in both objective fights. It does get caught here in the side lane, as you mentioned. But like, what can Darmonkia do with picks like this is the real question, you know? It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot.
Well, they buy more items. They definitely buy more items. The Infinity Edge is done. We've even got a Warden's Mail here for Khan, who's going to get tankier now after his core damage items have been completed. Canyon just lying in wait. He can basically one-shot anyone that walks in and checks on him. So apart from Doran, I guess, as we do have a slight sepia mode to come through. And with that Baron, the steal away, we've got Darmonkia now in a gold lead. So certainly the game is not over. However, KT did have a lot of control early on. I think they were able to suppress the pressure of the Kayn pretty well. But I don't know. They're going to have to really keep this one up, and Doran needs to stop dying.
Yeah. He needs to play a little bit safer. He needs to respect the fact that even though KT were ahead in terms of gold and it felt like the game was definitely theirs, you still have to respect the pressure that, you know, can come on with the Kayn, who could just, you know, shadow step through a wall and kill you. Like, if you don't have vision, you have to kind of farm under turret. You can't be out there like that. And even under turret, you're not necessarily safe if your team isn't ready to teleport in and try to trade that back. So UCal didn't have teleport, I believe, when that exchange happened. So he got picked, and you just really have to show the same respect you did in the early game, like, at this point, because suddenly, the middle part of the game, okay, Kayn, who cares? But now in the late parts where his items are starting to really come online, it's like, okay, well, he's powerful again in terms of his ganking potential. So you really just have to show the same respect we did see Doran show in the early parts of the map. He lost a ton of CS in the lane, even when he was, you know, crushing some of those trades against Khan, because he was like, well, nope, just going to walk away because I don't know where Kayn is. I don't have vision, and we have to see more of that.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see, like, Darmonkia actually play towards side lanes rather than, you know, getting caught out and then ran down by KT that definitely do excel in that style of gameplay. This is not going to be an extended pause, guys. Don't worry, we're going to be hopping back into the game now, as I believe UCal had a bit of an issue, but now it's all going to be worked out and fine. Khan there on your screen. Certainly been having a decent game so far. I think he's certainly one of the shining lights here on the side of Darmonkia, as we are going to see Canyon look for Doran, and maybe he's not quite as tanky as we thought. There's the Umbral Trespass once again. Oh, the fadeaway not quite enough. And the Death's Daughter is going to come in and lock down the kill. Khan, very happy to have that ultimate available.
Yeah, I mean, based on the fact that Khan pieced out early, I think they just kind of felt like they were going to get it no matter what. But if he misses that, or it's just like on the edge and actually Doran gets away, it feels terrible. But still, it's a pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, and there's only really health built by Doran as well, so it looks like he has a big health bar, but I mean, there's not enough armor to really make him tanky. against especially the likes of a Kayn that has the 5 kills that he's picked up already. Those 3 items already put together. It makes him definitely a menace. Is now looking for Hybrid, who just walks slightly to the right, and that is going to avoid the Blade's reach.
The burst damage that Canyon has is terrifying, and if he can find isolated targets consistently here, I mean, that's the name of the game here for Damwon, because even 1 kill means you get control of all the lanes, which means you take vision control of the map for the first time in a long time, which means you have, you know, the setup and the better positioning for this next Drake, which would be, you know, the sole point going over to Damwon. So every time Doran dies, every time he's picked, Damwon get a little bit back more control over the map, and some of those fights become a little bit more realistic. And once everybody gets full build, I mean, it's anybody's game to take, and you can see the gold lead here.
Dear.
It's going back towards Damwon.
Well, it's a very, very deep teleport, as now Doran going to try and get the Gnar onto Canyon, who's now very, very sleepy. Heads inside the wall, but unfortunately that's not going to keep him safe. They do manage to trade back the kill. It was just an R button, I believe, pressed by Showmaker. But that was as he was heading towards the Death Chamber, and that's going to be a 1 trade for KT. Deep teleport actually working out, as you can see.
Yeah. And that's, you know, these teleport responses to the ganks is what I think we need to see KT you do more consistently. And ooh, Barrel.
Oh my god, Zeus is so good, man! Denies everything.
That was so sick. This has been a fantastic game from Zeus. Like, he is just on point.
Even if Damwon win, I want to give Zeus the player of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
really do.
Unless something changes, he's who I've got on my mind at the moment.
Oh yeah.
He has been just so good at keeping the bot lane safe and stable, as we're going to see this here. You can see Canyon was backing his fighting all ins here on the Doran. And the deep teleport from Yukao, it's so far away, but Doran's able to survive long enough here, and still he goes down. Because like you said, he's just not tanky. Showmaker trades it back. This is Barrel getting caught, trying to take back control of vision. He got a little bit greedy, actually, trying to check that brush. And this is going to get punished for it, but 6 plays here from Zeus.
Yeah,
not going to get that
so
flag
good.
drag. Not going to happen.
Nope. Not when there's a Thresh with a play. That was a flash play as well. Very, very nicely done. He's going to see Khan's at level 18 alongside Yukao. Ghost is actually very high level right now, as Showmaker is actually a level behind his jungler, but actually pretty close. As you can see, the experience bars is now Doran out of position once again. Does have that Gnar bar in a pretty good position, as we're seeing whether Damwon can find the poke to keep KT out of this Drake pit.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot of dragons this game, by the way, Wolf, as this is going to be the 3rd for either team, depending on who gets it. And so it looks like KT are just going to use this to push up the mid lane.
This is a little bit
up
worrying.
in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying that KT just decided to give this up, and because they can't trade anything for it. There's nothing else they can do on the map. Baron wasn't spawned, and even if it was, it would have been pretty, you know, bit of a big pipe for him, I think, to take. As, you know, this is, you've got to be taking these fights. Like, if you can't take these fights anymore, then I don't know if you're going to win this game, KT. Zeus, scary moment there.
Yeah, this Canyon poke is actually starting to get a bit scary.
Yeah, it's actually insane how much he can do. I actually underestimated what his potential was going to be in the late game, but I'm seeing it for the first time in a Korean pro game here.
Yes, he's a poke champion, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Just throwing these Blades reaches over and over again. And look, a lot has been funneled into Canyon this game, so he is holding up his relevance. And yeah, we're checking out the damage of that ability, as I believe the Korean casters as well were a little bit intrigued as to how much work he was getting done.
Yeah. And if KT can't, if they can't be confident enough to fight these battles around blank CC, like the sleep, the stuns they have, the hooks that Zeus has, against some of the aggressive plays we're seeing from Canyon, like if they're not confident that they can actually win this battle against this Kayn that's just unopposed, harassing them, it's like melee champion, by the way.
Yep.
Then I just don't see a world where like KT can win this game anymore. It feels like they've lost their confidence, and I think they absolutely still can do this, and they should have been able to close this game out. But this is what we were talking about from the beginning. Damwon, their losses are in the late game if they do lose it, right? And they often bring those games they're behind in back in the late 30s, right? In you know, even some 40-minute games sometimes for Damwon, because they just know how to use a comp that's broken. Even like they're like, oh, the comp is not working the way it's supposed to. But Canyon's going to poke, and we're going to actually look for some threats. Speaking of,
Well, not actually finding too many of these Ws this time around. The Baron going down very, very low. Canyon not going to be able to secure it this time around. It's in fact Yukao that picks up the Baron. Cannon Barrage trying to get the work done, but KT just fall back. They've taken their Baron. Now they're looking to try and get out. Doran now trying to get out. Stridebreaker going to help for that one as well, as Ghost was looking for a bit of a flanking play. And Damwon looks like they're not finished yet. But KT, they just get in, steal Baron, and get out.
Yep, we're gonna get out. It's gonna be a tough Baron to get a lot of value with everybody alive on Damwon. Like, I don't think this is gonna necessarily be even an inhibitor here, even though we're at like 36 minutes of the game, because Damwon have control over all the lanes right now. Even you see Showmaker going in the top side of the map to push that one out. So see what KT can get done with this, but I appreciate that they finally did have the confidence to try to take that Baron fight. They can clear the Baron so quickly, and it's just making sure that Canyon doesn't steal it that they're so focused on, and they were successful this time. Remember the last two fights where Canyon was hovering around, you saw that Doran was extremely aggressively trying to zone him out, and this time they just end up winning the 50-50.
It was, in fact, a 50-50, though, so definitely not a play that you're necessarily going to be very, very excited about, because we don't like 50-50s here in the LCK. We like to have a bit more control than that. That being said, it did work out. The problem is it's not really a 50-50 when Canyon is the higher level, as now Damwon looking for Doran, but he's just going to crush his way out. It should be okay.
Yeah, for me, I'm not excited about how the fight went. Like, I think they could have done it a lot better. But the fact that they're willing to do fights is a good sign for me as Blank.
Yeah, there's the Flash Cataclysm. In goes Canyon, finds Blank towards the back end. He should be able to wait out this Zhonya's as he falls asleep and just gets taken down, unfortunately. Wasn't even able to press R in time, as that's a double kill for Doran now, as Ghost is pretty strong, but so is Doran. As you can see, Hybrid just gets over, and that's a few years that Showmaker has to now think about what he just did. And KT feeling real good with this Baron buff pushing up the bottom lane.
Oh, this is the decisive KT Rolster that I wanted to see. This is the kind of plays that you got to make when you have a comp like this. You have to be confident. And I don't know, man. Blank makes a really good case for player of the game. I think I'm still going to give it to Zeus, but he's had a fantastic game with Lilia. How many times has he almost died in these team fights? He knows exactly how far he can push the limit. I mean, his Zhonya timings have been incredible, and this guy is... This is one of his stronger champions for sure, and I feel like he's been such a great addition to KT. Sometimes he is the one that actually holds this team together in these dire situations. And, I mean, KT, when they look decisive in these team fights, when they actually make these plays, as we'll watch it again, this is when you think, okay, like, they've got control of this game. This is what we expected, right? And they turn this around so beautifully. Blank goes insanely low. Zhonya's at the last second. The burn damage on top of the sleep means that there's just no way for Canyon to survive there. And then they just keep pushing through. Beryl is not tanky at all. And look at Hybrid. He's like, nope, flashing in. Goodbye, Showmaker.
Yeah. I don't know. Not quite working out here for Damwon so far, as we've got our 6th Dragon going down. Soul point for both teams now. And KT, just get back together and look to push down more of these lanes. And it feels like this game... When there were no inhibitors down, it was a game that Damwon could sort of finesse, right? Because you get to play the side lanes, you get to try and split up KT, force them to fight over different things at once, and then you can make your Kayn work out, right? But in these front-to-back team fights, certainly feeling like KT do have the edge.
Yeah, and KT are babysitting Doran now. Like, you could see Cannon was like, I bet he's walking right through here to go to the side lane, and he was. But he's not alone, and KT are just roaming together now because they have that extra pressure on the bottom side, like you mentioned. And a Cannon Barrage, you know, at range or a late teleport is not going to be enough. You know, so, yeah. Canyon's trying to jump into his summoner stuff that he's got on the map.
I'm trying to leave the rift. One of the two. I'm not entirely sure which one. This is a lot of damage on Ghost, though. He now has his Infinity Edge completed. Absolutely no utility items purchased whatsoever. This is just all... Can I do as much damage as possible to a single target? And look, I respect it, but unfortunately, he hasn't really been able to get very much done, especially when you compare it to this 6-item Aphelios on the other side, who spent a lot of the mid-game doing a lot of nothing, and, you know, shows up in that last team fight, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, Aphelios does do a bajillion damage.
Well, that's the thing. It's like he hasn't even been relevant because a lot of this has just been about, does Doran die first or does Canyon die first?
Yeah, it's a bit of that.
And then the two teams just walk away from each other often after that's decided as best as they can, because that's like the big sticking point. Because if Canyon kills Doran, then there's no real peel. Then he can actually get somebody else down very low, or get a Lantern or a Zonia's, and then it's like, okay, now Damwon are in position to get a big Scatter the Weak, and it's a winnable team fight. But when it doesn't go that way, when he can't get that first pick on the Doran, when KT are playing together, like you said, in those 5v5s, it just isn't working out for them. They have no staying power. It's do or die by Canyon's hand right at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether Damwon can stabilize. Looks like Doran, he doesn't want to allow it as Beryl gets taken down very, very low. And Doran's just playing with them off to the side. Khan trying to do the same thing here. You can set up some barrels. Yukel playing with fire just a little bit, but he's not looking too scared. Zeus getting taken down real low, though. There's the flash out. Hook is going to miss. On to Khan. The BROㅣLCK just going to be collected there by Hybrid, who says, yeah, you try it. He's not going to, by the way.
No. I would say not.
Another Baron going to be up in 2 seconds' time, and this time Damwon do have control of the area. They also have a lot of damage, so they can burst it pretty fast.
I feel like they can't try for this though, like especially with this wave
super
pushing.
minions in the bottom lane. Yeah.
There's just no way if you try this, and even if you try to retreat, you're probably gonna lose somebody. You're gonna lose the game. And this
Hybrid
is where
just
KT
stole the red
control.
buff. That's not very nice. Wasn't very
BM
kind.
at the stage.
Yeah. Well, this Baron going to get taken down extraordinarily quickly.
Yeah, look how fast it goes.
The Canyon is here. Showmaker's going to have to flash out. Doran's just dead. That's a great pick-off there from Damwon. They did have to invest Showmaker's flash, but they take down the top laner and stop the Baron. This game's still going, Wolf, and it's still not feeling like KT have taken back enough control.
It's not
in order
decisive
to make this one work.
Yeah, the Lantern was a little bit misplaced there, it looks like, and he's just not able to take it. He's just blown up so quickly. And now, Damwon, I mean, they're not like making a quote-unquote Baron play right now, but they're threatening the idea, which means KT have to be careful.
Oh, dear. Canyon, he's going to get hooked. He'll be taken down. That's the jungler dead. Now Beryl's going to dive on in, but remember, all he has is his Zhonya's, really, to try and keep himself alive, as Blank dived into the front line. Not entirely sure why he was going for that one, but they get rid of Showmaker. Canyon's already dead. This is a free Baron if they want it. Ghost and Khan now to try and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, this is this is becoming a bit of a clown fiesta here in the later parts of this. As the Observer showed, Canyon did not have vision of where KT were, and there's a lot of lockdown that can destroy you instantly, blow you up immediately if you do end up getting caught by a death sentence. And that's exactly what happened. So that was, I mean, I like the play to try to threaten KT and try to force them into that position where you're going to maybe get a pick, but not alone, and not that aggressively.
Well, KT will be able to take down a couple of inhibitors.
Just
Ghost
respawned.
tidied up the minion wave, and the rest of it was helped by a Khan. So that means that the game isn't over just yet, but still, it is getting more and more difficult. Cloud Soul will finally be claimed.
Yep. This is gonna watch how fast this one disappears. Magic trick Hybrid's gonna do on this. Yeah, teleport coming through. You see that Blank is on his way, but fighting without him is very risky, but not when Damwon are not all grouped up. This is a weird game, Atlas.
This is actually just so strange. Not sure what Yukel was thinking he could do, but he was just dead, as it turned out. But it is going to be a trade. Khan for Yukel. So maybe just getting a little bit too hypey after thinking that they had a 5v4 situation and immediately turning it into a 4v4.
I feel like KT don't really need to force this right now. With the minion wave pushing on the bottom side, they just play it slow. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, the idea
gets a pick, it's
as
over.
often as they can. Exactly right. Look at this huge shield on Hybrid as well.
Like, where is Zeus standing? No!
Severum, Crescendum. Oh my god, the damage. Just in goes Beryl, dies as he puts them into the baby cage. Not sure what he was trying to do, and the rest of his team also not quite sure how to follow up either, but sometimes you just got to throw the haymaker, as it's a good scatter of the week to deny Doran's engage. Showmaker gets out. This Ghost just presses his cleanse button because I think he was frightened, and now he's well and truly dead. Killer Instinct does come down, and yeah, just not able to fight 1 versus 4 as a little Kai'Sa, as it turns out.
And this is one of those games where, you know, KT's main front line is their damage. You try to engage if you're Beryl. It's like, what? Doran?
Yeah, he might be going down here. As Scatter of the Week is going to claim it. So Canyon finds another one. Blank is here with a smite. He's level 18 as well as Canyon. So it's going to be an even battle when it comes to the smites. Showmaker doesn't have flash or anything. There's the cannon barrage as Khan just gets a massive Chaos Storm, but he's now trying to turn it onto UCAL. It's not going to happen. It's going to be stolen by Syndra. All right, cue the yakety sax wolf. This one's ridiculous.
It's actually crazy. He steals the Baron. Showmaker steals the Baron. And it's a pretty even team fight. KT getting the slight edge in it. They're going to back off, but they don't have the Baron buff. Those two inhibitors have, 2.5 minutes apiece left. And that's obviously going to be much easier to defend with the Baron they stole. So, I mean, I don't know which part of this fight we're going to watch here.
Yeah,
but, like,
watch bits of it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like,
God.
you have to respect the cannon barrage, and Zeus is just he's way out of line here. There's a pick on the flank, and Canyon comes through, but it's actually Showmaker who gets it. They end up killing him, so this is a desperation play from Damwon Kia, and it pays off, I guess you could say, with all on top of the cannon barrage, the orbs coming through, the smite. Like, you were probably gonna get that one if you're Damwon Kia. You do. It's a bad trade for you in terms of the kills, but you get the Baron, so you get to sit back, and I guess we'll see what happens on the next Baron fight or the Elder Drake fight, because who knows? Maybe it'll be another 2 for 3 where the 3 team actually loses the objective and life goes on with the game.
Well, speaking of the game going on, we've now got Hybrid without shoes. He sold his shoes. He wants more weapons, and now has himself a Mercurial Scimitar. So, yeah, this Aphelios is very, very, very scary. You don't even need the boots that much if you've got Zeus in the area, as this ward is going to be discovered. Blank comes through, sweeps it out. And, the Baron buff is still going to be there for Damwon for another minute and 20 seconds, so they can use that to get their base back to safety. Both of the inhibitors are going to respawn at exactly the right time.
It's inhibitor cover.
Yeah, basically.
So, as the inhibitors come up, Damwon are going to have a ability to run around the map a little bit. There's going to be about a minute of time before the Elder Drake spawns, right? After these inhibitors come up and Damwon can actually freely roam the map. And if I see Doran out by himself in that 1 minute of time, trying to deal with the side pressure, and he gets picked, I'm going to be very disappointed.
He's not mad, just disappointed.
Just very disappointed, which is often worse. Especially for me, especially because I'm like looking at Doran's play this game and really getting like, wow, fantastic Gnar play. Always
actually very well, right?
Yeah. It's like he has a sixth sense in the early game. I'm like, oh my god, like is he ever gonna get picked? It's like is he map hacking? Like, can we get a ref to check? Like, how does he know every single
And now
time?
he's 3 and 6.
Yeah.
It turns out. A little bit unfortunate. We got a real cool hat for Showmaker, though. He's got 6 items now completed. The GA now done for Canyon, who also has his 6 items online. We got Nash's Tooth picked up for Ghost. He sold one of his items, wasn't having too much fun with it. That's actually, he sold boots and got a Nash's Tooth, so a lot of magic damage. It's come out of the Kaiser as well.
And that can help finish off some of those targets that Kane jumps onto very quickly. Just Void Seeker, finish them off in that moment when Canyon is all-inning. If you can burst them down faster before they can press Zonias, especially with how late Blank has been pressing those, still successfully, there's a chance. There's a real fighting chance in these fights. This is just going to come down to the better team at the end of the day. This is the late game I was talking about where it just doesn't really matter like what comps are happening, because if you just make one mistake, you lose the game. And KT, like, on paper, their comps should be better at fighting, but they're not using it well enough for me to feel confident that that's just going to be the case, because Doran keeps getting caught. Their comp is very squishy as well, and Cannon is getting his full build online. So,
oh man, this Elder Vision is so huge for KT. It's very, very dark on the map for Damwon Kia. Still 2 minutes on this Baron. Canyon not quite finding the poke that he's looking for.
They want this
weird little, everyone's just playing opposite sides of this mid lane. Looks like the minion wave will be cleared out here by Damwon Kia. Beryl still extraordinarily squishy with this Moonstone Jarvan build.
UCAL just loves to be on the other side of the map when he's playing this Victor. He can almost one-shot Beryl, as you can see. So he's just going to keep zoning. And if they commit in, he has Zonias, they have Lantern, so I like where UCAL is standing here. Because he's like, oh, if you come in, you're going to eat insane damage. That's their positional advantage they have with this Victor pick.
Well, now Damwon Kia trying to get towards this pit. Cannon Barrage does come down, but Canyon pushed out of the fight already, and the Elder is taken by KT. Khan also not able to eat enough oranges here by the looks of things, as he's going to fall sleepy, and he's going to be taken down. Very, very squishy with that switch over to the Gale Force instead of his shield bow that he had earlier. Just wanted to give himself the mobility, and unfortunately, it looks like Damwon Kia may have lost out. It is going to be Yukao being taken down here. Showmaker trying to run. Oh my goodness, the passive doing so much work. But Scatter the Weak as well as the Orb is going to take down the Thresh. But look at this. There's going to be some very angry dragons coming over towards Showmaker if Doran can finally hit an ability. As, oh my god, that was actually such high value. And that's going to finally be the dragon coming down. And I believe KT, in a 50-minute game, have finally taken the victory.
They finally did it, Atlas. It was a bit of yakety sax, as you said. There was a little back and forth action around these late game objectives. We got all the Drakes possible. We got several Barons. But this is a game, and I feel like if you're KT, you're frustrated with some of the weaker parts of that late game where there were some positional mistakes. Like, Doran is the one who's probably going to be least happy with this game. But I think if you're a KT fan, you know, it's not just about winning against Damwon Kia here. Their comp was weird, not really figured out. It's about how they played the macro game when they were ahead, how well they played around the Kayn, and how well they controlled those objective fights. Like, I feel like this is one of the strongest KT games individually, despite some of the craziness at the end, that we've seen from them. And if they can tidy up some of that late game play, they can tidy up Doran overextending and play, you know, a little bit safer. This is a team I look at and I go, wow, like, where was this KT a few weeks ago? This was a really good night, or a good start for the night for KT. It's not over yet. We're probably going to have a third game, but
yeah, I think
let's see how it goes. I'm very excited, and I know it's dangerous to say those words, but I'm very excited about this KT that we saw in this first game. I think people
definitely was a good performance. I think that maybe some of the criticism needs to be thrown over to Damwon with you know, how fast and loose they were playing. The early game fell into a deficit with a composition that weren't very good at climbing out of it. However, definitely it was a very solid attempt, you know, towards the mid to late game to, you know, play those side lanes, make their composition work out, and do what it's actually designed to do. But unfortunately, you know, KT's teamfight comp was just a little bit too easy to execute as the game progressed. And the fight around the Elder Drake was very good. I mean, they established their vision. The Jarvan way too squishy to actually walk in and get any wards down, and just meant that KT were far more equipped to take control of the game. But still, it was an exciting one, a long one, but it was a good game. Yeah.
I feel like we could see the potential in this game pick. Like, if the game goes a little bit more controlled for Damwon Kia, they can run away with it. Also, though, you can see that even when it doesn't go as well as you want it to, he can be very viable in the late game. He struggles, but he can threaten objectives. There is utility in this pick that we saw Canyon pick. So the fact that we saw it this highly prioritized from the defending world champions means that there's probably been a lot of scrims with Kayn, and I think this is not the last we've seen of him this week.
Oh my god, the damage numbers are obscene. 33,000 from Kayn out of the jungle, and 33.5 for Showmaker, who certainly was showing up towards the later stages. This wasn't a game about the 80 carries on the bottom side. However, the Aphelios was extraordinarily fed, and certainly was able to, you know, find the shots when he needed to. But this was a slugfest, and actually pulling yourself out of a game like this and then having to reset, and in Damwon's case, now having to win 2 in a row, that's mentally taxing, and we'll see how they bounce back as we move towards game number 2.
Yeah, and that's that con factor I was talking about a little bit too. I feel like if there's one person on this team who's really going to bring it back and keep everybody calm, it's going to be Con. I feel like he's a huge addition to the team in that regard.
Well, we'll see whether he can do it. It's going to be a tough ask, absolutely, but I believe we are going to be heading towards a break relatively soon. I think you and I deserve it, Wolf, because this was a very long game. We're going to go grab some water, and we'll be back in a few minutes for the analyst desk. We'll see you there.
야 케인 못 나와. 케인 못 나와. 빼. 한번 빼다. 앵콜 묶어놨고. 앵콜 끌었어.
케인 보면서 해.
미드가 보자 이거. 조심. 마지막 스턴 조심.
미드가 보다.
야 천천히 이거 상대 오니까 천천히 해보자.
나 게임 봐줘. 케인 보다.
케인 가해냐? 야 신드가 노고. 케인 조심해. 질 수 있어. 질 수 있어. 아직 몰라.
봐줘 이거.
제발. 얘들아. 야야 천천히.
얘들아 피 없긴 하다. 그냥 뭐 없긴 해.
잡았어. 아니 몰라.
야 이거 라인 해봐. 잡으면 끝나긴 한데.
잘했다.
됐다.
잘했어. 잘하자. 어이 하은. 어이 하시.
됐다.
어이 솔지.
얘들아 좀 해보자 일단. 일단 잡파 미안하다 내가 잘했고.
See how much value it gets as it's only on to Doran, who immediately gets popped. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it's the big frontliner that's taken down. Shockwave onto 3 is huge, but then the answering ulti from Yuka. Oh my god, the Seraphine values coming in now. Instant triple kill. Due an apology because Morgan has not seemed to be the answer so far. As Chovy gonna have to flash, and the follow flash is going to be there. Chaos Storm goes down, but Chovy is not escaping this one. That's gonna be a free kill over to Fate. They trade flashes, but still, the Azir comes out on top.
Yeah. So, and that's like the feeling that you get in every single lane, right? Like, it's not bad. Zeus.
Yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble here as he does get Mega Gnar. There is the Gnar back. It's going to get rid of 3 of them for now. We'll see whether he can move fast enough. They're going to bring an extra person as the Asterix does go off. In he goes once again. That's the double wall. The sleep comes down. Zeus is unkillable in this game. What the hell was that? Almost the triple kill there as the Empress Divide gets rid of Rich. He flashes on back in. He wants to try and take down Faker, but he just doesn't have enough damage. It's a double kill.
나를 너 줄타게.
나를 줄게.
너 살짝 봐줄 수 있나? 할 수 있어? 일단 빼볼게. 어때? 살만해? 살만하다.
봐주자.
Crocodile is Peter gonna get taken. Sorry, yeah. Taking that to about half health as Teddy feather storms. Can he actually get into position? Oh, the face break is so good out of Bay. Faker's gonna go down, and Bay gets right on top of the rest of the members of T1. And I have a feeling this is just it. That's the ace, and that's gonna be the game. Nongshim will bring us to Faker's 600th.
been a bloodbath.
Well, Canyon, he's just diving on forward. There's another beautiful barrel as the Ornn's only going to be able to call that round once. Showmaker once again is going to fall down, but now Ghost picks up a double kill. Bao is going to go down for the triple. Could this be the Penta? I think it will be as Ghost picks it up. Who said this guy wasn't a carry? He's come back and he's stolen the team fight.
Welcome back everybody. LCK is back after a very long Lunar New Year solo holidays, and so is the analyst desk. And we are kicking off week number 5 with KT Rolster versus Damwon Kia, and today we'll be joined by Changhyun and BRION and BROㅣLCK. Nice to see you guys back. We had 10 days of break. It's been a long time. And now we are heading on to the week number 5 with brand new 11.3 patch. And KT was able to take down Damwon Kia after a very long game. And this was the first game with the new patch, and Damwon Kia actually brought Kane on the Rift. Well, BRION is actually a Kane master in the solo queue. So I want to talk about Blank's Lilia first, because Blank has been performing really well in this champions. That was a really nice first pick coming out from KT Rolster, and at the same time, Damwon Kia was able to have a really decent bottom lane game, but they made some mistake during the turret dive, which actually led Aphelios to pick up early kills. And KT Rolster was really smart banning out Ornn and also Sion away from Khan, which is one of them characteristic play coming out from Khan. He always makes a roam down to the mid lane with his ultimate with Ornn and Sion, so it was really smart to see them banning those out. In addition to that, with this new patch coming in, we had Gore Drinker and Starak champions getting nerfed due to the item nerf. So we were actually really curious to see how kind of Canyon plays this blue Kane. Well, it looked like they were having a great game in the early phase, but we had a bit of a solo queue style game going on to the mid and late game. So the game was going back and forth, and it was really entertaining to watch, to be honest. We had Kane jungle back in the LCK after more than 600 days. So let's take a look at the highlight. How did he perform in his first match after a long while? So let's take a look at the rune first. Very typical kind of build for this Kane in the current meta. And also, we were looking for some late game power spike with that sub rune choice. And also the zombie ward. It also allows more of a vision control on the side of the jungle role as well. But at the same time, with the last rune coming in from the magic, well, that actually allows him a lot more stronger power going on to that late game. And that was the complete item coming out from Canyon. And we saw actually Canyon buying Umblegrave and then selling it back because he was not really sure what kind of item to build first. But at the same time, he actually just decided to finish that item in order to clear out the wards. So this doesn't really make him get a lot of assassination kills, but at the same time, it opened up more space for Kia to get more vision and put more pressure onto KT Rolster in terms of map plays. And also because they did not have enough vision, KT was playing in the backseat. They were not really that having a lot of control around the map, so they had to kind of step back in order to not get assassinated by Kayn. But moving on to the mid and late game, they were able to come back online. But still, we want to point out that Kayn was doing a lot of work, not only doing those assassin work, but also he was doing a lot of work in terms of the map control and vision control. So let's take a look at the highlight where KT Rolster was able to actually kind of take a big step forward. Victor was able to have a really nice trade up against Syndra. Syndra was not able to participate in this fight proactively. And also J4 EQ actually went wide, and he also didn't have his ultimates yet because he was level 5. And also because KT Rolster picked up some kills prior to this fight, actually Thresh was also able to utilize the stopwatch. And we saw Yuka doing a lot of work zoning out 2 of the players on the side of Kia. So everyone on the side of KT Rolster maneuvered the most ideal play in that Herald fight. And also we had Airy J4 coming out in order to secure the lane priority. However, we were not able to see a huge success recently in the LCK. Kia, their original plan was exerting the pressure around Kayn with the massive damage, but they were not able to actually pull it off. However, we saw a miracle still coming out from Kayn in the first Baron teamfight. But still, KT Rolster had this heads up to this Kayn Syndra combo. Kayn is a champion that actually just goes into the wall and looks for the target. So once Yuka actually recalls, he places a ward on the lane. And 2 minutes later, actually KT Rolster was able to make a side lane pick play based on that ward. Because of that ward, actually KT was able to make a TP flank. Prior to this fight, actually KT was the one that kept getting picked up by Kia, but this was the momentum changing set play coming out from KT Rolster in order to get the control back on the Rift. KT, even though we had some back and forth game between against Kia, they still locked down this victory for game number 1. And the POG will go over to Hybrid, an Aphelios second POG of the split. And I think it's a comeback of the APK mileage god Hybrid. He did have some hard time, but at the same time, he was able to overcome those kind of rough times and pop off. Well, this was not a game where every teammate actually funneled all the gold and resources into this player. He was the one looking for some skill by himself, and he actually knew how to pull the trigger when he needed to. He flashed forward onto the face of Syndra, and also he picked up multiple significant kills. He was engaging with this purple weapon as well. Aphelios is kind of a champion that kind of requires this engagement coming out from teammates, but in this game, Aphelios was actually the initiator on the side of KT Rolster. But we have one of the most controversial POG votes here. 3 of the players won 2 votes, but Hybrid won one extra one in order to secure that POG. Blank was also doing a fantastic job taking the control over Kayn in the jungle, and also Yuka was able to play really smart with his itemization. He actually went for MR item first in order to have more sustainability in the lane. So props over to this tanky Victor on the mid lane. So I can say all 5 players of the KT roster were doing a fantastic work. The KT roster is back on the roof with a really nice start. So let's find out if they can connect that to a serious victory.
Thank you so much, Jason, for the analyst desk translation. And here we are, ready for game number 2. What an interesting Pog vote that was. Winning with 3 votes. That was just crazy. I knew that we were going to get the support vote out of Gorilla, but I actually thought that it was going to leak over into a few more votes. I think Zeus was 100% robbed. He was so good in that game number 1.
Yeah, I think the reason why Hybrid looked so good in those highlights that were shown was because he got a massive lead in the lane that was given to him by Zeus. Some really incredible plays on the Thresh. Then he got plate gold and ran away with the game. But look, I mean, it was a very good game for KT Rolster. I mean, there were some issues in the late game for sure. Like, we can't ignore that part. But they actually won against a very difficult comp, you know, to execute in the late game, you know, to be fair for Damwon Kia. But Damwon didn't get ahead because they played so well in the early to mid game. They did drop the ball once they got to the later stage, but I was very impressed with KT at the beginning of that game, especially.
No, I agree. Actually, I think that their game plan was very good coming in from the start. I think maybe Damwon Kia did have a composition that was a little bit difficult to execute, especially with their complete lack of frontline. Made it very difficult for them to fight over vision as the game went on. However, they did the best they possibly could. And we'll see how it's going to go. Already Zeus getting that respect, as the Thresh is going to be the first ban here from Damwon Kia on the blue side as we are into the draft, of course. Gragas and Udi are taken away by KT. And Seraphine, of course, is going to be banned. I think that she's going to be a permanent resident of the ban list.
I think so. She's been played a lot in Challengers Korea. She's also been played in Europe quite significantly now. That's kind of permeated the world.
Oh, yeah.
LPL still on break. We'll see where she falls when that resumes. We'll see an Aurelia ban here. And
very interesting.
Yeah, this kind of feels like maybe they're...
Oh, no. Nah first pick? Nah first pick? Is it happening?
Because I thought we were going to see Kai'Sa first pick here for sure, but with this Aurelia ban, it does feel that's not the case.
Rel's available, and Rel should be picked up. I think that is 100% the truth, and this does solve a lot of Damwon Kia's issues that they had last time around. This is, you know, an engaged support that is gifted with a lot of tankiness. I like it a lot already. The draft starting off much better here for Damwon Kia. As KT, they can lock away some big ones as well, as like you mentioned, the Kai'Sa still available.
The Graves ban here is almost too much respect for Canyon being, you know, one of the people who brought Graves back to the forefront, but Graves is not as popular right now, and it's not very high priority either, and I'm a little bit surprised with that, and this is one of those KT tempo drafts. I'm looking for the R5 Aatrox here, KT Rolster, as we will see once again Blank's Lilia, which for me, like, Blank was a close second in Pog votes. Like, I almost gave my vote over to him, but I had to go with Zeus, but he had a fantastic game of Lilia, and I'm looking forward to another one here, potentially as, wow, we're going to see the King again, running it back.
Actually, I think it's fine, though, to be perfectly honest. I think the Rel really does change the composition, as we've got a big grin on Showmaker's face. And he's going to be locking down the Zoe this time around. This is certainly going to be a little bit more mid-game focused for Damwon Kia, as, oh my goodness, please just play your Katarina. He did play one game recently in solo queue, went 9-4. Remember, guys, this is Showmaker, of course. He was a Legacy Cat one-trick. Which is why we get excited every time we see it. But it is going to be the Rel Callista combo. And now Beryl is going to be so much more empowered.
Yeah, we see the Alistar lock in instantly. You've got to have that one against the Rel. You were not going to let that one get banned away. It's not a, it's not a pick that often gets picked up this early. It's often one of the second ban picks, in fact, the Alistar. But against the Rel, you just have to grab that here. You don't really have any other options. We're going to see this banning of Khan's slow picks once again. Might see Ornn get banned second here. Just do not want to deal with that.
I think a Nah ban might come in here for Damwon Kia, because otherwise KT will definitely snap that one up at R4. But yeah, if it's just Scion Ornn, then it does make a lot of sense. And I think banning those frontline champions is really effective when they're playing this arcane strategy.
I would like to see a Victor ban here for Damwon Kia as well in this last ban slot for UCal. I mean, how many times is UCal just going to be untouched on this Victor and do an insane amount of damage? Like,
yeah,
and just totally control some of those late game fights with his damage output, is really good positioning. I mean, he's not going to have a Thresh this time for safety. They target his Azir instead, which, you know, that's fair. But we will see the Gnar taken away here for KT Rolster. And
certainly makes a lot of sense, sort of what we were expecting. But they do leave the Ornn up. So if they would like to go there, they can. And it looks like we're going to be counter-picking for Doran instead, as UCal just has that very comfortable Victor pick that he was probably just going to play anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that Khan decides to play Gnar himself, but there's the Ornn I was talking about, which I think works very well with how this comp is shaping up this time. You're going to have a lot more engage, and because of the lockdown that you have between the Rel and the Ornn, Kayn is not going to be a one and done in some of these team fights later on. If we go to another late game situation, he actually will be able to, with all the lockup, do a ton of damage over a longer period of time. It's not going to be as much as a, oh, did I kill Doran? Okay, or did I die first? There's a lot more lockdown. It's a lot safer of a comp to run the Kayn into.
And we'll see. It could just be Syndra once again from Showmaker. That would make some sense. He did fine in the laning phase, of course. And you can get that priority that everyone is always looking for. And so it's not exactly the most exciting. I definitely wanted something like an Akali or a Katarina, but it's going to be much more difficult in the laning phase to make that one work, and this one is certainly a much more standard option. So as far as Kayn compositions go, this one out of Damwon Kia looks way better than their last one. They have frontline for days. They have magic damage in both of their solo lanes so that Canyon can get over there and get some relevant damage down despite what itemization is going to come in. And now Doran, he's thinking about going towards the Camille and will lock that one away.
Yep. This is another one of those moments where Uri gives Doran a pat on the back. This has happened like so many times that it's almost a meme that Doran's the last pick, and then he plays something that Hirai made him play that he doesn't want to play. And then, like, the hero is off camera, so I don't know who, if it was him or the other coach that actually made the final call on that one, but it's like every time Doran, like, kind of gives his look of, like, okay, if that's what you want, and then Hirai pats him on the back. But I like this Camille pick a lot more than I think the alternative in the Aatrox that we might have seen. It's hard to get ahead in this lane against Ornn, but because of this comp for Damwon Kia, I feel like scales really well into the late game. You have this side lane pressure that the Camille offers better than an Aatrox, safer than an Aatrox, so I do like this one a lot more for the style of comp we're seeing. Like, we see KT draft like this all the time. This is not unusual. This is very common. This is just standard textbook KT, but with a Camille instead of the Aatrox, and I like that flex a lot.
I like it too, and I think that they needed some heavy physical damage on the top side of the map, especially with Lilia in the jungle. Makes their 2v2 in mid lane not exactly the greatest. Double AP doesn't feel great, but a full AP topside feels awful. So thankfully they do have the Camille to come in there. And yeah, things can be a little bit rougher in the early laning phase against the Ornn, but once you get to the late game, I mean, the true damage starts kicking in, and the Camille starts to really run away in a side lane. So a 4-1 composition certainly possible here, but Camille can also teamfight. Her flexibility is certainly very up there when it comes to Hextech Ultimatum and things like that. I like what KT have put down, but I do like the adaptation that Damwon Kia have come in with this second iteration of the Kayn comp.
Yeah, and I mean, the same rules apply to the earlier parts of the game for Canyon. You know, I feel like it's less of a do or die to get ahead early, but you are going to be very aggressive, and that means that the way Doran has to play this game, this matchup, is going to be like really weird and, and very cautious, more than Camille often would be against an Ornn. So that's what I'm most worried about. And we saw Blank clean up a lot of those gank attempts and ended up getting very fed as a result, because he just came and was like, okay, we're trade 1-for-1, I'm going to get a lot of gold.
Yep.
Very ahead early. See if that happens once again here in this second game, as we will have the same runes here for Canyon as we had last time.
Yep, a little bit more of that scaling with the Gathering Storm, as well as the Transcendence there for a bit of extra damage as he builds a heck of a lot of ability haste. So we'll see how it does pan out. UCal is going to spot Showmaker here. So gone with the Aquarium skin this time around. I like it. It's been experimenting a lot with his different skin choices, and so far you can see working out quite nicely here in this mid lane for these exchanges. Corrupting potions being chugged on both sides.
Yeah, fairly mana expensive what you just did there, but I think he'll be fine with that.
Yep, the classic Syndra. I'm just going to use all of my mana in the first couple of waves. We'll get him the shove, as you can see. Had to work for it, but certainly does pay off. And clears out all of these minions very nicely as well.
This is, you know, one of those matchups we're just going to zoom in on for some reason, but the top matchup is going to be fine for Doran early on. It's when Kayn gets later on when he gets up to like level 6, and even once at level 3, depending on which side of the map he commits to. That's when things can start to get really scary for Doran. He's going to have to play a lot more passive, I think, than he wants to. Because that is one of those things that can get out of control. If you speed up the Ornn's late game power and you end up, you know, feeding the Kayn, that's when things are, like for KT, the exact opposite as they were to last game. And I think that's where the focus will be more than the bottom side of the map. As you can see, the priority in the bottom side is insanely favoring Ghost and Barrel.
Well, this is also one of Ghost's legacy picks. We haven't actually spoken about it too much. Of course, if you were watching the Mad movie, you saw his pentakill that he got a couple of weeks ago. As Doran, he's pretty good at the Camille at the same time. Certainly got a lot of comfort picks on both sides of the rift. But even when Ghost was playing for SANDBOX, playing for BBQ, his Kalista was still very feared. He was one of our you know, Kalista masters. Often had that one banned against him, especially when Kalista was a lot more popular in the past. So looking forward to seeing what he can get done here and see whether that can be a power lane for Damwon as this game goes on.
This is the scary part here. You see the ward check right now for Canyon. This is a scary part for Doran where I think, okay, well, you got to be careful, like taking a turret shot as well in this moment, because this is where the scuttle control potentially can go, you know, where the scuttle fight doesn't happen because Blank doesn't want to tussle with the Kayn at this stage of the game and then you get ganked, but he actually gives control away. It goes to the bottom side of the map. So this ends up being, because Blank is here, like very safe to do. Probably don't want to take a turret shot, but it's a really nice movement from Blank, really nice pathing from Blank to control the top scuttle and make sure that Doran can be playing like this.
They also had information on exactly where Canyon was, as he had a look for that ward. It was spotted, but also his position was given away, and there were pings down exactly where he was moving around. So he does manage to get a scuttle, but the Kayn location certainly being held onto here by KT, which is going to be very important as this game goes on. Showmaker continuing to shove waves, and everything seems to be going fine here.
It feels like there's no fish in the pond in terms of Canyon trying to get an early pick here right now. It might just have to wait for 6. Like they are letting this wave push in. It's actually really nice back timing for Ghost.
Get out of here. But denying Rel's ability to try and stop the minions and allow Ghost to get there, but the crash is achieved, and KT's bottom lane will go home.
Yeah. It's going to be Kayn going home as well. There's just no opportunities for him. The tempo of this game is way slower than the last one for Canyon, just because he just doesn't have any options. Once he hits 6 again, you know, we'll probably see that ramp up, because you can dive, you can actually go under turret, you can use the wave priority the bot side has here to make that happen if that's going to be your play.
Yep. Certainly a possibility, as Canyon's just going to get through his jungle once again. Running out of camps here a little bit. That Grump will be back up again. And then Doran, who's walking to lane, actually, with Sheen in hand, should be able to just get back there. No summoner spells used by anyone outside of some teleports into the mid lane. And this is absolutely, like you were saying, much slower. But I think that it certainly does favor KT if the game is going to continue to be slow, because we don't then get a very early blue Kayn, which can really run away with the game if you get there fast enough. But you need a couple of kills in order to make that one work.
And KT is definitely going to start putting the pressure on to themselves post 6 and on these, you know, first or second Drake fights, maybe on the first one, because as well, Blank is really playing the long game on this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to work out. I'm afraid. Yeah, he's in the back. Okay, so they are going to make a Drake play here. I think they really need to, because they don't want to be fighting over a Drake as Hybrid's hitting 6. He's just 1 level away. And they're going to take this easy peasy. Unfortunately, Blank is just not able to trade anything back.
No. A little bit too optimistic there on the top side of the map, as the Infernal does go down. We have a Mountain Drake coming up next, and then it's the 50-50 between the Ocean and the Cloud. And Wolf, I think you know.
I know where my money's on.
Where it's likely leaning. Yeah.
I know what I've got my money on, Cass, with you.
I'm gonna have to really apologize publicly for this one to the players. As Showmaker playing pretty safe here in the mid lane, Blank turning up, but not able to find any joy. If we go down the line as far as the CS, it's a win in the bottom lane for Damwon Kia, and a win in the top lane for KT, and that is why we can only see some variance of about 200 gold, as Canyon's been farming out a bit better than Blank. So, as the dust settles, game's real close, not a lot's happened,
Yeah,
as
and
it turns out.
Yeah, with this bot lane having so much priority, it's really hard for Kane to do anything, right? Like I was saying before 6, and even after 6, it can be quite challenging in this matchup, because Alistar can easily knock you up outside of your ult. There's a lot of ways it can go badly. He did hit 6, right? This is the timing I was talking about, where you come over here, you look for a pick, and they're going to commit.
Yeah, there's the flash in. Great stun from the Attract Repel. Both flashes come out immediately, but Zeus might not be so lucky. The flash forward, and Ghost grabs the first blood. Blank also trying to get those bowling balls in there as the sleep comes down onto 2. The flash on towards Blank, as the Fate's Call will save Beryl from being too sleepy this time around, and Blank unable to find anything, but didn't have to invest his flash or anything like that. Just a cheeky kill onto Zeus is here on the top side of the map. Doran going aggressive. The Ornhorn has been called. Not going to find the second knock up there, but does get the flash out of the Camille. And Khan actually getting a lot of control in that engage.
Yeah, ends up being really nice. The Camille with no flash here is much less threatening, much less annoying to deal with, but this was a perfectly timed level 6 gank from Canyon in the bottom side of the map, and he has his ability to just go through walls. There's no ward, he knows it, he verifies it, and it's just an easy all-in with the Attract Repel. And the execution of this was so fantastic, and you know, it's like Zeus can't even believe that what's happened. Like, he even burned flash there. So, you know, it ends up being like a really nasty scenario for the bottom side of the map at that exact timing, and Blank is just once again a little bit too late, but the exchange was so free that he can't trade anything back.
I mean, he almost died, actually. If the Umbral Trespass was in range, it could have meant that Canyon gets on top of him, and then Blank has a hard time, as we've got a bit of a fight here on Shelly. Canyon inside the wall, trying to get towards the objective, down to 50 health. Not entirely sure who took it. Actually, as now Hybrid gets his S rank, and you can see Ghost trying to bounce around this fight, and he is going to be able to pick off the Samira. Khan looking for Yukal, but he's just going to find a death ray to the face. He didn't really want that one. Good hook shot there from Doran to get himself out to relative safety. That being said, he does have to take the long way through, and we'll take a couple of turret shots here. Make that 3, and Ghost is going to grab that kill in the end. I think he can walk through there with only taking 2, but
yeah.
Instead he was thinking about an execute because he wanted to take his life into his own hands, and the timer had not quite run down.
Well, you know, the situation here is looking pretty dire for KT Rolster after these last 2 exchanges. Watch the fight unfold here. Like, it looks like this is a pretty good setup for KT, but Doran goes in very aggressively, gets shoved back, and look at Showmaker's on the backside. But it's a fight that you think, okay, well, this should be KT's fight to take. Hybrid's about to hit ult, he's got his ultimate here, but everybody's just taking too much damage on the bottom side of the fight before Hybrid pops ult, so he's only able to trade 1 back, and this is a fight you absolutely need to take for KT. This is where you have that first Inferno trigger. It's your S-rank fight where you're playing around the Samira comp where you need to win these skirmishes. You lose the fight, you give the Rift Herald. It's worst case scenario here for KT Rolster, and I mean, this is the kind of game that Damwon don't even necessarily have to play with their comp, but they're so ahead now that their comp is going to be so much more difficult to deal with later.
Oh yeah, and the amount of extra gold that Showmaker has here on the graph just spiked by quite a lot. Now sitting at 1100 over Yukal as he takes 4 plates in the mid lane, and this Syndra is getting very, very frightening.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, Showmaker on Syndra, you know, you say it all the time, it's not always the most exciting pick to watch, but he is very well versed on it. He knows how to use it.
It's because he's so stable. It's so stable, it's not exciting anymore. You just know he's going to win lane, and it just, you know, it feels like an inevitability, and that's not exactly the most exciting, but it's still good. Exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not flashy, but it gets the job done. It gets the job done eerily well every single time. Beryl actually alerts them to Canyon's presence because of the Attract Repel tether there, so they know he's there. They need to respect that.
Yep, he's just going to come over and clear out this Grump. And you can see Showmaker moving on down. It looks like this Mountain Drake might be on the minds of Damwon Kia as Doran moves back towards the top side. Khan keeping himself out of vision. He doesn't have his flash anymore either, but no flashes really for anyone on the top side of the map. And Doran sort of like the last bastion of hope here for KT. The only one with a lead, certainly farming out well.
But, I mean, it's against an Ornn, right? Like, how far ahead actually are you when it's just scaling up against an Ornn? As it's another Cloud Soul.
Yeah, there you go. 2 for 2.
I'm sorry.
Let's see if we can go 3 for 3. This ends up going to the 3rd game, which right now it feels like we are heading to.
Yes.
But, you know, this is a very different game in terms of Blank's power level, because he just isn't able to trade back kills, and it's not like Canyon is sitting at 4 kills either, right? But the tempo of this game has just been so much slower than the last one, but once you hit 6, it's just been non-stop. Canyon is harassing the bottom side of the map, which was more vulnerable with the Rel being available here for Damwon than it was last game. You know, it's not a Thresh game, but it's still, Rel is so deadly. You have to play slow, you have to relax, you know, your control over those objectives, which Damwon gets very handedly. Both of those, they got the Rift Herald. And KT, you're like, well, where does this comp go? It doesn't go anywhere until you get to the later stage of the game where Doran can side lane, UCAL's damage starts to stack up. But this is not the game you wanted as KT, because the Drake control that you want with the, you know, early Immortal Shield Bow, it's going to be so much harder to pull off now. So.
It is. He does actually make it. I'm actually a bit surprised. His Ghost does have his Berserker's Greaves also, but at least Hybrid does make it to that Shield Bow for potentially the next fight. But the Drake's already dead, and the rest of the Drakes, not exactly the highest priority, as it turns out. So KT's sort of just fumbling, trying to figure out exactly where their next move is going to be, and Beryl's decided that he just wants to fight Blank in the jungle. Potentially get sleepy, but no, Blank's just dead after this stopwatch does wear down. There's the Magnet Storm trying to get UCAL out of the fight as the Lilia is taken, but now we'll see whether Damwon can find more. UCAL down extraordinarily low. Showmaker going to be able to grab that kill, as you can see. Now Hybrid finds himself underneath a turret with not a lot of options, to be perfectly honest. Zeus also down here, so they've decided that they don't want to dive 2 without a minion wave. And I like it, you know, just taking it easy. Yeah, I mean, still, it's 7 kills to 2, Wolf. This is it's getting a bit out of hand.
Yeah, you don't want to push the issue there, but you're gonna grab Scuttle, you're gonna grab Blue. You've already gotten 2 kills. Like, I think you're pretty okay with it. Let's not get too greedy, right? If you're done, yeah. But pretty much the world belongs to you, and I don't want to call this game over at the stage because there is some comeback potential, but this is going to be an incredibly uphill battle, if it ends up being a battle at all. And this is just literally Canyon surfing the bottom side of the map nonstop.
Well, Fate's Call has to be invested there. You can understand exactly why, as Beryl just feeling like he's a bit immortal. And actually, he kind of is, with that R button available.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is Canyon has been right up in there this entire time, so you know, you feel like you can engage as if he's still there, but he had moved away quite a few moments ago, so doesn't end up getting that pick. But I mean, like, the lane is so much under their control. It always has been their prio, but now it's like you're threatening kills in the 2v2, even with the turret here. They're gonna have to back off. This is such a fantastic position to be in for Damwon.
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit like a systematic victory. And look, we were focusing on the Kayn a lot before, but I don't think he's super relevant in this game, as it turns out, because everywhere else is winning apart from the top lane, but it's an Ornn, so who really cares? And this is a bit unfortunate. Blank did manage to go golden, but just a bit of a see your death type moment.
It's not fair, the extra wolf damage, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, there's not supposed to be minions in this part of the map.
It's not fair at all. Well, we do have Blue Kayn finally online here for Canyon.
Yeah.
Now they're going to start off this Rift Herald. Shirley going to be taken down. 640 gold for the plates on Damwon side, and KT with a miserable 0. Just not exactly what you want as far as early game is concerned, and that is why we can see about a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead so far for Damwon, and that's what this composition wants to be sitting at, right? Yep. This is what feels fantastic for these guys, able to continue this snowball.
Yeah, this is what last game was supposed to look like in a lot of a lot of ways, right? Like, the aggressive plays were shut down by Zeus's Thresh, they were shut down by Blank cleaning up kills, so they didn't get a massive lead. They weren't able to snowball that advantage. And this game works out, but this game isn't about Canyon. It's about, you know, how he's empowered Ghost, and like, he has finally gotten his form online, but his game is not about like what he could do, what the Kayn can do, and like how fed he can get. It's about how much he can feed Ghost. And that's what's becoming really scary very quickly, because, you know, Samira's power in these later fights, I mean, it's still going to be there. It can help clean up kills, but she should have been further ahead, or rather, Ghost should not be allowed to be this ahead at this stage of the game. So the Samira pick just simply isn't working. And this is another one of these KT games for Hyper where I'm like, why are we drafting Samira almost every time? It just isn't working for them.
Well, with the Thresh banned, it was much more difficult to pick the Aphelios, and so you can sort of understand why, but it feels like Kai'Sa really has fallen to the wayside. Not something that KT were considering, and now we've got Soul Point available for Damwon. Not going to be another one of those games with 7 elemental drakes or anything like that. It looks like Damwon just want to lock this one down as fast as they possibly can, as Blank thinking about trying to make a move on towards the top side, but you can see just how tanky Kanye is already. He's got his Frostfire Gauntlet as well as that Bramble Vest, and yeah. Doran should still win in the side lane, but it's not about killing the Ornn necessarily.
Exactly. Blank is trying to be, like, he's 3 levels down. Canyon's just running away with this game. He's stolen so much of his farm that he is 40 CS behind. He's lost so much experience. And Canyon just, he can't go anywhere near Canyon or he will be solo killed. So
yes,
he's kind of hovering around Doran. Like, you could almost feel like Blank is hoping that Canyon will try to kill Doran and then he'll trade it back. You know, it's like, what else are you really able to do, unfortunately, in this game? As Blank, you just farm what's left of your side of the map and hope for the best.
Well, that's what he's doing. Still able to rocket through the jungle, but you can see the Kayn really has pulled ahead, being able to steal away what he can. He's got some decent advantages as Khan, denying the hookshot stun quite nicely there onto Doran. But as you can see, nothing really much happening here. Doran's just going to try and hold on to the CS lead that he does have. And you can play for side lane pressure in the later stages of the game, but unfortunately, if you're doing that and you're against a team that's way further ahead than you, then it becomes a base race and you just kind of lose.
Yeah. Because
the 4 is not going to be strong enough to withstand this Damwon roster for too long.
Definitely not. I mean, it feels very lose-lose here for KT. Like, you're trying to set traps right now. They are playing around aggressive vision control. I mean, they're trying to do anything they can to catch Damwon with their pants down, but like, nope, not going to overextend. Can's like,
ow.
It's more than a check, actually.
Yeah. Blaze Reach does do some silly damage. As Canyon just hopping in and out of this wall as best he can. It looks like they are going to try and contest for this blue buff as well as take down this bottom outer turret, which they do so very comfortably. And Beryl connecting the attract repel once again, and this will just be Damwon pushing KT away from these objectives. And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, if you're just going to concede ground like this over and over again, the side laning Camille doesn't really have the value.
Yeah. It doesn't, and you don't get value out of your Samira pick either in this case, because you can't even fight over skirmishes because you don't have vision control. He's got zombie wards, he's got an Umbral Glaive. He's just gonna be everywhere in your jungle. Look at the red side jungle on the bottom part of the map. It has just been blue this entire time. There's control wards deep in the jungle. You can't move anywhere. You can't do anything. You're never gonna have positional advantage. And now you're just so far behind in terms of items, even that you can't even think about taking a Drake fight, even if you did have the vision to try to set up for one. So I feel like this is gonna be a 4-0 in terms of the Drakes, and it's like, KT are just going to have to hunker down and hope that UCal can carry in the later parts of the game and hope that they don't lose an inhibitor, and maybe Doran can be helpful in the side lane. But otherwise, this one is all but locked up. I mean, this is just too much of an advantage against the comp that KT's running.
And it's just extending further and further and further. Last time, remember, it was Damwon just keeping it at about 3,000 gold from, well, I think I want to say like 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Like, it was just stagnant, right? But this is an example of what makes Damwon so scary, right? It's that when they get an advantage, they push it and they extend it consistently throughout the mid-game. And that has been a very impressive part of what Damwon have been able to do this time around. Brunon's Hurricane now completed for Ghost. It certainly does feel like the new 2-item power spike for the Callista. Used to be the Blade of the Ruined King, of course, but now with the Immortal Shield Bow, that's what you add in on top of your Runons. Barrel's trying to get out.
When you have this comp too, you have so much peel.
Yeah,
it's like, this is one of those comps where she will be able to do so much damage. Like, I'm really curious to see how much her damage is going to be at the end of this game, especially if it continues at the pace that it is right now. Because, like, in these upcoming fights, like, for example, if KT tried to stop them from just getting Cloud Soul, like, which it feels like, well, should they do it? I'm like, well, if you don't, there's going to be serious consequences. But can you even do it? Can you even consider? I mean, like, this is going to be one of those fights where Ghost is just going to obliterate anyone who gets stunned by the Ornhorn that we're going to see in this fight, or knocked up, I should say. But
whoa,
look at the damage! It's like, how can you
silly.
even get in here? You can't.
We call that Callista poke, I guess. I don't know. That was a lot. As now you can see Canyon continuing just to threaten.
Oh my god.
Oh dear, Zeus has to ult, and that's going to mean that Cloud Soul will be delivered over for free. You do really need to have that on you. Alistair, you also need a bit of his health bar to be there. So Darmonkia just move over, and it just feels like they are too oppressively far ahead at this point in the game. Composition has certainly come online. Prowler's Claw now in for Canyon as well. He's got so much ability haste. Just needs to complete his Mirror Mana, and then he can just spam those W's for days.
Yeah.
And the Kane's just going to be so frustrating.
You know, like, League of Legends in a lot of esports, especially MOBAs, RTSs, sometimes you have this lead that's just impossible to come back in. And even moments like this, you try and see.
Well, yeah, Khan, we'll see whether he can survive here, as he's actually doing a decent job. Flashes out, that's a good stun. Gets a bit sleepy there as well, as the Watch Out Eve comes down, but he's too tanky. Blank is going to be taken here, as Canyon's just going to dash on through him, and now Doran's trying to turn this one. There's the flash forward from Zeus, and it's a double kill for the Camille. Maybe, just maybe, some signs of life for KT, but I just don't know whether it's going to be enough.
Well, I was going to say, you know, sometimes you'll get a score like 8-4, and you think, well, I mean, KT is not that far behind, but it's not about the Goldie, it's not about the kills, it's about the composition and how it's difficult to execute. And I was going to say, in League of Legends, you don't get that opportunity to have that amazing inning where, you know, you hit a bunch of home runs, you have, 10 runs in an inning, and you have a Disney movie, right? But that doesn't happen in League of Legends. But maybe, slowly over time, if Damwon make a few mistakes, there is a way that they could come back into this game later on, but they're going to have to live for so long in this game, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, this fight alone is just indicative of where Canyon's at in this game, how much his damage is. It's not immortal, of course, and that was a nice review.
No.
But I feel like KT, like, gonna need about 7 more of these trades before we can really talk about their potential to come back. I mean, there's 4 Cloud Drakes. This is an insanely early Elder that's spawning at 28 minutes.
Yeah, this is certainly snowballed pretty out of control. We'll have to keep count, see how many times Doran can get himself some advantages in a side lane. He has his Ravenous Hydra now completed. Sterix should be on the way, and it's been nerfed, but it's still a good item. And still going to be part of, you know, getting Camille towards a power spike. But Khan's just going to be delivering cool items to his teammates. Here you can see we've got Ghost with his Immortal Shield Bow upgraded already. And it's just getting scarier and scarier.
Yeah. The QSS is a nice touch. Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why put yourself at threat of, you're so ahead, you have so much gold, like, why not just buy one? Make sure that you're not going to die no matter what. You can get out of that sleep. It's going to be totally safe. You didn't take cleanse, so...
Yeah, I think it certainly makes some sense there. As Damwon, they see that Doran is on the bottom side. They have so much vision. They are going to start off this Baron. They have so much secure with the Rend, of course. And now KT, they're going to come in and check. We'll see whether we get a turn out of Damwon. They do get the teleport, as now Canyon just hops into the wall. Doran taking a bit of poke there from the Blade's Reach. The Baron is going to be disengaged from, and so they do get the inner turret on the bottom side, and that's actually an advantage for KT, but they won't be able to make that play again. Teleport now on cooldown for Doran.
This is one of those moments where, hold that thought.
Yep.
Holy shutdown.
Played well, fantastic.
The world can kill an Ornn ultimate.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one, but, you know. Not sure
It's a goat, not a projectile. What is this?
Yeah.
And as it turns out, coding, am I right?
Yeah.
As Beryl looking for Yukal there towards the top side, gets the crash down. There's the Magnet Storm as well, and they will have enough damage after this Zhonya's has been popped, and Showmaker's going to pick up that kill. Doran's back towards the bottom side. He's taking himself a red buff. And they've taken the mid laner. Damwon not feeling like it's time to move directly to the Baron, as you can see Ghost just tidying up the mid lane. And then they'll head over there, start this one up again, and I have a feeling they should be able to take it unless Doran can do something absolutely amazing.
Well, this is what you were talking about before. He doesn't have teleport this time, so how does he stop the second time around? Without Yukal here, you don't have the damage to challenge anymore. Not to mention that everyone's significantly behind. Yukal's stopwatch is broken. So, I mean, even if he were here, it's just going to be such an incredible uphill battle. I thought the previous attempt from Damwon Kia was a little bit aggressive because, you know, they should have known that Doran had teleport, and even though they're massively ahead, like, their clear time is not that great because we're so early in the game. Like, they can't just rush it down. This is where UCal does get picked. Flashes here, and unfortunately just not able to get out of this. Track repel follow-up after the ult comes through. His stopwatch is only going to delay the inevitable. But that death is all you need. Like, one greedy play like that for KT, instead of playing extremely safe and hoping and praying for like a 40-minute game. One mistake like that is all it takes to lose a Baron and lose control of the map. And it might even cost them the Elder Drake, to be honest, because of the map control that the KT will never have, like, ever again.
No, exactly. And that's going to be up in a minute's time as well. This game is certainly getting very, very worrying for KT. Gargoyle's Stone Plate, I believe, completed here for Khan as well. He's going to be a brick wall in that front line. Mirror Mana completed also for Canyon, so he's very, very happy with the items that he's sitting at the moment. Still waiting on an upgrade for that Prowler's Claw, as now Doran's going to get slowed down with the Chilling Smite, but is able to get out with the hookshot. Pretty good ability, that one.
Yeah. Remember last game, UCal built the Verdant Barrier and the... You know, whatever the one that builds into the zone is called, that's eluding my... The name is eluding me right now.
The Seeker's Arm Guard?
Seeker's Arm Guard, yes. I always want to call it a sidearm. But yeah, that one, which is like, it's exactly the opposite of what it is. It actually just gives you armor, it's not a gun.
Yep.
He built them, he tried to do the same thing this time, but his Zonias is so delayed that he doesn't have it right now for these fights where he really needs it if he's going to be impactful, if he's going to do the UCal Victor walk forward. Like, he's walking on the model runway and just do tons of damage and then be able to zone this safely because he already used the stopwatch. So it's like, how can he even get in here to do anything? He's under so much threat. The Banshee's Veil isn't going to be enough.
Oh god, Blank just explodes. We get the Hextech Ultimatum, the engage is in, and Showmaker's taken down immediately. Let's see what Ghost can actually get done here, as he could potentially fall asleep and is going to. Canyon still trying to get some work done, but unfortunately can't really do it. Hybrid going to get trespassed, and now Canyon trying to take matters into his own hands. Ghost was still just getting to work on the Elder Drake, and unfortunately wasn't able to participate at all in the fight. Does manage to get one off towards the backside, and now the Yakety Sax are going to once again be queued, as somehow Blank is losing a fight against a Rel, as now Doran trying to fight against Ghost, and Ghost might be able to win it out, but no, he's in melee range, and that is going to be a dead Callista. And now KT might be able to get an Elder for themselves.
Yeah,
Blank is still alive.
This is actually so crazy this is even possible to happen. Peril in a bonfire. AP skilling, am I right? I guess that patch note came through.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, this is going to be the Elder Drake that I never thought we'd ever see taken. I think the teleport timing is just a little bit off. Showmaker,
well,
show me the magic.
We can't see the health bar.
Oh my god, he was so close.
Goodness, that was very scary. Yeah, as now Khan looking for a potential engagement here. Wants Showmaker to be able to get into the area, but you can see KT just trying to waddle their way out. Zeus might be a sacrificial cow, but no, he's going to survive. Teleport going to save them as well. And KT...
They stole an Elder Drake away.
Yeah.
They're trying to steal this victor away. I talked about UCal being... It's really hard for him to actually position in this fight, but, I mean, he's very safe to do damage with the positioning of Damwon Kia right now here on the edge. He doesn't do most of it, though, until like, you see them try to control the Drake instead of giving it up. This is actually Damwon Kia trying to have their cake and eat it, too, in terms of trying to make sure that the Elder Drake didn't leash and reset, while also winning the team fight. Like, you're very ahead, but you're not that far ahead. And once UCal is able to walk forward and start doing that damage, and you see, obviously, the hybrid come online in the fight as well with all the CC they have, it ends up being a very nice fight for KT. But it should not have been like this. Like, this should not have happened this way.
Yeah. And, you know, Doran very close to getting rendered to death, but unfortunately not quite able to do it, was Ghost. And we're back to a pause. Okay, fair enough. This might be Damwon being like, how the heck were we capable of losing a teamfight, guys? And something's gone wrong. But as it turns out, I think it's once again one of the same issues that UCal had last time around.
Yeah, hopefully nothing too serious.
Yeah, hopefully we can get back into it. I do need to shout out Doran, though, in that last team fight. He was so good, just getting straight on top of Showmaker, making sure that he wasn't able to participate at all. And it meant that, yeah, Ghost was in this odd position where he wasn't actually able to contribute at all. Until
he's like,
the
I'm
fight
taking
was
the
basically
Elder.
Lost.
Yeah, he's like, I'm keeping the Elder leashed. I'm not gonna let it reset, and I'm taking some damage over here. And that's the other issue with the Kalista pick is it doesn't have great range. You have to get really up in the face of the fight. So, you know, you're trapped in this rock in the hard place trying to do the Elder here. When you know you didn't really have to force the issue like that if you were Dom1 Kia, but I mean, you're so frustrated with losing a almost hour-long game in game 1, and I think you're just you're so ahead here. You're like, well, let's close this out as fast as possible and just move to game 3.
All right, we're coming back. Not entirely sure what's going on just yet. There is another one of those cool McFlurry ads on the Korean broadcast. We unfortunately don't get one of those. Maybe one day.
Yeah,
we'll
get the McDeals.
Yeah, really not sure about what's actually gone wrong so far in this this pause. So we'll have to keep you updated to make sure that we understand exactly what's happened. I didn't exactly see any bugs or anything like that, so hopefully it's not going to be a similar thing to what happened on the LEC a few days ago. 'Cause that was definitely quite extended.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen to us. I hope I didn't just jinx it either, but it's one of your Wednesday night 6-game days with Atlas where there's a lot of pauses. But here we go, we're back in.
Yep,
everything's okay.
We made it.
Whew.
Is it going to be 6 games though, Wolf? Because KT just won a Baron fight. They've collected, Elder Drake fight. They've collected themselves the Elder. And now they're going to use that to try and influence the rest of the map. And you can see, now we're approaching a Flame Horizon for this Camille. She is very, very scary. And I think we can probably check off a few of those times that you were looking out for. For KT, like after that fight, right?
Because now Yukal's got his Zonias, so he actually is going to be so much safer in this upcoming fight. And he's not to the point where he's got a Void Staff or Death Cap or anything like that. We're not at that point of his damage output, but he's much safer to do damage now. And with the Elder Drake buff that they have, it's so frustrating to deal with this Victor. As you can see, his siege damage against any champions or anywhere near the turret to defend is very annoying to deal with, but yeah, the Samira too has Collector online, the Infinity Edge, and if KT get to the later parts of the game, like this comp works because of the side lane pressure. You can force team fights on your terms using the Camille, especially when Doran has his teleport available. That's when KT can really strike.
Whoa! Go. Speaking of striking, that is going to be the Fate's Call brought out. Not sure whether the Rel is exactly the engaged target, but it does buy them enough space to take down this outer turret. Now the Kane running for his life there. Looking for a bit of a wraparound Dom1 Kia, and Khan does have the ultimate available. Can start a fight if they would like to, but it's a little bit scary. Elder hasn't worn off though, as now Doran goes in once again. A lot of damage onto the Camille. And good CC coming out from Dom1 Kia here as well, with a lot of poke damage. Still, no one committing to anything just yet. Baron's going to be up in 25 seconds.
This is a fight I don't think KT wants to take. Like I was saying, you know, Yukal is getting there, right? And they have the Elder Drake, but having the Elder Drake in this case means it's more about Dom1 Kia not having it than you having an Elder Drake and just running over.
Yeah, right.
So, still got to be cautious, still got to be careful. I like they back away here, don't want to lose their Zonias, and don't want to take a sloppy fight. But they reset now, and this is the problem, is this is aggression we were seeing from Dom1 Kia was about the Baron. See a teleport coming through here from Doran, but now this Baron goes down quickly, right? We're not at 25 minutes for the Baron this time.
Yeah, Blank doesn't have flash either, so they're not getting into this pit. It is going to be the Baron secured. The Rend is going to do it, and now the Pulverize only onto Ghost. Not exactly what they wanted, and now Doran's getting poked down. The Magnus Storm is fantastic from Beryl. Doran does get into the back line, but he has to stopwatch so early. The Samira gets rid of the Rel. Khan as well going down low, and there is the S rank. But it's just not enough. Ghost just takes it and then offers his damage back. Doran is going to punish him though, and now Showmaker finds himself on the wrong edge of the fight, and Zeus even headbutts his way out of the way of the Syndra damage, and KT win another team fight.
Yeah,
that's an ace for 1.
Beryl gets picked very early. His ultimate looked fantastic, right? It looked like, okay, we've got this under control. The ultimate comes through. The Magnet Storm is so powerful. KT get caught. Well, they burst him down so quickly that you lose a lot of your extra appeal in this engage and in this fight. And so even though the Baron gets taken here, KT see an opportunity. They have the stopwatch that Doran just bought before teleporting. He also has his Guardian Angel, so he feels comfortable going in. So they turn on Beryl here. And Hybrid's like, okay, I'm going to take you out. And Doran is immortal in this fight. He's doing so much work because he gets his shielding, he has his stopwatch, and he has a Guardian Angel. So he's like, okay, you guys can do whatever you want in the bottom side of the, or in the top side of the fight, but we're going to win the bottom side. We're going to turn on the Rel. And then the damage output in the longer fight where Yukal is at full health. There's another one of those Yukal Victor games where Yukal is at the end of the fight with full health, and you're like, wait a minute, how is this possible? Like, how is Victor able to do death rays for days? And it's a cleanup here. KT played that so well, and I think it was a bit desperate from Damwon to try to engage that hard. And instead of just walking away and taking their Baron prize. And it's the second time this has happened for Damwon in this game, and now they're behind in kills even, behind in gold. And KT, like you said, you asked the question, are we going to 6 games tonight? And after this fight, it feels less and less likely.
Well, everyone needs to check their excitement levels, make sure that they're extraordinarily low. Everyone needs to assume that Damwon are going to win this game, okay? We're going to have to do this together. I know Emily Rand is out there somewhere, and she's feeling very nervous right now. As KT do take the lead finally in this game. We're still just going to have to hold our horses. We're not going to count our chickens before they've hatched or anything like that. Damwon can still certainly teamfight well. I feel like this Blade Whirl from the Samira has been so extraordinarily valuable. Every single time a Ram tries to come into the fight, she's immediately there, just denies it instantly, and that is so much of the CC and teamfight potential just destroyed in the blink of an eye. So really impressive stuff so far from Hybrid, sort of utility-wise, but now you've got Doran trying to fight Khan here on the bottom side. Another Ram comes in. This is how you avoid the Blade Well. Use it without her being anywhere near. And that's a teleport. What the heck was that? Yukal, no.
That ain't the ward from last game. That's not a deep ward you're teleporting on for free. Oh, that's a huge blunder. They cannot afford to lose him. Like, they can't win this fight anymore. They got to get out of here. Like, how do you...
50 seconds as well.
That's
and he teleported in, so he can't actually, like, join.
Yeah.
Oh god, this is not exactly what you want. Hybrid's moving immediately towards the mid lane, as Damwon should just be able to take this Elder for free. 4v5 is not what KT are going to be able to do, and absolutely not. I mean, Blank has not been smiting very well so far this series. He's also a level down, so that's never happening. Plus, there's a Callista, so to be perfectly honest, in this game, I do not blame Blank for not locking down objectives. It's just a very difficult game to do so, as Doran's going to stop some backs.
He has some issues with his smite this season, just in general. It's a pretty big meme in the Korean community that we've tried to bring you guys, but
that's called being a KT jungler, though, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have some smite issues.
Yep.
That's just how it works. I think it's fine.
Well, like, KT lose Yukal, they don't lose anyone else on the map. They still have their inner turret in the mid lane. And this is not losing this Elder Drake is not necessarily the last nail in the coffin for KT. Like, they certainly can win a fight in their base if Damwon overextend. And because of that inner turret that they just took out in mid, that buys a lot of time for this for the inhibitors, right? Like, I don't think they're going to get any inhibitors with this. And so KT this is like a bad situation, but it could have been a lot worse. And
how are we doing this back-to-back, Wolf?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. What is this?
These games are just going on for absolutely forever. KT have been able to hold on so well throughout these mid-games, but maybe the eyes need to be turned to Damwon, who may not have been able to snowball as effectively as they have been in the past. It's Kane trying to throw out these W's from inside the wall, but not quite able to get too much. There's now Khan. He's got a huge health bar. But with Hybrid here, it makes it so hard for Damwon to try and force any engages. Okay, that Blaze Reach was fantastic, and that is going to be Damwon here walking on in. They've still got that Elder buff, and so therefore KT do have to try and avoid fighting at all costs. Attempted stun there, but Bellow's Breath, pretty good ability.
You have to give up that inhibitor for KT. I really like how they're responding right now. And Damwon here, like, well, maybe we'll get a second one. It is it's reaching a little bit to hope for that, but I'm gonna try to force the issue.
Don't quite have a timer on the Elder buff, but it should be wearing off relatively soon. As Damwon will take 2 inhibitors for their trouble. They played this one out very, very well, and now they've sort of clawed back.
Wow, this is such like
control of this game.
Yeah,
no, it's exactly like it's 2 inhibitors. Now we wait 5 minutes. And then we fight for something else. Baron's going to be up in 15 seconds. Somehow KT, I guess, is supposed to steal that one away. Don't know how you do it against this composition, as we've already iterated. But still, I mean, that's what the script says.
I think you try to steal it by like winning a race right now and hoping. I don't know. There's not enough time, and also Canyon is so nearby. This is a fight that KT have to take decisively, or they lose the game. And I mean, there's no backdoor potential. That's a good thing for KT. Dominic don't have a really strong side pusher that can start to put on that extra pressure onto the Nexus turrets or anything like that. It's an Ornn. But I feel like KT didn't aggressively take control of vision around this Baron when they had a very small window to do so, and now it feels like history repeats itself, right? Kia, positional advantage here. We'll see if they end up winning the fight after taking it this time around.
Looks like they want to answer the push in mid first. Possibly even start off a fight as Beryl, he wants to be the one to engage, and then Khan uses the ultimate a little bit later. As in goes Doran, a little bit aggressive. And that's a lot of orbs that he's now wearing, but the gameplay button now on cooldown for Showmaker.
Every single flash available, and I think that maybe they were looking for a single flash, maybe something that could turn the tides in the later parts of this fight. And, I mean, now they're zoned out so hard by that move that Kia are going to start this. And Ghost damage output is insane. They know Doran is dealing with the top push. He has teleport, but where's he going to teleport to? It's still going to take a long time for him to rejoin this fight.
This Baron's 100% gone. Bowling Ball also going to go wide as now Kia set up for a re-engage. They just don't do it. And now, with all of the pressure from these super minions, it was a much cleaner Baron. But of course, that's what's afforded to you when you manage to take down 2 inhibitors beforehand. So Kia right back again in control.
Yeah, but if KT survive, this is anyone's game to take because we're 40 minutes plus in.
Yeah, it's just Baron, the one team fight and it's over type situation. I completely agree with you. And
the Baron, I mean, the Baron is going to make it so that team fight happens with a lot of super minions in KT's base.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if KT just sits back and tries to take the fight like really defensively in their base, then they lose control of the Elder Drake, and the cycle continues. So KT actually have to be proactive. They've had 2 opportunities to do so, one around the Baron pit and one, right before that Baron fight, or the Baron take rather. And they took neither. So if you just sit back and wait here, if you're KT, like, they're coming for you. You can't just sit back and wait this time. This time they're actually able to threaten ending the game. So something's got to give, and KT will have to engage here and hope for a big S rank.
Oh no, that was exactly not what they wanted. As Zeus now has to go back to base, that could buy the space required for Kia just to break open the bottom side as well. 3 inhibitors down is so difficult to defend. Push out on the top side was good by Doran. He's definitely made it a long trek for this super minion to get up towards the base. But KT's base is in shambles right now. And the Baron still has another 1.5 minutes left remaining. And they're just getting further and further ahead.
Yeah, and they have such control over the vision here as well. It's difficult for KT to try to make any sort of pathing towards that Eldrake that spawns in 15. I don't even think they're necessarily aware that Rel backed at the moment because they just don't have...
Oh my gosh. Showmaker does some damage, man.
Yeah, he does. I mean, we are 42 minutes into the game. We got the Void Staff as well. He's just, he's gonna hit like a truck every time he does hit. I mean, you need a big sleep, you need a miracle, KT.
Elder. Yeah, and they need the miracle, like, now as well, because their base is well and truly exposed. They have this brief moment of respite, and they need to force a fight. They need to start it right now. Damwon, no. That's why they're just playing back, just trying to hold them here, because they know it's just a matter of time before Super Creeps just win the game for them. So the River Ram certainly in favor of Damwon here. Bell's Breath from Khan gets him out of the CC. As that double stun was fantastic. Good sidestep from Doran, who's now looking for Canyon. Flashes over. I don't know whether that's exactly what you wanted, as there's the Umbral Trespass, and the GA is down. And now you can see the Kane trying to get into the fight. Meanwhile, Showmaker says, nah, I'm done with this game, boys. I'm getting out of here. He's focusing on the Nexus turrets. And Kia still playing this fight out relatively well. KT do win the fight, but the Nexus being dead is going to mean that they lose the game.
KT win the fight, but they lose the game. And this is, I said they didn't have a split pusher or a side laner that could really threaten the end. But when you have the Baron buff super minions stacking onto the Nexus, it is just going to fall so quickly. The Nexus turrets aren't going to last. And at that moment where it looked like, okay, if they win this fight, it's going to be a miracle. It's going to be so difficult to turn. It's going to be a long fight. They can't back. Showmaker just walks away, makes the perfect macro decision. Doesn't matter what the result of that fight is, because he's got Baron buff. They've got tons of super minions in KT Rolster's base, and he wins it no matter what. And even though it was a heroic attempt there from Hybrid The S rank comes through. He's spinning around. He's winning the team
Yeah.
fight. You're losing the game, but it's not his fault. It's not KT's fault. They just couldn't back. They were trapped between a rock and a hard place. You give the Elder Drake, you lose the game. You fight for the Elder Drake. If you win the fight early enough, you win the Elder Drake, and then you've got, you know, the game goes on. We might have 10 more minutes of League of Legends, but you win the fight too late, and Showmaker walks down and kills your Nexus, it's over. So I mean, there's just limited options as to what you could do. They were really reaching as well with that team fight. I mean, Dorian just kind of flashing and looking for the kill on the Canyon. It wasn't going to happen.
And look, you can't help but cast your mind back to UCal's teleport into the bottom lane.
Yes.
And it all just fell apart from there.
Really did.
Damwon picked back up the momentum and never let go. And KT, they had a moment. They did, but unfortunately, if you teleport into 5 members of Damwon and then give over a 50-second death timer for them to just 5v4 to their heart's content, it becomes just a little bit too much of a tall order. So a little bit unfortunate there for KT. Hopefully they can get themselves back into a better mindset moving into Game 3, because mistakes like that can really, really hurt you mentally, or at least your mentality. So UCal will just have to keep our eye on him as we move into Game 3. Let's have a look at the damage numbers. Dorian was certainly trying to be a hero. He was huge, but the biggest was, of course, Showmaker, like you said. The Syndra, it's always reliable, but in this game, it was hitting like a truck.
43-minute game, 4 Barons. That's got to be a record, right, this season? I don't think
that's a lot of Barons. That's how you buff up your Baron stats right there.
4 Barons in a single game, and KT get the wind taken out of their sails very early on in the game. Control of the bottom side of the map absolutely was there to really Canyon and Ghost. I want to say more than Ghost and Barrow. Like, Canyon made those plays happen. They were played aggressively around the rel. So something you can't leave open and then not respect. So they got an early lead. It took them a while to finish it out, but Damwon Kia bring us to a 3rd game.
They did. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst desk and that game number 3.
텔 타고 끝낼 생각해도 돼. 야, 더 들어가면 할게. 더 들어가면 텔 탈게. 한번 잡을 때 대치. 나 더 들어가면 텔 탈게. 나 머무고 있어. 좋아. 야, 텔 탈게. 알리 못 받았어. 나 간다. 가. 나머지 집 끊어줘. 건배야, 너 죽지 마. 야, 뭐야? 야, 알리 보자. 알리. 야, 릴리야.
야 실수해서 미안하다.
카메라.
미안하다.
괜찮아.
World Champion doesn't fall easily, and they're pushing forward in order to reach their 6th-game winning streak. And Damwon Kia once again tried Kane in game number 2 as well, so we kind of realized that they still got a lot of things prepared in store. Because Damwon Kia was pretty sure about this Kane versus Lilia matchup in the jungle. And moving on to the bottom lane, in game number 1, actually KT Rolster had a very strong bottom duo. So this time around, Damwon Kia actually V1'd Rel in order to gain more consistency down on the bottom lane. So we saw a different pick coming out from the bottom lane. Kane was able to do a lot of work in many different team fights. But unlike game number 1, well, we were looking for some assassination coming out from Kane, but still KT was also pretty solid, hanging on till the end. Damwon Kia has a really nice understanding of these new comps, because whenever they switch into a different comp position, they actually know how to channel in a different theme of their playstyle. This time around, we saw Ghost doing a lot of work with this Kalista poke damage, and we actually saw some Zoe hover, and that was the way they kind of won the mind game. So because they were a little bit too afraid of this Zoe pick, they were actually a little bit being timid with the upcoming picks for pick number 4 and 5. This is not a game where Kane kind of solo carried, but we saw the potential of this pick. I can call this champion is Udyr that can actually go into the wall. Because Udyr used to be OP in the very recent meta. So let's take a look at this highlight where we had a huge team fight that broke around the Baron. KT was able to actually overwhelm the opponent. We saw a huge outplay coming out from Doran actually. The Deuce goes in first, and then Doran stays on the front line. So from the get-go, it looked like a beautiful team fight for Damwon Kia, because Rel had a fantastic engagement, but Doran was actually drawing all the attention from the rest of the Damwon Kia players. Rel had no companions nearby, so she was fighting the dust right after she went in, and then Doran was able to actually buy time with the stopwatch and then re-engage after he revived that, with the GA activation. Prior to this fight, well, actually Damwon Kia had a strong control and lead. However, KT was able to kind of come back and reach this lead. However, Damwon Kia was able to stack up all the objectives, and also we had this game-ending team fight around this Elder Drake. So we had a very clutch decision-making coming out from Damwon Kia. We actually had Showmaker. We were actually able to hear Showmaker making a very clear call. So if they commit more, if they take one more step forward, I'll just TP to the enemy base and you guys can just stop the base. So once they saw KT Rolster players stepping forward, Showmaker just TP right onto the enemy base and closed out the game. Well, earlier this fight, actually, Camille was almost getting caught out in the side lane, so Victor also had to use rotate down to the Camille. Damwon Kia had a bit of a priority prior to this fight as well. Damwon Kia is really wanting to secure the spot on the top in the LCK, and they managed to even out the series with this game to victory, and the POG will go over to Showmaker on Syndra. Showmaker, 7th POG of the split, and he had some sloppy game in game number 1, but he was able to come back stronger in game 2. And it's really fantastic to see the way he keeps in range and also the way he always stays intact on Syndra, and also he always lends that scatter the weak onto the significant player on the opponents. And also, there are a lot of moments where he could just chomp down Alistar in the beginning of the team fight. So Deuce actually could not commit hard during team fights with that low HP. So we saw the power of Damwon Kia once again displayed in game number 2, and Showmaker is now coming out on top here in the LCK in the POG standings. Showmaker with this game to win and performance, he was able to eclipse Chovy in the 2nd place, and also Showmaker triples the number of votes of the Game 1 POG. It was really impressive to see him coming back stronger after dropping 1 game. So Showmaker was able to raise the Damwon Kia victory flag onto the opponent Nexus. Now let's check out Game 3.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the absolutely outstanding Analyst Desk translation. We are back for game number 3 between KT and Damwon Kia. I need to apologize for cast cursing the heck out of UCal, and the game just absolutely exploded after that one hiccup, that one teleport towards the bottom side of the map, and then any sort of advantage evaporated that KT had built.
Yeah, that was it. That was the end of the game, really. I mean, in a lot of ways, that was the end of KT's momentum they had in the later parts, and it's ironic because he had such a fantastic deep teleport into the top lane on the previous game, and I think the idea for him was like he's gonna match that somehow, but unfortunately, he was teleporting into the jaws of Damwon Kia. His teleport was also interrupted when he was trying to teleport home to deal with Showmaker's push into the base. Would have been hard for him to defend anyways, just given the timing. It was so close within. But we're going to a 3rd game where the story has definitely been a sloppy Damwon Kia series, but KT Rolster have had their moments, and we saw the changes in the draft from game 1 to 2. But the real story, I think, was the Rel pick in game 2 for Damwon Kia. Made their comp so much safer, made the Kayn pick so much more aggressive. And I think that, I don't know if it warrants a Kayn ban. It's a Kayn, but we'll see.
I'm very interested in what their focus is going to be. And it is going to be the Kayn ban. Seraphine, of course, needing to be banned away. The Udyr continues to be perma-banned so far on 11-3 here in the LCK. One last ban here for Damwon Kia.
Just ban Rel.
See what they do to... I think banning Thresh makes some sense. KT utilized it so well, and there it goes. The Rel now going to be available, like you say.
Yeah, I mean, if KT don't take the Rel here, then Damwon Kia just get it. But I think they pick it 100% because their MO is always Rel Samira every chance they get.
Yep.
And I don't think there's any world in which Damwon Kia just take the Samira here just to steal it away. So you do get that pairing for KT. You'll probably just see the Kai'Sa pick up now for Damwon Kia.
Kai'Sa Alistar makes a lot of sense here for Damwon Kia. But it's going to be Nidalee. Okay. Very interesting. The Taliyah back once again. She got hit a bit on this patch, so not necessarily as oppressive. And Blank has had a good series so far on the Lilia. I think it would make some sense to head towards that one if they would like to, and they do.
Make the same impact that he did previously in game 1, in game 2, but still had a pretty decent game. I would agree. There's a Samira, the Alistar you talked about. Neither of those could be banned away because they're taken early here. And this feels very familiar, Atlas. Nothing about this this 3rd game draft feels out of the ordinary, minus the Kayn ban, which again is targeted.
I actually really like the Alistar pickup. I think it would have been tempting for Damwon to go for a Renekton, but they decide not to. And it is going to be the Alistar instead, just to make sure that they get the bottom lane that they're looking for. And that was, of course, a face-up on the side of KT, so that they can just pick into it. The Yone going to be banned away once again. We've been seeing this a lot, considering the fact that Blank has been on Lilia every single game, and that does make a lot of sense.
Remember last time they didn't ban the Ornn. They banned Sion and left the Ornn open, and Khan was able to take that. I'd love to see an adaptation to remove that this time around. And, you know, if they want to go into something like a Gnar, I think that's a solid option for Doran. The Azir ban comes through once again, so UCal can play Victor. and
I'm feeling Camille Twisted Fate.
I think that's a good
feeling.
option. It's a really good option for sure.
We'll see where they do decide to land. KT can ban, like you were talking about, the Ornn if they would like to, and it is going to be taken away. And so now Damwon, what do they go for? Do they go for Showmaker's pick? They could just, I mean, honestly, it could just be Syndra again.
Yeah, I mean, Syndra is fairly
so
safe
stable.
blind. I mean, that's what they're going to do. I think it's a pretty reasonable thing to expect that it will be the victor coming through. But like you said, the Twisted Fate Camille is a strong lock in here, but it's just not. It's not how UCal's been playing recently. I don't think it is safe against a team like Damwon to try to speed the game up so fast and try to control the top lane, and while still running a comp that has the Samira pick. Like if you take the Twisted Fate, you don't have that strong late game anchor if things go badly with a Samira early, as for KT they often do.
Yeah, Victor Na to come in here.
Yeah, I think that's the best way, but like, I'm sure Hirai is just going to whisper Aatrox into Doran's ear, and he's going to like roll his eyes, and we're going to go.
Oh, Jace is different.
Yeah, he seems a little bit less upset about it, too.
We'll see where they do actually decide to land. 4 seconds to go now. And Doran's still talking about it, but it will be the Jace locked away. Just wants to have as much power as he can on the top side of the map, as now Khan with a lot of different options. Pantheon considered.
Ooh, that's really powerful with the Nidalee, I think. Maybe very, very strong lockdown. Wukong would definitely be a different flavor here for Khan. We will see that, so...
All right,
we saw a
Monkey
lot
Cat
last
topside.
year. Yeah.
Indeed. We've seen Wukong one other time in the LCK, and it wasn't great. If you guys remember. But this is going to not be a weak side Wukong, I hope. As he's going to be trying to set up for Canyon. Doesn't have a lot of lockdown, so the spears will need to be good. But Canyon's had some good ones in the past. We'll see whether that Cyclone can work out, as Yukao, with the hair out of his face, is feeling like things are about to get real. This is a very standard comp out of KT.
Yeah. I mean, it's just standard KT, right? I mean, the Doran's Jace, the top lane is the only part where it looks a little bit off, right? You would have normally seen something like an Aatrox here, or maybe the Camille we saw last game with the Ornn ban. The Jace ends up being a lot of extra poke damage in those slower late game fights, so you're not as all in the Samira in this game anymore as you would have been in a lot of different comps KT have run, right? Where they just fall too far behind. They have a late Immortal Shield Bow, or that level 6 fight is really terrible for them, and you're like, this happens every time. Especially against a team like Damwon Kia. In a series where we're going late game every time, I do like the Jace here a lot, and I think that KT have built something that works well against Damwon Kia's comp. So I think a lot of this game is going to be about the Wukong. Like, how much can you get done with this very rare off-meta pick?
And also, how is it going to fare into a Jace who does like to lane Kingdom there towards the top side? Certainly going to be a difficult lane for Khan to navigate. That being said, he spent a lot of time in the LPL, and they make him different over there. As we I believe we're going to be starting off with a little bit of a delay, guys. Some more headset issues. We just like that. Just as many headset issues as possible, basically, seems to be the aim today.
Yeah. Well, look at our beautiful studio.
Indeed.
Can't wait to go back.
I think we'll be back at some point in the future. I don't know. It's so hard to tell, just because it's all about the Korean government, not necessarily about any decision that can actually be made. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to be back there, because I miss the cold brew coffee. It's so good. But
there's so much to look forward to, because regardless of how long it's going to take, and I don't know when it's going to be, I think I myself personally believe that this is not forever.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of people would agree with that sentiment, but I am excited for fan cheers, and I'm excited for being able to hear that, feel that energy, and you and I look at each other instead of
I know, being in the
you,
same
Cal.
room is going to be good. I'm looking forward to that one. That's very exciting. It's not going to happen just yet, though, guys, unfortunately. But just got to make sure that we stay safe, I guess. That is the main priority. But also getting the players into LoL Park as well. I mean, we're not going to have nearly as many of these headset things, Speaking of which, we are going to resume, so we're going to be hopping onto the Rift now. So, slight delay, but not really too much to worry
Best
about.
time to have a technical problems before the game starts,
That is true. That is true.
And we get the going into game music for the pause, which is a pretty sick soundtrack, to be honest. This is like the best soundtrack for a pause you're going to get.
It's actually true. It's actually pretty dope. I'm a big fan. And we do get more of these, the crowd shots of no crowd. I can't wait to come in and actually see like the new graphics as well in LoL Park. Like that's going to be really cool. You can already see a bit of it there. As now hopping onto the Rift for KT versus Damwon Kia. Game number 3. KT back on the blue side. And so far, blue side has had a 100% win rate in this series. It's not exactly a worthwhile stat at this point in time because the games have been so close for varying reasons. But I'm very interested in what this Wukong's going to do.
Okay, well, speaking of what he's wondering what he's going to do.
Yeah, we got a collapse here as the spear doesn't quite connect onto Doran. Would have done a lot of damage, but he is just going to switch forms, gets that little bit of extra movement speed, gets himself out. He will be okay.
Would have been huge.
Themselves another bit of invade towards the bottom side.
Yeah, I was just going to add that it would have been huge if they were able to get a flash out of him. That would have made his life so miserable, and I think that was the idea with Barrel coming to the top side of the map there. Like that's your realistic goal. Is like maybe we get a flash, and then suddenly this lane is definitely much more playable for Khan. You can have some all-ins potentially, and you know, Canyon going to be obsessively roaming the earlier parts if that did happen, but it didn't. So.
No.
Oh well.
And we're going to have our third skin here from Showmaker, going into more of the icy theme after it was a bit water theme last time.
Yeah,
it's very cute. Zeus now just going to start off this lane right and see whether KT can get themselves to an early level 2, take some control. And you can see Damwon Kia were just trying to help Canyon out with his jungle clear, so they'll get here a little bit late.
There's no like cloud Syndra skin, right? Or where she like has clouds or anything like that. Like I was thinking we're like going full you know, solid water and gas forms.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's a cloudy one. I don't think she has a fiery one either. Does she have a fiery one? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, she's just kind of fiery in general. Not like actual fire, but...
Yeah.
I don't want to get anywhere near those orbs, personally.
Yeah. It's a bit
I don't want that on my carpet, okay?
Now, this stat is actually a little bit interesting because Wukong was in a very different position straight after his rework. And it's not the same as it is right now. That being said, still very, very close so far, but Doran will have a lot of control given the fact that he has a ranged form.
Yeah, and both of those
certainly help him out.
Both those champions were pretty meta at the same time, so I'm actually surprised it's only 6 games. I would have expected something like almost double that. But
yeah,
it doesn't end up being that way. A very even matchup, though, as was pointed out, which makes this one even more exciting to see how this plays out, because I generally lean towards the Jace. Like I think this is a pretty decent matchup for Jace, but it's all about how the jungle plays around the Wukong, how well he can all in, when you can get a flash out of the Jace. Because that's just the matchup is sink or swim for the Wukong. Otherwise, he ends up getting, you know, he drowns. Swim to drown, sink or drown.
We need that jungle participation stat to be in full effect. I think we need Canyon to pitch a tent in a lot of ways. But he's currently in the mid lane, just trying to make sure that Showmaker can push this one out as best he can. Should be able to. Blank is on the top side of the map, taking a Rip Scuttler. Same thing to be said here for Canyon. On the bottom side, as Damwon Kia move on around. Bottom side going to help make sure that the Nidalee is in the best position possible.
Yep. Pre-6, Doran is just going to abuse Khan as best as he can.
That's deep.
Teleport under turret.
Well, Khan actually looking for this one as Doran's in trouble. Does get the boot back. And Khan not going to find another Q, but the all-in potential definitely still there for the Wukong. Now Doran thinking about going back home. Is going to do
so. A fantastic start for Khan. Oh, if he delays this. Okay.
Yeah, there's the decoy. Now dives on top. Now Doran thinking about trying to push this one back in his favor. I like the mind games.
If Khan trades a flash too, I think he's very happy with that. So... I don't really... I can't fault him for trying to make that happen and playing the game there, but
yeah,
Doran was 100% ready for it. That was a really cool exchange. This matchup is so rare for me because we've only had Wukong once. Like it's my second time seeing it this season, first time casting it. So just kind of looking at it under a microscope here is really fun to do.
Yeah, I like Wukong in team fights. Just feel like sometimes his laning phase can be difficult to get through. As you can see, Doran, he's trying to give Khan a bit of his own medicine, and now has the minion wave in a beautiful spot. Oh dear, this is worrying for Khan. He's going to teleport back in immediately and do his best to get this one shoved.
And Blank is here, Atlas. Like, this is starting to look really iffy.
He's going to dive in on top. The watch out Eep comes down. Showmaker does move on over, like you were saying, but Canyon can't quite find the spears. Wants to find another one here, but the bowling ball is going to connect, and another spear is going to go wide. Now Showmaker finds himself in trouble, may have to flash, and does so. Tries to get the stun, but he's not going to be able to. That's going to be first blood going over to UCal. Great start here for KT so far, but a little bit of happy feeding there from Canyon. It's a little bit unfortunate, and Showmaker's going to pay the price.
Well, I mean, it's almost like you prophesized what was going to happen. We were like, well, look at where the wave is. Teleport's coming through, and in that moment, it's like, well, what can you do as Canyon? Are you really going to try to force the issue? Are you going to try to be aggressive? In this case, the answer was yes, and I'm not sure it needed to be, because KT had the faster rotation in, and, you know, Canyon just took so much damage before Showmaker showed up.
Well, now I've got the all-in. Cyclone goes down. Khan tries to get into position, gets the next knock-up as the spear is not going to connect. Blank, though, not going to be so lucky. Khan so incredibly low. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Another spear goes completely wide as now Canyon's able to find the double kill. No need to hit any spears. He does manage to lock down the cannon creep very nicely, though, so maybe we'll give him some points back for that one.
He gets the cannon creep, gets the whole wave. And you get a lot of extra money for that. That's 2 kills now for Canyon in this early game. It's definitely starting to get very out of control, and you know, this is the all-in potential you're talking about post 6 with Khan, and it needs to be respected. And I was really expecting we were going to see the Pantheon or something like that, something that has some more intense lockdown for the pick here, but the Wukong is working out, at least in this small circumstance here, post 6, where you're expecting it to. We're going to go way back in time here and watch Canyon with very low health actually expect that Showmaker is going to save him. But Nidalee is very fast, right? She starts to hit her Qs, and then she gets away. And then they stay here. Showmaker actually paths upward for some reason, and instead of walking away. And so that's just a secured kill. And go back to this fight. You just see the all-in come through. Hit 6. And Blank is just... I mean, there's not much you can do as a Nidalee. She's just too slow. Or not Nidalee, sorry. The Lilia. She's just too slow to turn this fight. If she had 6, she'd be able to sleep them maybe and be a big turnaround, but just wasn't there yet.
Well, Canyon able to lock down that kill in the end. Flashes to avoid taking too much cast creep damage, but he was fine. And so Darmonk here back in a better position. The problem is that Doran still has a huge CS lead, so he might still need some more help as in goes Beryl. Hybrid very, very low, flashes out. Ghost gets on top of him though. The Acathian Rain, not quite enough, but he gets the supercharger and he's going to be absolutely fine. Zeus walking extraordinarily slowly away from this one. Another headbutt pulverized and Zeus is forced to flash. Ghost doesn't have another one of those, so they're not going to be able to grab the double, but a great exchange for Darmonk here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and this is right before they can just look to push into a Drake, right? And this is like at the timing where Hybrid is about to hit 6, and it's like, okay, well now we can fight the skirmish fight over the Drake. It's a really nice situation for them. They know that Khan doesn't have teleport, so he can't get involved in the Drake fight, so you just leave him up on an island, and then you're looking for a really nice skirmish where, you know, UCal has had priority in mid. But he dies at the perfect time for Damwon to deny that Drake fight. And they're looking for more, actually. They're not even going to turn eyes towards the Drake just yet. Ghost's going to go home and buy first, gets his noon quiver. So they actually can fight for it, given that Damwon didn't decide to just rush it down. So, you know, I have to take it back here, as they still have a chance for that skirmishy fight once they clear that bot wave.
Yeah, you can see UCal, he's going to grab his blue buff pretty comfortably. You were talking about getting some rotations over. Looks like Herald was being considered. A spear lands. That's good news. Canyon finally getting his eye in by the looks of things. In a corridor like that, certainly an easier time as Khan moves back towards the top side. He had that wave in a decent position. And now they're just trying to buy space for Canyon to take down this Rift Herald as best he can. And he should be able to. Beryl just lying in wait, standing in position. Both of our bottom laners in the bottom lane. And Showmaker, he might get turned on. That's a good crash down. As the scat of the week is even better. Magnet Storm does absolutely nothing, and in the meantime, Darmonk will be able to lock down the Rift Herald.
This is fantastically played by Showmaker. I think KT they got so greedy. Instead of taking the trade to get the Drake early, they wanted to get both. They wanted to actually have their cake and eat it, as they have many times in this series tried to do essentially multiple objectives at once. And, you know, DamonKia had the better positioning there. They were on the Rift Herald, and you can't rotate in. Then they decide to kill. They're like, well, maybe we can kill Showmaker. And, you know, that was very aggressive. It was a really nice attempt, right? It looks really cool to see the Tractor Pull come through the Magnet Storm, but it's like, well, he just gets away.
I mean, you just press Scat of the Week, and the Rel says, oh no, I can't do anything.
Yeah, it was,
but it was very well played.
Yeah,
it was. You definitely have to give him some shout-outs. KT will eventually grab themselves the Drake, like you were talking about. Next one going to be an Ocean, as, 50-50 on what it's going to be next, as well as we have a look at this fight from ages ago.
Yeah, this is 6 first for Barrel and Ghost. So, Hybrid's like, oh, I wish I could ult and turn this around. But, you know, he only had a Doran's Blade as well. It's just not like he's going to be ulting away a bunch of lifesteal.
Yeah.
That's just a really unfortunate timing there for KT.
Well, now you've got Ghost going back. We'll see whether he can actually complete an item. Probably not, as he had to purchase the Serrated Dirk to get towards the upgrade on his Q. Just a pickaxe now to head into the build, as in goes Beryl, gets the headbutt into the wall. Canyon gonna be very happy for the setup, and that is so easy here for DamonKia on the bottom side.
Not a single ward anywhere near where, you know, the side of the map where Canyon was. Like, no vision there. He took the safe route through and just was unseen. There's wards around the Drake pit, so I can kind of see why Hybrid thought he was safe, like, looking back at it now. Like, he's got the control ward towards where UCal is, and all that thought.
Yeah, got another Cyclone coming through. That's the second knock-up. Doran in trouble. Flashes into the brush, was trying to dupe and go for the mind game there onto Khan, get another flash over the wall, but unfortunately not able to. And Khan just walks on in there, saves the flash, and gets the solo kill.
Yeah, so Doran has now no flash. Khan keeps
Well, now Blank's in trouble as Canyon's found him. Can he find another spear? The answer's no. Not even going to look for it. Is now Zeus looking for Beryl, but the cow's angry. He's just going to walk on back. It's fine. But this is starting to look like a DamonKia snowball, as Canyon is just running the rift on his Nidalee.
Yeah, once you have that Nidalee Lilia matchup start to go the way of Lilia, or rather Lilia or Nidalee. God, this is so hard to say for some reason. Lilia. The Nidalee can steal farms so quickly because she has a nice clear time herself, and then things just start to snowball out of control against you. When she's 3-0 as well, has her Night Harvester online, like, if she finds out where you are, you're dead, or you have to leave, and then she gets more control over the jungle at a quick rate. So, yeah, this is the game that DamonKia, we expected them to have in games 1 and 2. We expected this to be a 2-0, right? You expect them to have ultimate control, but, you know, in this game, they look their cleanest yet. They look like they're playing angry.
Yeah.
The Angry Cow reference earlier, you know, it does feel like DamonKia are like, well, this should never have been a game 3, especially not a sloppy first 2 games that they had.
Yeah, they were having the happy games with their Kayn and stuff like that, having a good time. The first win that the Kayn did grab for Canyon was definitely not the cleanest, so, you know, it gets banned. Now it's serious time for DamonKia. But let's see if that continues, because this is what happened in Game 2, right? Yeah. DamonKia looked like they were in so much control. The kills were 2-7 instead of 2-5. But this certainly is looking like a different scenario, as Shelly will join the mid lane and grab some last-minute plates here for Showmaker and Canyon.
Right on time.
Yes, indeed.
Harold pushes Blank away, and Drake's on up for 1:40, so DamonKia can just relax here. I mean, they've gotten every objective on the map that there was to take. You know, at the moment, right? Obviously, the Drake was taken earlier for KT, but we're gonna go way back on this one as well.
Yeah, we're going well and truly back in time.
He jumped over the wall, so he actually didn't have vision. Just looking at it now, like, he missed the ward because he jumped over it. It's the way that he passed through there. He had no idea, so we can forgive him a little bit for that. But,
well, I mean, you shouldn't be pushed up if.
Yeah.
I guess it's hard to know exactly where everything is. This was cute, but Khan not going to be duped.
False sense of security, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Well, it's going to be a minute before the next Drake spawns, and DamonKia have control over the entire map. all they really are missing is ward control on the Drake pit itself. Ghost is pushing a tower, mid just crashed into the mid turret, and Blank is just trying to play jungle in a professional game of League of Legends, but he's having a hard time.
It's a roughie. He does secure the Grump, but they need 3 people in this area, and there's 4 from BROㅣLCK. So we are just going to fight over a blue buff, and Showmaker's just going to take it away. Beryl has the ultimate available. Not going to go to sleep just yet, as in goes the Magnet Storming Rel, but the headbutt is going to put him right into danger. The gameplay button is pressed, and now Khan with the follow-up with the Cyclone. His Trinity Force is online, and he's so scary. The sleep came in. He flashes on top of UCal. There's a Chaos Storm there. That was always going to be a rough time. Is now Canyon thinking about fishing for one of these spears. Not going to be able to find it there, unfortunately, as UCal is certainly playing with fire.
Yeah. Okay, you could say that again. That was a very scary moment. He's got his Banshee's Veil completed now. He's nothing to start building towards the Zonius, you can imagine, but like, he's so... This is not the game that you want for KT. Like, it's not like he's losing lane. He's only 7 minions behind. He's actually 2-0 in this game, but he's got a Banshee's Veil. So the next few moments, it's not like he's got this insane damage output yet. He's safer than he was before.
Yep.
But you know, this is one of those KT games where you're waiting for, okay, we missed the control of the early game that, you know, our comp can often have. Now we have to wait for the very, very late game to have a chance. The Zeus just getting headbutted onto the wrong side of the team fight. It was a good idea. It was a good attempt there. Trying to set up the stun, and then Beryl just did that.
Yeah, it was just a really, really nice play from Beryl. The flash out of the Chaos Storm wasn't really going to work, especially with UCal having such a large amount of health at that point in time, but it was a cute play. I like the aggression out of Khan. He understands how he wants his Wukong to play, right?
Yeah, he's definitely... He's definitely making a statement, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least to me. You know,
oh my god, 3 in a row, dude. 3 in a row.
3 for 3. Hey, don't get too excited. You haven't reached peak yet. We could go 6 for 6.
Hey, that's true. That's true. We'll have to check out what's going to happen in our next series, but so far, I'm cloud souling a little bit better than I have in previous days, and I definitely owe some apologies. Is now Doran going to be taking a Grump here because he doesn't want to enter his lane, knows that Canyon is lurking in the area. Another spear is going to connect as the hammer shot does go back, and now Khan looking to try and come in here. Red buff is ticking down. The spear connects after the flash. Running down a corridor is so scary against an Italy, and Canyon shows him exactly why.
We talked about the matchup between Doran and Khan very early on in the series, right? It was one of our key points, one of the ones to watch out for, and then we talked about it in this third game. Like, how does the Wukong do? Opposed 6, it can't be hard for the Jace, but who's going to end up winning out with the jungle rotation? It's been the Wukong.
Yeah, well, this is a bit of a dive here towards the bottom side of the map. Possibly dicey now as Zeus tries to get out with his ultimate. Showmaker coming on down as Ghost goes aggressive and locks down the Rel. Now the rest of KT looking like a banquet for BROㅣLCK as there's a nice scat of the week. Khan going to be able to grab that kill as Hybrid is trying to get out, utilizes the ultimate, has to flash, and now the turret is going to fall as well. BROㅣLCK are everywhere on this map, and KT have yet to really wake up in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I respect the attempt, but there's just so much peel as Doran is just getting camped and farmed right now. Like, that's what I was saying right before that fight broke out is, you know, Canyon has been a lot more successful at those gank attempts, right? And you know, I was really excited for Pantheon Lily. I thought, okay, this is going to be a much better choice as we will have a pause. But so far, the Wukong has absolutely worked out. 3, 2, and 6 is his kill score right now. But Canyon has 5 kills. It looks like it's another UCal issue. He's had some sound problems today.
Certainly has. We've been really struggling to make this headset work. I think this is a new headset as well. I don't know whether, you know, my brain's broken, but I think it was a darker color of headset last time around. So
I think
it might be the adjustment. I'm not entirely sure.
I might just want to trust you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I remember it, if I just trust you. Like, even I don't know where my brain's at right now. And well, I hope it gets resolved soon.
Yeah, me too. I think it might just be another one of those headset issues that we had. We will get word. Yeah, another UCal headset issue, as we would have assumed based on the information that we had on screen. So, yeah, this is starting to look like a DARM1 snowball, and KT are going to have to find what they found in Game 2
and avoid some unfortunate teleports.
Yeah.
In this one, because it's starting to get real dire, and Canyon is just so extraordinarily strong. You mentioned 5-0-1 so far, and Khan has been mega relevant on the Wukong. He's been able to find the fights and skirmishes that exactly do suit what the Wukong can do, you know, like in these enclosed spaces, getting all that cyclone value. Definitely looking good.
I really like the idea of the dive attempt that we saw from KT Rolster on the bot turret, because you have a comp that is explosive. It does have a lot of damage that at this stage in the game, and most of the gold, you know, is elsewhere in the top part of the map, the jungle, the top laner. So maybe you feel like, okay, we're not too far behind bottom. Maybe we can funnel some resources into this attempt. But unfortunately, you know, it's Alistair, right? He's got so much peel. Showmaker's there. You can't find the kills you're looking for. And then things just start. I mean, that was, like, to me, a really smart move by KT, but the execution wasn't perfect. I mean, you've got to do something like that when you're this far behind. And because it failed miserably, it just furthered their deficit in this game. And I don't know if we're going to have another 40, 50-minute game here, because I don't think they can survive long enough against this comp. Not this time.
And I think that if you're, you know, a Damwon Kia fan, you want to see them actually close this one out and do so decisively, right? Because this has not been a series from, you know, the best team in the LCK. That's not what it's looked like, right? We've had, like, back-to-back fiestas. This needs to be, we're going to just calmly close out this game at a reasonable time, and it'll be much better. As Doran looking a bit bored, I guess. Bored or sad or something. Maybe he's just not. He's in the zone.
He's probably frustrated, right, during this pause. Like, he's had a really rough start to this game, and I don't think it's turning around anytime soon.
Yeah.
At least he seemed, you know, from his perspective, at least it seemed like he was not unhappy about this pick compared to some of the picks we've seen from him before. So I think that there's a way for him to try to play safe and turn this around, but it is going to be so difficult. And if you're KT right now during this pause, you're like, man, my mid laner doesn't even have his headset working properly. And this has been like a recurring issue throughout this best of 3.
Yeah.
And it's like every game has been so razor thin down to the wire. It's like 2 hours of games into now a third game that is, it looks like it's out of your control. And, you know, UCal's got the black headset back on now. We're trying everything. And you can't even focus. You can't even talk comms. You're just so frustrated right now with everything. And I think on the side of Damwon Kia, you know, like you were saying, you hope they close this one out because it's not been the greatest series for them. Like, you saw Khan look pretty angry as well. This is, like, not a happy situation for anybody. Like, Damwon Kia's like, oh, like, we should have 2-0'd this. Like, this is not a great series for us. And now they're frustrated. They want to close it out. They might have had, you know, a scrim block after this. Like, it's 8 p.m.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is normally when we're starting our next series, right? And we're still, you know, only halfway through the final game of the series. Of course, coming up after this, we've got Fredit BRION taking on Liiv SANDBOX. And maybe we can expect some, you know, higher-paced games, because, of course, that's what Liiv SANDBOX likes to give us. So maybe we're going to be saved with some more fast and loose League of Legends in our next series. This has certainly been an interesting one, as I believe. I think we're going to play some replays and have a look. We'll just do what we can while we're trying to sort out this headset issue once and for all. Okay, so this is Doran getting caught. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Doran just unfortunately not able to do much here. Flashes and gets caught by the spear. Doesn't get into his gate. On the other side of the map, this is what I was talking about, that dive that I really liked. Attempting, right? But it's Barrel, and he's on Alistair, and there's just so much peel with this. Ghost is safe. And even with all the minions here, it just doesn't matter. And Showmaker comes down. And, like, Ghost was just untouched. He's at full health, so he can literally just Killer Instinct and walk forward. But it was a really good idea.
Also missed his Q, which was really, really sad. Wanted to get some sleep value, but found absolutely none in the end, actually. So a bit of a misplay, unfortunately, from Lilia as well.
Yeah, if he gets it, then maybe you see an Inferno trigger and things end up being a lot more fine. But that might be like the last nail in the coffin in this game. I know it's still early in the game. We haven't even had a Baron yet or anything like that. But KT have lost control of all of the lanes now.
Yeah.
Well, mid lane, you could give a little bit of room there for UCal. Like, he has had the best start, but it's not amazing. And it's a comp that isn't going to be able to come online until UCal is finished with his items, which we were just so far away from.
Yeah, it's taking him a while to piece his stuff together. Do like what he's been doing, you know, get as much value as possible stats-wise. But I think we are finally back into the game. So this is our obligatory pause for Game 3. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. We had one cute little replay. And now we're back into the game. Just experimenting with adding some different things into these pauses. Ooh, a little bit of a diffuser in the background there to make sure things are smelling nice in the Dam1 house. Like it. As Doran's going to be able to take down this outer turret on the top side of the map. Still has an advantage when it comes to the farm and things like that. But other than that, he's certainly going to be behind what Khan has. As another spear is going to connect onto Doran, and he realizes that, yes, this is a 1v2 situation.
He just doesn't really have any other information about where anybody is on the side of Dam1 Kia as well, so backs away, even hits that bloom on his way back, just making sure that no one's following him. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, excuse me, until we have that next Drake online.
Another cloud, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I'd forgot about it for a second as we were in the pause, and now I've come back to realize that I am in fact Cloud Atlas. I need to watch that movie again, I think.
Good movie.
So the LCK is telling me something.
You and Cloud Drakes, that's the true.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Atlas, I feel like this game for KT is really them just grasping at straws now to find any mistakes that Dam1 Kia might make. But like you don't want to go looking for mistakes, you want to wait for them, and it's like it's Dam1 Kia and they're playing the best game they have of this series in my opinion. So
yes,
they're not going to come to you with those, but if you see someone out of position, maybe you can make a play, but otherwise probably just want to sit back and wait. Like if you don't have vision, probably don't even want to try to clear wards.
Well, right now you can see things are very, very dark, and Blank is going to walk into an unhappy situation if he continues going that way. There's another all-in here towards the bottom side. Khan just going to back away. Cyclone now on cooldown, but his spidey senses were tingling. And Yukal in the area means that it's not going to be the best decision to make. Still lying in wait, though, and half health is on Doran.
It's like that. Rift Herald, it's like, might as well just drop it in the spawn, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. He's going to be able to take down that turret on the top side of the map, though, so nicely done. Canyon going to take another blue buff here, or at least attempt to. Does so. Fade away smite. Like it, like it.
Yeah, this turret goes down, but KT again just trying to hold firm on sitting back, farming up. The Baron is something that, you know, we're 21 minutes into the game. Dam1 Kia could, you know, with the vision control they have right now, that they know they have, with the clears that are going on, they could make a, you know, not a play for Baron to try to actually close out the Baron, but just kind of play around Baron and force KT to come to them, which KT absolutely do not want to do right now because they're so far behind.
Yeah.
But no one's taking the bait.
A lot of control around the Baron here for Dam1 Kia, which is, of course, what they've afforded for themselves because the jungle on both sides of the Rift are owned by them. Hybrid doing the best he can to remain relevant, but hasn't quite got towards his collector just yet. 0-2-0, not exactly the greatest Samira game so far. Speaking of collectors, Ghost does have his online. And now looking for his Hurricane, potentially. He went for Rapid Fire Cannon just for the added range in the past as well, but it is just going to be most likely a Hurricane, just for the amount of extra value that you do get if you Killer Instinct in.
I think so. Well, I mean, like, Void Staff, Night Harvester for Canyon. Void Staff's completed for Showmaker. He's got his tier ready. Full mana.
Yeah,
we're gonna have an issue.
He's real scary.
Like, how do you even... Like, you can't even consider to contest Drake. And, I mean, I think we're almost at the point where even if you had vision of Dam1 Kia doing Baron, you probably just... you just don't even mess with it. Like, you're like, well, I'd rather just not lose a fight and lose Baron, and rather lose Baron and try to defend inhibitors if they were to fight for it. You can never get vision control. But Dam1 Kia are just trying to push out waves. They're not actually looking for a Baron play. They're not looking for a setup to kind of bait KT into a fight. Playing it slow and steady after what was an extremely fast-paced start of this game for them.
Yep. And they don't really need to push the issue because when they're farming the enemy jungle, that means that they just progressively get further and further ahead and can continue that suffocation. Spear going to miss onto Hybrid. Voidseeker is pretty good though, out of Ghost. And they're just making sure that all of these waves are forcing KT back over and over again. They can never get in, clear out vision.
And slowly but surely, Damwon are making sure that KT just have to wait in their base instead of ever being able to contest any potential Baron. As Beryl goes in once again, Pulverize is going to land onto only Blank. And so they are just going to disengage, but Beryl didn't have to use anything there other than a headbutt and a Pulverize.
Yeah. Hybrid flashed.
Yeah, double flashes.
Yeah, Scare of the Week misses, so that's, you know, that might have gotten them a pick there, but still, KT just showing the utmost respect. Like, only Yukal is out here, and he often is. See if he drops down one of those far-off wards. He pings it. That's where, you know, we saw him make his heroic play in Game 1.
No, please don't. Please no.
He doesn't have any words, so...
We're going to be fine. But they do get a big shove here towards the top side on the Damwon reset. So KT at least now able to get some vision around. Damwon are going to have to sweep this all out yet again. They've got a bunch more items now in the inventory. Skarn goes back. I think Ravenous Hydra going to be coming in relatively soon. And the Wukong's just getting scarier and scarier from that side lane. But haven't really had too much action. It's an 8,000 gold lead, but it's just a lot of this game about posturing now. Damwon not wanting to take anything too risky. As Beryl puts down the control ward, and this is exactly the do-si-do we're expecting.
Yeah, this has happened a little bit slower than I expected, but this is where we're starting to see Damwon kind of hover around the Baron.
Yeah.
And it's like, KT, balls in your court, what move are you going to make? Because if you decide to fight us on Baron, we will win the fight on Baron. If you don't, then we're going to get more control of the map. And I think KT would do well to just ignore this Baron, to be honest. At this point, I don't think there's any way they can take it. I mean, they look like, based on their posture on the map, they tend to agree. Although,
yep,
as I say it, here we go.
Yeah, Doran hasn't actually started teleporting just yet. As Yukal gets into the area, this Baron going down very, very low. The AoE's good as Showmaker getting eaten up by the Chaos Storm Beryl. Now trying to keep them in position. Doesn't quite have that Pulverize back again, and it is going to be Canyon locking down the Baron. Blank also going to fall to the power of the Wukong, but he's also going to go down now. Hybrid gets in amongst it. Ghost's going to get autoed to death, and now Canyon's going to be in trouble too. The reset's going to allow Hybrid to get all that damage down. So they do manage to win the fight. I believe Showmaker got out and does still have the Baron, but KT do definitely win that fight.
Yeah, KT crushed the fight. I mean, this ends up being a very late engage, right? They come in so slowly, and I thought, there's no way. There's no way they take this fight. And you can see the Magnet Storm here from Zeus isn't fantastic in terms of lockdown, but Hybrid is just dealing with the Wukong, and he doesn't get touched really in this fight. Yukal on the other side of the fight is pushing through and doing tons of damage. So the two damage dealers in this fight for KT Rolster just are massive in terms of their impact in this 5v5, and Hybrid closes it out. That's what you want to see from a Samira. That's why Samira works very well with the Victor, because Victor just sits back and puts a ton of death ray damage in, and then you spin to win. And you win the team fight if it goes well, if no one's on top of you. And the only person who threatened him at all was Khan, because the Baron just wasn't finished. And Damwon peeled away from it so early that they kind of got split in half. And it feels like we're going 3 for 3 for some of these shenanigans. Atlas, I mean, like, how many more of these are we going to watch?
It's a bit ridiculous. I don't know why. It's just, it seems like KT just understand what Damwon want to do in the mid game, and they just mess it all up. But Hybrid definitely feeling very good after grabbing a kill and a few extra assists here in this game. That collector now completed, and looks like Bloodthirst are going to be coming in next. Damwon do look for that soul point, but it is a Cloud Soul, so not exactly the most exciting. Is now Khan cycloning through, wanting to keep this turret alive if he can. But he's not going to be able to. Just presses his R button a couple of times. And Damwon they are pushing on the bottom side. You can see Ghost has a good shove in the mid lane as well, so it's not like they're giving away top lane for free. As Showmaker with his Baron buff.
Yeah.
And some work done down here. Double siege minions available.
Solo Baron buff, but double minions, like you said.
Yep.
Nearly getting that inhibitor turret. It's going to draw the attention away from mid, where Ghost is able to knock that one down. And as the Baron buff fades away, you know, we're probably going to go into another one of those slower lull states. And that means that, you know, Yukal is going to be free to side lane. Like, he is 4-1-1, right? He was the big damage dealer in that last fight. Hybrid cleaned up a lot of the kills, but he's 4-1-1. And he is becoming a very big and omnipresent force in these team fights. And this is where KT, like I said, if they survive long enough, The Victor ends up being just too big to fail. I mean, look at the damage in this game, game-wide. 14.1 already, even before the 30-minute mark. That number is going to skyrocket in the next few team fights. When we do
just crazy that Showmaker hasn't been able to get anything done, really, on his Syndra. We saw in the last game, you know, topping damage very comfortably, but this time he's been pretty shut down when it comes to a lot of these fights. Bowling Ball going to miss. Spear does the same. As maybe Showmaker saw that that statistic, as he's now trying to throw these orbs around, get some poke in for Damwon Kia. Looks like it is just going to be a successful steal on the red buff. Ghost collects it. And Damwon Kia just going to back away, trying to get whatever they can. Ghost with his supercharger, continuing to go invisible and dart around and see whether they can get any advantages for themselves. That shock blast was fantastic onto Ghost there towards the backside. Damwon Kia still looking like they want some sort of fight.
Yeah, but
KT are feeling pretty healthy right now.
KT are just, they just don't care. They're like, oh, if you're just gonna happy feet around, then we're gonna chip away at you with the Victor, and if you try to engage, you just walk away. They're not all grouped, and they were not in a position where they could actually look for a pick, so KT's just like, yeah, thank you. I like this delayed, you know, 2 minutes and 45 seconds until the next Drake, because UCal's getting more money, and that's exactly what they want.
Yeah, he's down towards the bottom side. He's going to push this one up. Might be able to grab himself an outer turret here on the bottom side as well, unless Khan can dissuade him from that one. Looks like it's just going to be this wave and then back away. Might have another item to purchase as well, as it looks like Void Staff is going to be on the way.
Yeah,
that'll be a very scary mark. And speaking of scary, Hybrid does have his Infinity Edge now completed. So he's going to be doing a lot of work in the upcoming fights. Also has a cheeky little stopwatch there to keep him safe.
Yeah, he's very difficult to kill, especially because, you know, in the early parts of the fight, he's not... Like, that's a beautiful thing about Samira, is she just fights only at the end. So after all the chaos and after all the frontlining and all the damage that UCal's gonna have, you just kind of go in for cleanup. So if someone does dive on you and you stopwatch, like, then UCal is just hitting that person repeatedly. And suddenly you're like, uh-oh, like, killing the Samira was the idea. And then as soon as she comes out of the stopwatch, she gets an Immortal Shield Bow Shield and then just is able to spin around the fight and heal back up. It's very, very scary. Especially if she does end up getting a Bloodthirster later on, which KT's hoping the game goes there.
Indeed. Might be after a GA, but I'd like Bloodthirster first.
Me too.
As KT continuing to try and dish out the poke where they can. These shock blasts do need to be respected, as UCal with his Banshee's Veil able to walk up. And the rest of Damwon Kia doing their very best to try and hold on to this outer turret. They do so quite nicely, but they are just eating poke over and over again. Baron's going to be up in 15 seconds time. And even the bowling balls are starting to be frustrating here, as Hybrid's going to get tagged. No follow-up, of course, and can't manage to push out that bottom wave. I mean, Damwon is still ahead by 6,000 gold, right? But it just doesn't feel like the kind of lead that they had earlier on. It feels like KT really have managed to stabilize. Unfortunately, it hasn't equated into any sort of vision around this Baron buff, as Canyon looks for a steal on the blue, not going to be able to find it.
They had this timing to back and go get items right here before the Baron spawn, so weren't able to fight for any vision, but are coming in ready to fight over this. Positional advantage, you know, not going to Damwon Kia here because they actually backed as well. So the back timing favors KT, like they're all back up and ready. I'm going to push this wave. It's a nice take on the scuttle. It's actually going to be pretty impactful, as UCal is just like, look, if you guys are going to, again, just kind of walk around, I will kill you! What?
That Beryl might just die. He actually has to ult at the very end. Not exactly getting a lot of value out of that one, but UCal also getting poked down by Showmaker. Spears now coming through, avoided there by the crash down.
Oh, no.
Great stun as Ghost just dives on in, and both of the solo laners just evaporate in an instant. Ghost now trying to take matters into his own hands. Yet again, Beryl not quite able to find the pole flash there, as Zeus does make it out, but that just turned on a dime. And Ghost being able to take so much control now.
When you get away with it, you look like a god. When you don't get away with it, you look like a fool. And I think we know which one of these UCal is going to look like after the end of this series.
Yeah.
Way overextended, way too aggressive. Like, it looked cool, but until it didn't.
Well, Zeus actually goes in as well and throws his life away. Ghost grabs yet another kill. Blank goes golden, but I have a feeling that's only going to be for a little while. He flashes out. The Samira is going to be the one that goes down, and Showmaker locks down the final double. This is going to be the Nexus falling at 33 minutes, and Damwon Kia continue their win streak, but KT made him work for it.
Yeah, this is a series that you could tell the players aren't very happy with on the side of Damwon Kia. I don't think the coaching staff is going to be very happy about it either, but it is a win. A win's a win at the end of the day. And KT Rolster, I feel like, you know, I said it earlier, I was excited about this roster, the performance we saw from them in Game 1, but there were issues in Game 1 and the later parts that almost cost them the game. And then those same sorts of issues persisted in Game 2. We saw positional mistakes, we saw overextensions. And then in Game 3, like, just to both games, UCal's teleport that fails in the bottom side of the map in Game 2. Then in Game 3, he looks for basically a solo kill onto Barrel. Like, it's like 1v5. He's like, I think I have enough poke damage, I'm going to kill him. And then they just turn around and kill him. And, like, that's the end of the game. Like, that's it. There's, like, nothing else that happens after that moment. And all the possibilities, like, all the branching paths that we could have had in, like, the choose-your-own-adventure game that KT was playing in the end of that game. We're never going to know those endings. We're never going to know those stories because he walked forward to try to kill a cow and was unsuccessful. And that's, like, that's one of those things that the coaching staff is probably going to have, like, a one-on-one meeting with you after that one. That's one of those mistakes you make where you're like, like, you almost got it. And
it feels like a bit of desperation out from UCal, to be honest. You know, like, he's feeling like he has a lot of pressure to carry, and he was doing a lot of damage in that game. You saw, like, he was almost doing triple the damage of Showmaker at around 25 minutes in, and that is no mean feat, absolutely. And we will have a look at that damage graph coming up pretty soon just to see exactly how much work he was doing. But his victory is so important to KT and to what they were trying to do, and it is a slight misstep, and it is a mistake, right? But you can see why he's so desperate to make sure that he gets as much value as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's hard to really hammer it in, like, man, you messed up. But at the end of the day, the risk he took, like, the reward was never worth what the consequences were going to be, right? And
yeah,
like I said, if you get away with it, you look like a god, and everyone gets really hyped. And maybe there's a Twitch clip on the front page of Reddit. It's all over DC Inside. But when you die in that moment, like, that's the end of the game. That's it. You're serious. You almost beat Damwon Kia, and you just took a risk that wasn't necessary. I get it, the desperation, but this game had many different possibilities, and that was not the ending they were looking for.
Nope. It was a bit unfortunate as a start there for Showmaker. As you saw, he was trying to get the stun and then flash away, and unfortunately wasn't quite able to. But this double kill really started things for Canyon, who then just decided to park top. He missed so many spears in the early game, it straight up didn't matter. He was able to just get into kitty form and fight this one out. And the bottom lane winning at the same time, I think really did spell disaster for KT as far as any control in the early game was concerned.
Yeah, exactly. You know, unfortunately, the Samira pick, they keep looking for it. Like, so many times, more than any other team, it feels like. They prioritize it more than most teams in the LCK right now. And it's like, no one else is really playing Victor, too, so you keep getting Samira Victor. And it is a strong pairing, and it is KT's identity. But the execution is sometimes off, and I mean, you know, it begs the question, like, what would happen if they just picked Xayah? What if they just played Xayah instead? And, you know, we played a slower paced game, and it was more standard. I don't know. I mean, we'll never know, but that's the thing with KT, is it feels like the coaching staff and the drafting style is so set in stone that the fans will never know. The analysts will never know what things could look like, because it's just so obvious, it's so black and white, their drafting style, and sometimes it looks really good. And UCal is a phenomenal player in his own right. I mean, everybody knows that. He made some questionable decisions across this series, but he is, you know, probably the best Victor player in Korea, and it's just still not working.
It's just a bit of a shame, right? Because it makes all of his mistakes so much more glaring when they rely on him so much. And, like, this is the moment, right? And we're going to listen in and see how Damwon Kia will feel.
Samira has no flash. Samira has no flash. Just keep saying it. They know if they kill Samira, then, like, there's just no way to defend. You didn't even remember that Jace was dead. Yeah.
It was actually really cute. I'm starting to understand a bit more.
There's so much tension in the room in the Damwon house for sure.
Yeah. You can see it's definitely more relief rather than celebration at the end of this one.
Showmaker says legendary series as the next polls, and I think that is definitely what we got, Atlas.
We certainly did. I want to shout out Ghost. He actually had a great game able to get in there, grab those kills at the end. Was actually, you know, that was his proactive play that won them the game. Certainly was a team effort though, and I think Canyon did a great job taking control of the early game. I wouldn't want to be someone voting for Pog. That's a toughie.
Yeah, you guys see my vote a little bit.
In my opinion.
Yeah,
But I think maybe Canyon edges out, in my opinion.
It's hard. It's a hard call for sure. Ups and downs in this series, man. This was a wacky one. This was a great way to start off this new patch and this new week.
And now we get Fredit BRION versus Liiv SANDBOX. Of course, we are going to go to the analyst desk first, and we're going to get ourselves an interview as well. We'll find out who's going to be joining Showmaker on the interview desk at the same time. Maybe it's going to be Canyon. Maybe it's not. We'll have to find out. But here is Jisun for some analyst desk translation.
네, 담원기아가 6연승을 달립니다. 최근
Continues
기세가
their
좋았던
winning streak,
KT를
and now they
상대로
are on
역전승을
6
만들어야
matches
되는데요.
winning streak here in
3세트
the
벤픽에서는
LCK.
두 팀의 탑라이너들의
Let's take a
어깨가
look at
조금
their
무거웠던 것
draft
같아요.
first. I think the top lane picks were the centerpiece of both picks. I think the results of the previous games were reflected in game number 3, so we saw Kane getting banned out, and also Thresh got banned out. A champion that Zeus had a fantastic games on, which means they were sharing this AP champions in the jungle role, Lilia and Nidalee. So we needed some AD damage on the top lane, so Jace and Wukong was the answer coming out from both teams. Well, I think KT kind of picked Jace in order to kind of show their confidence up against any other champion such as Renekton, but Tom and Kia actually answered back with Wukong. Because Tom and Kia already locked in Nidalee and Syndra. Maybe KT Rolster could have just looked for other picks coming into the top side of the map as well. So we had a lot of action happening around the top side of the map, and Tamon Kia was able to outplay the opponents, but KT did manage to kind of buy some time, and Tamon Kia was not able to close out the game very easily, but somehow, you know, Tamon Kia was able to secure that win in the end. We did have a very bloody game, or maybe a bloody series all throughout the match today. So let's take a look at the highlight where how Tamon Kia bottom duos actually used the agenda based on their level advantage. It was really impressive to go hard like this. So they were in a very even situation. No one recalled and no one reset it, so they were having the same item, but Kai'Sa and Alistar were able to hit level 6 first. So once they hit level 6, they push the issue forward and locks down the kill onto Samira. And it was really impressive to see this sharp play coming out from the World Champ duo, because after they got this level advantage, they didn't really dwell there. They actually wanted to pursue something more. So props over to the Tamon Kia duos, making that duo kill in a very early phase. And as we have a longer game, KT Rolster, they tend to show a lot of emotional decisions. So let's take a look how they got overextended in order to chase down that cow on the mid lane. Well, to be really realistic, actually, that Alistar kill wouldn't have that worthy in the end. I think BROŌ would have been super content with that result, because he was able to actually force a flash out of the enemy mid lane there. Well, KT was really behind, but they were able to come back after winning the Baron fight. So I guess they got overconfident after that huge win, but I think KT needs to tidy up the way they kind of close out and continue their lead. It is true that they did play really well and aced out the opponents in the Baron fight, but they have to also be really realistic, looking at the status of the game and realizing that they're not having a huge lead. You know, super play and throw is really... You have to know the limit between the super play and the throw, but that flash forward was not close to the super play side. And the player of the game will go over to Kenyon on that Nidalee pick. Fantastic series on starting from Kane and then moving on to the Nidalee. And also, both junglers actually had the information of the opponents, but Damwon Kia was able to keep poise and get that kill. Here as well. You know, you need this CC in order to land your spear for sure. So Kenyon knew how to hold on to the perfect time to cast his spear. Well, we didn't really have 100% spear landing, but in significant moments, Kenyon was able to lock down the kills with that skill shots. 8 out of 9 going over to Kenyon, but Alistar was also able to pick up 1 POG vote. So today's POG interview will be joined by Showmaker and Kenyon on the side of Damwon Kia. Congratulations on your win. Thank you. Same POG dues once again from the previous series. Congratulations on winning the final matchup, the first round robin. How are you feeling, guys? Today we had a very close series and it was a bit dicey, but it's a big relief that we were able to get the win and close out round 1 with the dub. I think I didn't play team fights well today, so next time we will play cleaner. Yeah, even though win is a win, Damwon Kia looked a little bit shaky in today's series, so we have a question about Damwon Kia's style shift, or maybe bring in some new meta with the new patch. So was the underperformance coming from these new picks, new meta, or was that because of the long break? In game, I think we were having some hard time playing on the same page. We had some different calls, so I think we have to learn how to find the consensus with our decision makings. Today, Kenyon, you did get POG on Nidalee, but we do want to ask you about your Kane, because we have so many questions about your Shadow Assassin Kane. Was that a counter pick into Lilia? Can you elaborate the plan in that Kane pick? Because some fans are still having some question mark over that champion, especially in team games. Recently, you know, the jungle champions that clears the camp fast are the best champions, and also Kane can also ignore Lilia's ultimate, so I think Kane is in a better matchup up against Lilia. I thought it was a really good pick into her. Yeah, Kane can definitely neutralize the Lilia ult, and also he clears the camp really fast as well. But Kane is not a champion that can lane a lot, so as a mid laner, how do you rate Kane in the jungle? Kane definitely caused a lot of trouble to other people, but these days I do play those champions too, so I just understand them. What kind of champion that cause trouble on other lanes on the mid lane? For example, I mean, most of the mid lane champions actually doesn't really help the teammates a lot. I think mid currently is not really helpful for teammates because they are always looking for the late game. I guess mid lane champions are not having the equal power or the strengths in the mid and early game, just like the old days, right? Yeah, I think so.
캐년 선수는 그럼 이거 어떻게 생각해요?
Kenyon, do you agree with that? Do you think mid laners got a lot weaker in the early game?
오늘은 미드 푸시 좀 잘해줘서 그래도.
But today he had this lane prior. He always had these push priors, so it was okay.
오늘은
저는 서포터 유저로서
As a support player, I don't get why mid and junglers are discussing this. I just don't get it.
알겠습니다. 자 그러면은 아무래도 자르반과 케인을 꺼내서 1세트를 패배했잖아요.
In game number 1, you guys tried J for support and Kane, but dropped that game. But you went back to Kane pick after first picking Rel. So what kind of feedback went back and forth after game 1?
2세트 때는 근데 좀
In
진영이
game 2,
바뀌어서
we were on the opposite side of the map. So
준비했던 대로 했던 거
we wanted
같고.
to stick
네,
to
그렇습니다.
our original plan.
어쨌든 케인 자체는 다시 더 써볼만하다라고
So
판단을
you
하신
guys
거였죠,
thought
그러면?
Kane was still viable, right?
아, 예. 케인은
Yeah.
전부가
Kenyon
초반에 좀 아쉬웠다고 이제
said
다음
like
판
I didn't really do
잘해보겠다고
well
해서
on Kane and I'm
그냥
gonna make it up to you guys in game 2, so we just insta locked in.
네, 선수들은 저런 욕심 필요하죠.
그렇죠. 그리고 이 경기 같은 경우는
In
쇼메이커
game 2,
선수가
Shoemaker,
ending이라고 하죠.
he had a bit of a
빅토르로 게임을
LEC game
거부야
ending
죽지 마라는
moment,
한마디를
you know?
남기고 테를 타면서
You went to the backdoor
게임 끝날까지
TP
이
and you were
정도부터 보고
just
계셨나요?
yelling out, Kenyon, please don't die. So
이게
did you see that?
상대
angle
업데이가 없는데
to
이제
close out the
슈퍼미니언이
game?
한 미드 2차 정도에 있길래
Yeah, they didn't have their
바로
inhibitor,
하고 있었는데
and also we had a huge
네.
minion wave pushing in.
그냥 팀원들이랑 이거
So we
텔 타서
made this
끝낼까
call like
봐도
we can end
되겠다
the game with
생각해서
TP actually to the enemy base.
배치하다가
So we
네,
were
어쨌든
posturing
상대
around the
진영
dragon,
들어갔을 때 그냥
and when we saw the
끝났다고
opponents who are committing
그리고
hard,
사실 그
I
지난
actually just
경기에
TP
저희가
to the enemy
보면
base.
두 선수가 번갈아가면서 바론을 뺏었었어요.
And also, we had
그래가지고
Baron still
그
coming out
장면도
from
좀
both
기억에
you
남았을 것 같은데
guys,
일단
Showmaker
쇼메이커
and
선수는
Kenyon.
바론 두고 본인이 먹을 거라고 생각을 했었나요?
Showmaker, did you calculate that? Did you expect that to happen?
그 릴리아 그때 제가 릴리아를
I was actually
원품 내고
네.
was able to just one-shot Lilia.
건부가 딱 스마를 멋있게 먹을 줄 알았는데
I mean, I thought I was gonna one-shot Lilia and Kenyon will just dive in and steal it away with the smite, but I saw the Baron was still up, so I used my skill on Baron, so I was able to pick it up. But Kenyon, you did still win Baron too, right?
잘했어요. 네.
Yeah,
스틸
I
혹시 기억에 나세요?
Do you
그때도
remember that
상대
moment?
정글러도 강타도 있고 되게 어려운
At that
상황이었는데
point,
혼자 진짜
Blank
그거
also
먹었어야
had
되는
his
상황이었잖아요.
smite up, so you were the only one
네.
to
전에
dive
그냥
onto the opponent and
그런
steal it away.
딸피충이랑 스킬이랑 스마가 다 같이 쓰다고 해서
When the HP was low, I just like bursted my skills and smite, so I thought that was pretty doable.
그리고 이제 아무래도 3세트 같은 경우에는 제이스 대
In
50
game
탑에
3, we saw Jace versus top,
어느 쪽
Wukong
정글이
top
좀더 케어
matchup.
많이 해주고 그걸 통해서
So,
분위기가
you
좀
know,
중요했을 것
supporting
같은데
and carrying
오늘
this
뭐
top
캐논
laner was the
선수는
key to
그런
game
부분에
number
있어서
3.
칸 선수랑 혹은 뭐
So
잘
was top
맞았는지
lane your
계획대로
focal point
흘러갔는지 좀
in game 3,
궁금합니다.
and also did you have good communication with Kwan?
이번에 그냥 라인 상성대로
I think the
또
game
나가는
went
타이밍에
based on the
나가서
champion matchup,
싸움 이겨서 엄청
and
유리하게
we were
된 것
able to get ahead by winning fights multiple
타이밍에
times.
나가서 잘 됐다라고 말씀하신 것 같고 캐년 선수 그러면 이제 3경기나 오늘 전체적으로 KT가
Kenyon, overall, I think
대놓고
KT
후반을
in
바라보는 전략을
general,
조금 펼쳤어요.
they were all
그런 거를 봤을 때
they were
어떤
getting
피드백이
doing
와가지고
this
조금 궁금해요.
composition focused on the late game. So how did the player kind of react to that and decided to deal with it?
한타를 잘 못했어가지고
I think we played really
이번에 엄청
bad
잘
during the
했고요.
team fights,
한타에서
so the game got very
포지션이나
extended. So
갈려서
and we had different calls for team fights, and we were in different positions. So that was the
소문의 꼬초리가 있었나요, 쇼메이커 선수?
the focal point of our feedback.
그냥 적당했던 것 같고 그냥 다음
Our
경기
shot
얘기를
calls
좀더
were
많이
like
했던 것
okay,
같아요.
but we actually during the
원래
feedback
잘하는
were
선수들이니까,
discussing
네,
the upcoming
포커스를 하신 것
games.
같고. 마지막 질문이 오늘 경기 내용과는
So last
앞으로
question.
관련된 건데 사실 캐년 선수한테 이야기 듣는 게 제일 의미가 있을 것 같아서 이제 내일 정글
Tomorrow,
관련해가지고 패치가
we have a
예정이 돼 있기
huge
때문에 많은
patch
정글러들이 두려움을
coming
떨고
in,
있거든요.
especially
내가
for
쓰는
the
챔피언이
jungle
이제 못
role.
쓰는
A
거
lot
아니냐,
of people are
내
really
암호 같은
afraid
거
of
쓸 수
it.
있는 거 아니냐. 그래서
And
앞으로 좀 어떻게 될 것
So
같다.
how
여기에
do you
대해서
expect
캐년
this
선수의
jungle
예상은
meta to shift into?
네, 저도 잘 모르겠는 게 이게
I have no
그냥
idea because
같이 캠할 것 같기도
I think
하고
we'll
이제
play the same. Or and also Lee Sin got buffed as well, so maybe we are we'll be seeing more gank junglers. I think we don't know what's gonna happen yet. I think we have to find out by playing more games.
이렇게 얘기를 해주셨고, 자 그럼 미래 얘기 나왔으니까요. 다음 경기가
moving on to
빅매치라고도 꼽히는
the final
하나생명
question.
전입니다. 일단
Your next
선수
opponent
어떤
will be
마음으로
Hana Life
경기에
Whisper, and
임할지
that's gonna be the
각오를
highlight of week number 5.
하나 생명은 일단
I think Hana
이대현
Life,
선수가 초피
they
선수가
have a very
진짜 고수거든요. 그래서
Gosu, a very strong mid
잘
laner,
준비할 것
Chovy.
같고,
So I think
오늘
I
좀
have to
경기력
prepare really hard, and we had a
많이
very
꼭 보완해서 다음
sloppy
경기는 꼭
performance
좋은
today.
경기력으로
So I hope we can come back stronger in the upcoming match.
기대해 보겠습니다. 캐년 선수도 각오
And
한마디
Canyon?
해주세요.
다음 경기도 엄청 힘든 경기가
It's gonna
될것
be
같은데
another hard journey for us.
열심히 더 위해서
So we will
깔끔하게
prepare
이겨보도록
really hard
하겠습니다.
and make
네,
sure to pick up a
응원하겠습니다.
cleaner
오늘 승리
victory.
다시 한번
This will be the end of
축하드립니다.
the interview with Showmaker Kenya from Damwon Kia, and back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as per usual, for the interview and analyst desk translation. And that is going to do it for our first series of the night. Yes, it is about, 8:45 here in Korea. Oftentimes, we're starting our next series at 8 p.m. Not tonight. We are certainly going the distance. Let's have a look at how the standings shaped up. KT had an opportunity to try and get ahead of T1. They were unfortunately unable to do so, so they will remain in 6th place. And Damwon Kia are continuing to extend their lead here in the LCK. That one little blemish up against Fredit BRION still there, taunting them and their potentially perfect record.
There's only a few, teams that looks like can beat them right now. Like, it looks like very firmly they are going to win regular season. We'll have to wait and see if that comes true or not. But I'm excited to watch more Damwon Kia games. That's for sure.
Me too. I'm also excited to watch more Liiv SANDBOX games, Wolf, as they're going to be up against Fredit BRION after about a 30-minute break. So guys, go get a snack, maybe run around the block, something like that, and we'll see you back for our next series pretty shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2021 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we have the battle for 9th at the bottom of the table of the LCK. This is going to determine who is going to be in last place at the end of the first round robin.
Yeah, it certainly will. Two of these teams both taking down one Titan on their way to where we were. We just had HonorLife Esports toppled by Liiv SANDBOX, and much earlier on in the season, Kia did get 2-0'd by Fredit BRION. So both of these teams have had this one shining moment, right? The first part of our round robin here, or our first round robin rather, of the summer season. So we'll see which one of these two teams can be on top. I think most would favor Liiv SANDBOX, especially coming off that win against against the HonorLife Esports roster, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to shake up. I actually think that Liiv SANDBOX do look like the far better team at this stage of the tournament, but anything can happen, and I've been caster cursing all day, so maybe I should just try and remain silent as far as what my opinion is. Underdogs with the biggest upsets are now fighting to get out of rock bottom of round 1. Yes, that's exactly what we were talking about, and I think it is likely going to be largely up to the junglers. Of course, there was the unfortunate scenario with Lava being out and unable to take on T1, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. He is now back, so this is, the full power of Fredit BRION.
That's right. So, Croco and Umpty, that's the matchup we're really zooming in on here. And Croco is actually the former teammate of Fredit BRION members, many of these guys, because he was on Reddit.
Brion
Blade, yes.
Yes.
At the time, I called it Brion Blade in my head because I didn't know it was pronounced Brion at that time, so it messed with how I was going to say it. But yeah, there's some history. There's some history here between these two squads. So we take a look at the stats.
Yeah, of course.
Man. Look at these.
Yeah, no, they're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
When it comes to locking down these neutrals, they are having a good time. However, the Baron, not really there for them. But Heralds and Dragons, hell yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, I mean, second place and 72 nearly % of Herald control to Liiv SANDBOX, so they do get a lot of plate gold, they do get a lot of early value and early leads. Converting those leads into wins, however, sometimes a little bit more difficult to pull off for the squad. And taking on the starting roster, as you mentioned, Lava is back in play, so no Chieftain mid-flexing going on. Umpty is going to be playing the jungle role, and everything is back right with Fredit BRION.
Yeah, thankfully. Of course, Chieftain did have a valiant effort against Faker, but it was still probably never likely to be very good. But thankfully, Lava's back. Hopefully, he's feeling as best as he can as well, as he's going to be up against Fate. For Liiv SANDBOX, I think that Fate has certainly been one of the shining lights of this team. Actually got into the Mad movie, which is pretty cool, with his play against Chovy. Of course, it was a pretty standard, Azir kind of kill in the mid lane, but still was definitely well played.
Yeah, this is a team that has a lot to prove. I think Liiv SANDBOX, new big sponsor coming into the LCK this season with KB Bank, and it hasn't been a great start. There's been a lot of pressure on effort, I think, because he is a very talented support player who came from T1 and has a lot of history behind him, but he is not changing the level of success they're having just yet. But this is the jungle matchup I was talking about earlier, and if you look at kill participation between these two players, that really tells a story. Like, first and second right here on your screen, Umpty is #1 in kill participation out of all jungles in the league, and Croco is second. These two teams rely on their jungles so much that this is going to be such a critical matchup going into this best of 3.
But they play so differently, right? Umpty is sort of like your late game jungler who does get a lot of his work done towards the end. You can see 50% kill participation at 15 is last in the league right now. And Croco, you can see his early stats are actually quite high when it comes to XP difference and gold difference at 15 as well. You could imagine that, players like Canyon might be a little bit further ahead when it comes to gold difference at 15 minutes. But still, this is a good look for Croco and certainly shows that Liiv SANDBOX are the fast and loose, we're going to try and win as quickly as we can team. And Fredit BRION, they try and get it done in some late game skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, Fredit BRION have really made some good decisions in the late game. They play a very slow tempo-based game where they get advantages, and then they just kind of don't take risks, and they play the slow style. That's how they beat Damwon Kia, right? Is got an advantage. There's a lot of talk in comms. You go back and watch some of those open mics about, like, calm down, guys, calm down, play slow, we can win this. That sort of play style, whereas Liiv SANDBOX is a lot more explosive, I feel, with how they play. Efforts, very aggressive roamer, so is Croco. Obviously, very much early game aggression out of this guy. And something to talk about with actually the jungle matchup as we head into this draft is really liked to play Olaf. That was his big pick, and now that Olaf is nerfed and has not been seen in our first 3 games, and I don't think he'll be seen in this one either, even though in other regions we are seeing it played sometimes. That's a huge loss for Fredit BRION. They instantly banned Crocos in Italy, so I'm not gonna let him have that one.
That's a good idea. His Nidalee, very, very good. We just saw exactly what Canyon was capable of doing on that champion as well. Seraphine is going to be banned, I assume, all day, and probably all week until we get to another patch, because she is extraordinarily strong. Samira going to be taken away here is interesting. Wanting to deny that one from Root, as you can see.
Yeah, has been one of his bigger pick champions, his more often picked champions. So a lot of.
You want to have a little bit of trivia? I got a bit of trivia for you.
Go for it.
So Summit actually was in a solo queue game about 4 hours ago. He went 0-10 on Renekton, and he was against Hoya. So that might be good for Hoya's mentality.
Do you know what Hoya was playing?
He was playing Pantheon.
Okay, all right.
Interestingly enough. So
that's a champion that both of these teams like to utilize, especially Fredit BRION. But obviously not a jungler anymore.
He was actually against Root as well, so Root was on Hoya's team in that particular solo queue game. So interesting stuff.
Yeah.
exactly. And this was just before the LCK started. Then they had about 4 hours during that first series to get themselves into the zone. As it is going to be an Udyr first pick, we'll go over the bans just a little bit here, as Nah was banned away from Summit. He certainly loves to default to it. The Thresh being banned here on red side, I really like that. Denying that affiliate is Thresh is a good idea, but picking Udyr instead of Rel, I think, is a very strange idea.
I mean, even with the Samira ban, you know, you don't have that Samira Rel to worry about, but Rel pairs with so many different AD carries super well, so it doesn't feel like you're really winning out in this one. Like, they'll be happy to take the Kai'Sa with this, and now you've got this high priority Udyr, and I think this goes back to Umti's champion pool just not being very wide, and the fact that they cannot play Olaf, or at least they don't want to play Olaf with how nerfed he is, Sterak's nerf, the Gore Drinker nerf, the passive nerf, is going to get taken away. Now, this is something that's been banned a lot in Challengers Korea, by the way, the Tristana, and it has been played as bottom side, not mid, even though we've seen that quite a bit recently too in other regions. So I think this is going to be bottom Tristana here for Henna.
And this is one of the old school combos as well, if they do put the Tristana bottom lane. Extraordinarily high damage at level 3. It's just insane if you get that all in. Rocket Jump does a lot of work. But we'll have to see whether that is in fact what's going to happen. Croco, just going to stick to his guns. He's going back to the Olaf. Doesn't matter how many times you nerf him or the items that he uses. Croco's still going to be playing it.
I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go to something like a Taliyah. I feel like Croco's a decent Taliyah player, and, you know, it's a very strong champion that can roam very well and make a lot of trouble for whatever mid matchup we end up hitting here. So
he's also been spamming Kayn in solo queue as well. Just hasn't actually isn't going to pull it out for this particular game. It's interesting. Renekton going to be banned away from Summit. That's actually very funny.
That is funny. Now. Yeah, that's really funny given what you just saw in the solo queue. Well, you know, for bans here right now, it's kind of a tough call for Liiv SANDBOX because you're not 100% sure the Tristana is going to be bottom, but it has been very common. And, you know, they decided to go with the kind of all-in thinking that is my thinking as well, based on what we've seen in Challengers Korea, right? This is going to be a bottom pick into removing both control mages. And they picked, you know, they didn't pick an AP jungler, so it's not like they're trying to grab something like a Yone mid for Fate. So this is kind of interesting. Seraphine is banned away as well. This could just be a victor game here for Fate. If that's the path he's going, it's kind of an interesting kind of way he's taken to get there.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to try and just take away as much from Lava as they can. I wouldn't be surprised if Zoe was just locked in here from Fate, just to, you know, force Lava towards something that he's not quite as practiced on. We'll see.
Frontline for it with the Olaf. I don't mind it at all. very strong.
Yeah, we've actually seen Olaf Zoe be quite successful together, but it is instead going to be Summits lock in towards the top side as the blind Camille will come in.
I'm not a huge fan of this, given that, you know, Ornn is still up. And I think Ornn works very well with Fredit BRION's comp. You have a nice answer with that, just to pick the Camille blind here. Would have rather them show their mid pick, but this could be a weird mid pick, right? With the bans on the Syndra and the Orianna, like this could certainly be something out of the box.
And it's both of these mid laners most played was Zoe as well. So it's surprising that they just leave it through and then Lava can go towards it. That is going to have confirmation on the Tristana being bottom lane, and Hoya's going to do it again. He was like, "It was a good game, man," and I'm gonna see whether I can just take myself down some Camille.
Yeah, it's not a terrible matchup, and the global is nice. And there's the... It's not that weird, but it is certainly less seen in Korea. And I think it'll be our second rise of Korea. It's only played in top lane once before. Oh, never mind. They're just going to do Twisted Fate, which is
pretty classic.
Pretty good with Camille, so... Nice.
Yeah, I like deciding to play towards some of the side lanes. Certainly with Pantheon, he can certainly side lane as well, and then Starfoil in when he needs to. But Fate's name is Fate for a reason, guys, and he's going to lock away the Twisted Fate and see what he can get done here for Liiv SANDBOX. It sort of suits their playstyle as well, alongside the fact that Croco's on one of his early pressure junglers. They have a solid bottom lane. But I'm very much looking forward to what Fredit BRION have for us here, because they've got the solo lane Pantheon that we've only seen a little bit of. They've got Lava on his, very comfortable Zoe. And then they have this Tristan-Alistair combination on the bottom side of the map, which has been something that, you've had to think about for 10 years of League of Legends, I swear.
Yeah, it's a very, very old one, and it can be very oppressive. I'm really curious to see how this is going to work out versus Aurel, because that matchup is going to decide a lot of where the plate gold goes and how much success Twisted Fate is going to have in roaming topside with the Camille, because he might actually have to be on a little bit of support duty on the bottom side of the map too if this ends up going very badly for root and effort. So if a lot of the pressure on the bottom lane in this matchup goes towards the priority of Henna and Delight, then the game plan kind of falls apart here for Liiv SANDBOX.
I also like the safety of Tristana, the Twisted Fate jumps on top of you, you got Buster Shot to get rid of him, and you'll be able to get that off before the gold card actually connects, and then you should be absolutely fine. So I like the idea that Fredit BRION have. Let's see how it works in practice as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1 of our second series of the night.
Yeah, this series is going to be, it could be legendary, right? This could be one of those series where it just gets a little bit out of control. Bottom two teams fighting against each other. Clown Fiesta ensues. Could be a long game, very back and forth. Or it could just be Liiv SANDBOX absolutely destroying and having a 2-0 and leaving fans wondering again why they're sitting at 2-6 at the moment. Because they do show a lot of potential, but they're just not able to convert those leads into actual wins consistently yet. And we were wondering at the beginning, will they bounce back? Will we see them look stronger? And I was, saying this was a big dark horse team for me. I thought they were going to perform better. But now that we've kind of hit the halfway point, it feels like the answer is, well, maybe they were actually where they were in the standings the whole way, all along. They haven't had any breakout performances besides that win against Hanwha. So looking for a strong win here if you're Liiv SANDBOX, a 2-0 if possible.
And the SANDBOX of old was always able to, perform relatively well, right? They weren't one of our playoff teams very often, but oftentimes, SANDBOX were actually higher in the standings, and definitely much higher than this. 9th place is not something that they're going to be happy with, so looking forward to seeing what's going to happen. Deft was the last one to play Tristana, and that was, a long time ago. 571 days ago.
Yeah, been a very long time.
Yeah, and Aiming's Kai'Sa managed to take him down there as well, which is a little bit unfortunate. So let's see how this one goes. I think we've seen mid Tristana a little bit more recently. But not so much the bot lane Tristana, unless I'm just wrong.
In Challengers
LCK.
Korea. In Challengers Korea, we've seen it a few times. It's been banned a little bit as well across the teams, so definitely something that we're seeing more often in Korea. And I've seen it kind of floating around solo queue a little bit as well, but it's not a pick that you think of as a standard pick. And
no,
the priority we saw in it too very early on was also surprising going into this series, but. We'll see how it plays out. I'm I'm curious about this matchup, especially, like I said, because I feel like if this goes very badly for Effort and Root, then they're going to have a tough time.
Yeah. Jonas Strong just zooming in on the minion. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. And Henna was able to get all of them, so nicely done. As now, Effort looking for it. You get that pullback, nice double stun, but Root just really didn't want something to do with that. And this is what I was talking about. Yeah. This is the combo potential. As he gets the explosion on the explosive charge, that gives you another reset on the rocket jump. Unfortunately, unable to finish off the kill, and Root is very, very healthy. But still, I mean, this is what this bottom lane can do.
Yeah, I mean, and if you end up trying to be aggressive as the Rel and failing, then it can get out of control. And then suddenly the turret damage that you can have with the Tristana is insane as well. And then tons of plates go through and everything falls apart. So you really have to be careful about letting that Tristana get out of control early. As a lot of action over here, but, well, I mean, a lot of action potentially.
Yeah, Lava just picking up a whole bunch of stuff. Croco did have to use his Ghost, and that is going to mean that Umpty should be able to grab himself this Rift Scuttler. And remember, the bottom one is still standing as well. And it might be a double scuttle here for Umpty, which is absolutely fantastic news. Udyr needs as many advantages as he possibly can have in order to be relevant, as Hoya here teleports back, and Summit's going to do his best to grab all the experience and then go and do the same thing, most likely.
I'm really excited to see that, you know, even though the Pantheon got nerfed, he still has a place.
Yeah.
Delay there. He still has a place in solo lanes, and that means that, you know, he's still a semi-global presence, but I think nerfing jungle specifically for him was one of the big changes I liked. If you're trying to kind of target this champion, it was super high priority across all regions, very highly picked and banned in solo queue. It was a good choice because he just had, because of his ultimate and his global ability, it's semi-global, right? It's not completely global, but his ability to impact all lanes and his ability to easily stun and set up for kills and also dominate a lot of jungle matchups has made him so crazy in the jungle. But on the top side of the map, like, he can still have a pretty big impact around the later parts of the game when he's roaming around, but also he can still impact the mid lane. So he's not, like, as oppressive, and you're not always safe anywhere you are on the map because you know Pantheon's just going to ult save you. So I thought it was a good change, but I'm glad that he's still relevant and that people still like playing him.
Yeah, me too. I actually feel like, you know, League of Legends without Pantheon being possible in a solo lane wouldn't be the same game that I'd know, because I often, you know, when I'm tilted in solo queue, I just pull out the Pantheon, you know, because you can always trust him.
Yeah.
And he's not quite the same as he used to be. He used to be just like through targeted spears, and it was like the easiest thing in the universe, but it's still a similar vibe. And I like it. As Hoya, we'll see whether he's going to like it. At the moment, things are very, very even. As this is largely going to be about hitting level 6 for Liiv SANDBOX and getting these rotational plays down. And we know that that's how they like to play, right? Play around objectives early, grab all the heralds, grab all the dragons, and get that done. As you can see, bottom side, a lot of vision control they've invested in. Make sure that Root and Effort are going to be okay. And Henna and Delight now starting to push out.
Fate leaves lane. There's a question mark ping. And he has 6, but he's just going to walk back. Threatening all-ins on the top side of the map is definitely something you can do, even if you're not intending to actually use them. Now that Summit hits 6, you can just kind of hide where you are on the maps every now and then and try to give that impression that you might rotate. I think this was actually seen by Lava in this case, but we see it sometimes from Twisted Fate players. Speaking of Lava, he's coming down. They want to make a play for the Drake here.
Should be able to get it as well. Just sweep everything out and get the work done. Looks like it's not going to be given up without a fight, though, as Undertow lands onto Delight. Umpty's very low. There's the flash forward. They get the gold card. Delight makes his way out. Good pulverize onto Effort, but he gets a huge stun, and both supports go down in an instant. It is going to be First Blood going over to Umpty, but the fight isn't over yet. Henna getting into position with that rocket jump, as Umpty's still just trying to run around the circle, see what he can get done, but it is just going to be that 1-for-1 in the end, and the Drake is then ignored.
Yeah. Drake ends up being the real winner here, actually.
Yeah.
Gets to stay alive. And, you know, I mean, we say that, but I think that we are going to see it get taken here. It's a teleport coming through from Lava back into mid lane. So teleport advantage going to Fate. They decide not to commit here, you know, interestingly enough, with Zoe teleporting back mid. But they're being very indecisive. Like, they're not accomplishing much of anything here. It looks like he was trying to grab blue, but, like, Zoe is actually getting so much value. Gets a deep ward, gets the push on the turret. So
it's a Randuin's.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's what you love to see.
Absolutely.
Just teleport in and then press that.
I actually really liked it from Liiv SANDBOX, though, to back away as soon as they saw that Hoya was missing, because that means that the Grand Starfoil is going to be so scary. And they want to make sure that they have him on the top side of the map without teleport, so that they can guarantee that if they do it, it's going to be that 4v4 that they were looking for. So let's have a look at this replay. Take us through what happened.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a really nice stun onto Delight. They commit the flash in, and they really want this kill, and obviously effort is really, really low. So ends up just being a trade. Like, the jump away, you talked about it with the Tristana, you're almost always going to be able to get that off the rocket jump before the stun. You can buffer that, so nice escape there. And he didn't have to use Teleport Fate, so that's one of the big redeeming factors of how this trade went. So he actually still has Teleport before his Destiny comes back up. Double global Twisted Fate, very annoying.
Lava, a little bit frustrated that his Battlestar was blocked by some pesky minions. You can see Fredit BRION looking to take away the first Herald. Those Liiv SANDBOX stats, where are they? As Croco gets into the pit. He has no way out, remember? No flash, as Delight says, all right, I'll help you out there, buddy. See you later. And the Ragnarok was a little bit late as well. Here's the ensuing fight. Let's see whether Fredit BRION can come out ahead as Effort gets his aftershock, but he's now going down very, very low, and he's extraordinarily slow, as you could see. Henna, rocket jumping forward, but unable to find too much. This is going to be Fredit BRION taking down the Herald and making it out.
Yeah, very well played by Fredit BRION here. But let's see where they end up placing this. Did get given over to Umpty. I might just toss it in top. Fate has not been able to find any aggression in the top side of the map because he's been more preoccupied with the bottom side, right? Like I was talking about, because of the Drake that nobody ended up taking at the end of the day. But this Camille pick is still going to be fine. Like, it's not like, okay, well, he didn't go 3-0 early with teleports on cooldown like we do sometimes see, and we did see especially at the beginning of this season. But he's still going to be relevant in the later parts of the game with his side laning, but he didn't get anything done early, right? And this was a blind Camille pick we were talking about, where it felt like, is it necessary to pick it blind here? And so far...
I mean, actually, like, this is fine for Summit, right? He's even in lane against a Pantheon. I'm sure he's, like, pretty psyched because he has the late game, right? Like, he's always just going to be that side lane menace.
The mid game is where the Pantheon, I think, is going to shine a little bit more.
Yeah, right.
So let's see if they can actually get a lead in that regard here. Starting with the Drake would be a nice way to get there.
Man Bear Pig running around. Umpty going to get onto that Drake as Croco had started it up for him, and it looks like Liiv SANDBOX not feeling like they can fight this. Destiny is available, but Fredit BRION had control of the river, and they're snowballing quite nicely right now, despite not being ahead in gold. Able to grab a couple of those objectives, and Umpty still has the Rift Herald available, so that's sort of money waiting in the bank.
Yeah. He's going to get that money whenever he wants it. He's on the bottom side of the map right now. I'm curious where the real, like, big engages that we're looking for Twisted Fate are going to be, because they haven't been able to find value on it on the objectives. They haven't been able to find value on it in the bottom side of the map or the top side. You know, we do sometimes see those aggressive ganks, but Croco, you know, he didn't get his Nidalee. If it was Nidalee, I think we'd see a lot of dives on the top side. Didn't get it. So the Twisted Fate pick, like, it's not bad, right? Again, this is fine, right? Like you said earlier about the Camille pick, it's like not terrible. It's actually totally fine, but I think they wanted more than they're getting right now with these global picks, and it's unfortunate they don't get a lead in terms of objective control, because this comp is kind of supposed to.
Yeah, you want to play around, you know, your Twisted Fate, your Destinies, things like that, but Fate has been quite slow so far in this game. Still, I mean, CS across the board is extraordinarily even on every metric, basically. We got, you know, a separation of 6 in the mid lane, a few in the jungle. Top lane is even, bottom lane is even. It's certainly not exactly rocketing one way or the other for both of these teams. And it's interesting, like, yeah, but late game's like an odd conversation between these two squads as well, because you have, like, Fredit BRION, who wants to thrive in the chaos of mid-game, but Liiv SANDBOX can sort of play around that by trying to go for their 1-3-1 type style. Both of these teams sort of with different game plans in mind, as Hoya, not going to phase check effort. Actually is. Well, back in. There's the crash down. Croco going to turn up as well, and Hoya gets the bad news. He has a whole host of friends. There's a Hextech ultimatum, and Summit easily grabs that kill.
Yeah, didn't even have to see Fate get involved in this. He's actually just chilling in the mid lane. This is a big roaming play from Effort, and this is something I've been talking about all season long, and I think everybody has kind of noticed, is that Effort always roams around the map early. Like, he's just all over the map. I mean, this is 12 minutes in the game, so it's not that early, but he does not stay in lane. And if you don't know where he is and there are question mark pings going down, you can't face check that one, unfortunately.
No.
I mean, it's such a... You don't expect a rel to be on the top side of the map in 12 minutes. Like, I get it. But at the same time, if you don't know where she is, you have to show more respect than that.
And he was he was thinking. It was like he knew, and then he's like, oh, nah, surely
That's crazy.
not.
No way, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he overthought it a little bit, unfortunately. But that means that Summit is going to be very, very happy in this matchup now. So he finishes his Trinity Force, makes his way back up towards top side. And yeah, this is where the Camille might start getting out of control. Hoya's going to be able to clear out that wave, though, and he will have some respite as Summit tries to shove it back towards him. So let's have a look at this one more time. Look at his indecision.
Yeah,
He's like, nah, surely not. Oh, but wait.
Yeah, just, I mean, it's so easy to lock him down at this point, too. Like, yeah, he has his shield, but he's just going to get X-Tech ultimatum. You're just, there's no way out. And you can see on the other side of the map, Umpty was maybe trying to dive and make a play to kill Fate, but he also played it safe and passive, stayed under turret, so they weren't able to trade anything back for it. So really just unfortunate all around here for Fredit BRION after such a good start.
Still, not the end of the world or anything like that by any means, and you can see that Umpty's having a decent time in the jungle. This composition, I'm feeling, is probably likely to pop off between, you know, the 15 to 30-minute mark.
Yeah. I mean, you would think so, because, I mean, you have the Pantheon is in some ways a counter global to the Twisted Fate, but he has hard engage, and because he's in a solo lane, like, support Pantheon was never really that scary in that regard, because he just didn't have enough items and money unless it was barrel popping off, like, you know, every now and then.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
all right, Fruit's just going to get engaged on here by Henna, who explodes him. Rocket jumps out again. I like it.
Yeah.
Kraken Slayer in, and it's looking a bit scary here for the Tristana. As Hoya is going to flash, but Destiny does come down. Slow comes in, good gold card there. As Hoya does get a lot of value out of his shield, but it's not going to quite be enough here, as Umpty says, nah, don't think I'm going to be able to get too much done here. And he's going to back away as well. So Liiv SANDBOX managed to nail one of their Destiny plays.
Yeah. And then, you know, going back to what I was saying about the Pantheon, like, this is the part where you expect, you know, 15 to 30, I'd say maybe like 15 to 25 minutes is when you feel like he's going to be able to help lock down objectives. He can force his way into the backline very easily, and he does a lot of damage because he has good items, right? Because he's a solo laner. But what Twisted Fate has is, you know, the ability to rotate top or bottom. It can make those choices that a top lane Pantheon can't make because he's just too far away. And now I'm starting to feel like, okay, the global execution here has been a little bit better for Liiv SANDBOX, and I think that they might be able to take a firm hold over this game if they can continue to snowball this top lane. 2 kills early for Summit means that this 1-3-1 becomes so much harder to deal with.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing how they're going to continue playing this one out, because, oh my goodness, really? Again? 4 in a row?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I'm looking for the 6 out of 6, man. Don't disappoint me.
I'll do my best. You know, it's now a challenge. As Lava into this mid lane, just trying to clear things out. Fate, you can see, has his Everfrost completed, which is cool. Haven't seen too many of those so far in the LCK, but we've seen it cropping up recently.
Yeah, very surprised to see that, actually.
Added CC for the Twist of Fate, always a fun thing.
Yeah.
As this is what I wanted to see, Wolf. I wanted to see more vision control for Fredit BRION, as now they're going to use it. They did manage to find Effort there, who jumps out. There's the Grand Starfall. Ragnarok not going to save you now. And the Olaf is going to be taken down. The Rel soon to follow, and now Fredit BRION going to push down this mid lane.
This is the Fredit BRION versus Liiv SANDBOX I was looking for. This is the non-stop action that I wanted, especially we got 2 globals. Just trade kills back and forth. Let's get in there. Fate's trying to desperately set up for a gold card to delay this turret going down, but Umpty's going to say, nope, do not get anywhere near. So that's going to be first turret. And you know, my favorite fact about Zoe is...
oh yeah, the out of turrets in the mid lane, baby.
When turret goes down, she's got the whole map open. She's going to be able to poke, do a lot more damage. And if they can continue to control vision, the next few objective fights go back into their favor. It really just feels like one of those games that's going to keep seesawing.
I feel like that is the case, but this is exactly where Fredit BRION want to start getting their advantages. They have both of the Drakes so far, and yes, it is a Cloud Soul, so I'm sorry about that one, but still, stacking that up, getting that Cloud Soul early will certainly help them power up. And if they can continue, like, getting this lead further and further, things could be good, as there's the headbutt onto the Rift Herald, who goes for a really long charge and is denied. Actually, really nicely done.
Yeah. She just barely does deny it. I was like looking, I was like, oh, just barely going to connect, but no. Well played.
Taken out mid-charge, like it.
And look at this, Summit is getting value on the bottom side of the map, hitting a turret for free. There's no pressure onto him. Fate still has teleport and his Destiny, so there's just no way to actually try to commit. Like, you're gonna have to commit a lot of resources if you're gonna actually deal with this Camille, and you could just be counter, you know, ganked, counter global. By the Twisted Fate here. So because he still has teleport, he's just gonna go to the top side lane as well. And 1-3-1 starting to come online here for Liiv SANDBOX is exactly what you want.
Let's have a look at this once again. Yeah, exactly. This is that replay where, you know, they had all of that vision control, and this is them utilizing it. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And this is where, like I said, if you have the Pantheon, the cool thing about him is more than a Twisted Fate, because Twisted Fate's squishy and it's kind of a stun bot and hits some shots, but Pantheon is like, I want to go to the back of the team fight, and then he goes there, and then there's nothing you can do. So it's, and then he can actually blow up a squishy target. So very much different ways to play around these globals, or what the function of these globals are a little bit different. But the hard engage is what Fredit BRION has in spades, and when they have vision, they're going in.
Certainly are. And they do have vision here towards the top side, as you can see. Aaron's going to be up in a minute's time. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much fighting around that one, especially with the game so close. There's Fate now getting closed in on, but he knows exactly what's up. Destiny is going to be popped here as Summit looking for Hoya there towards the bottom side. The Destiny back to his team, and Fate's just going to continue trying to throw wild cards at the mid lane wave.
This is starting to get a little bit out of hand, this Summit Camille on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. As Umpty, he's just wandering towards the back line. There's a rocket jump in here from Henno, who wants to try and find those shots onto Effort, who does make his way out. Umpty continuing just to run around. I like it. Getting as many boops as he can possibly find. That's the goal.
I think the range is somewhat of an issue for Liiv SANDBOX in these skirmishes, because, you know, Twisted Fate has to get pretty close until he gets his rapid fire cannon later to do damage. So does Kaisa to a certain extent. So you're a little bit squishy, you're a little bit worried without the Camille, especially if Pantheon decides to ult in. Fate's gonna look for a flank.
Yeah, Summit's gonna be discovered here by Hoya. Gets himself the shield. Delight getting taken down very low, but he's soaking damage quite nicely. Effort here getting a decent stun, as Henna is going to be able to use that cleanse really nicely on the exhaust. Effort now taking a lot of damage. Henna's trying his very best to kite this one out, but everyone's so low, they're just not able to get the kills. Now Lava looking for even more, goes golden. Umpty off towards the side is, oh dear, that wasn't exactly what Lava wanted. And now Henna and Umpty can have to get out.
Yeah, well, you know, again, the series just keeps delivering on what we expected it to be. A little bit out there, a little bit wacky. Not perfect play by any means, but exciting, fast-paced, aggressive. We're going to go back as the Drake is taken here. So Fate's got this really nice flank angle. You know, what he wants to do with this flank angle is set up for a kill onto the Zoe, but once he drops his gold card, like I said, he doesn't do much in this team fight, like damage-wise. He does finally get in and get his wild card off. And Kroko has to kind of carry the mantle for a lot of this fight because, you know, he's super tanky. And then Fredit BRION gets shoved back, but they have this really nice choke point to operate around. And then we see Lava decide to re-engage, and he just doesn't have anywhere to go. Ends up being like I said, a very crazy, aggressive, back and forth trady kind of fight. But
he had flash actually, so Lava might have had an opportunity to get out of the way, but that's a fat wall, so difficult one to get over.
It's hard to say if that would have gotten him away.
Kroko steals away the blue buff. Nicely done. They did secure the Drake while we were in the replay, as you were mentioning. Looks like Lichbane going to be coming up next here for Fate. Wanting to get as much damage as he possibly can. And Henna is scaling, you know, that draw a bead passive. Of course, giving you more and more range as the game goes on. Certainly going to be feeling better and better, but haven't quite seen too much of the value of the Tristana, apart from that, you know, level 2 attempted all-in that didn't quite work.
Extremely even bottom of the map in terms of gold. I think it was 15. The graph away. So very, very close. But I do think the range is going to be the issue for Liiv SANDBOX in a lot of these fights coming up. They're going to need some hard engage with Summit. Like, he's actually going to have to be present for fights. Or they have to avoid the fights, right? You can't have both. So either he has to force a fight or force a rotation to deal with his side pushing, or he needs to be there for the fight. And that's why his teleport cooldown is going to be so important to track in these next few objective fights. He's got it right now. Hoya's also his comeback off cooldown. Let's see how this goes, because I feel like these last two fights, Olaf is doing the thing where he runs at everybody, but he has even less survivability now than he had before.
Yeah. Sort of starting to feel the brunt of some of the nerfs just a little bit. But, still does what Olaf is supposed to do. And this is Croco, of course. He does just love the champion. Bubbles landing here as Umties. Yeah, he's boosting it. The Chem Tank online and being problematic. Supercharged to get out of the way of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble as Lava does make his way back. And now Hoya back down towards the bottom side to try and stop Summit's incessant pushing.
Yeah, he's starting to get a lot of value out of this pushing as well in terms of his CS advantage. So always putting threat onto this turret, which means that he has to be responded to by Hoya at least.
Yeah.
Haven't committed any other resource to try to stop him. And as I say it, Umpty does come down here.
Well, Hoya's going to come in. Summit is in position as well, as it is going to be the red buff taken by Umpty. Now he's looking for the Olaf, who Ragnarok's away. Not exactly the hugest of cooldowns, but still something relevant here, as Hoya wanting to get back underneath this turret, has himself the shield, so he'll be fine.
The
and
one
just clears this one out.
It's working, they committed some resources to come and collapse onto Summit, and then Fate, it looks like Fate considered coming in, and then, no, backs away, decides to keep pushing. I think he's just barely going to get out here, too, unfortunately.
Yeah, so. Wave once again in the way, but I think he was out beforehand anyway.
Yeah, they rotate over here. Camille's still got the bot pushing, and Liiv SANDBOX are really making this work now as it reaches the stage of the game where Fredit BRION, it feels like they're constantly on the receiving end of this ping pong game. It's starting to take a toll in terms of where that Camille's gold is at. 450 gold bounty.
Yeah, he's huge. Summit is just massive. He's getting a lot of revenge at the moment for his solo queue game up against Hoya previously.
Yeah.
Fredit BRION, they do have the good Drakes this game. Unfortunately, Liiv SANDBOX started taking their dragons after the clouds set in, which I guess is my fault. Henna's just been constantly in this mid lane trying to just clear it out over and over again. Like you say, it is certainly feeling like a bit of a weird situation as Fate finds himself the gold card. And here's their decision to just destroy the mid laner, and they do so very, very comfortably. Summit is going to be able to shove here on the top side of the map, but what can Fredit BRION do now with the extra space provided by having no Twisted Fate?
They're going to get the Drake, I think, worst case scenario, but I don't think they can make a play on Baron unless they get more picks here. And they're rotating up right now. This is actually really smart to try to push everybody away, but also gives them control over the Baron and can help deal with Summit all at the same time. They are going to make a play for this Baron. This is very greedy.
Yeah, Grand Starfall not actually available, so Hoya can only get in there with the teleport if he chooses to use it. There's the flash in, they deliver the Camille, but there's the Magnet Storm from Effort, just gigantic. They dive onto Henna and take him out immediately. Summit, even able to run away, gets back in with a beautiful hook shot. And everyone's just getting mown down. Hoya's doing a fair bit of work here as he flashes out of the way, but Root immediately, he's after him. Can we find enough? No, the answer is absolutely no. Double kill comes through from Summit. And that was just a little bit too ambitious there from Fredit BRION. It looks like Liiv SANDBOX want to take down the Baron themselves.
Yeah, and now that Fates respawn, they absolutely can. It's only 3 members here, and Summit is low, but he's Camille, so it'll be fine. But yeah, the Magnet Storm was fantastic, as we're actually going to go back in time and watch this pick on Fate, which is what led to all of this happening in the first place. So this is, again, the Pantheon just saying, I can be wherever I want, it doesn't matter. Fate has Flash, doesn't use it, but I don't think it would have saved him. Doesn't know if there's a Warden push there or not. And then, okay, they decide, oh, well, you don't have Twisted Fate anymore. We're going to look for this play. We're going to look for this fight. And then, boom! Massive value here from Effort on the Magnet Storm and the Attract Repel. And, I mean, that's what wins the fight for you if you're Liiv SANDBOX, you're 4v5. Like, Fate is still dead. It just doesn't matter. And then Summit re-engages back, gets a nice stun, has everybody slowed. And even though they get the one trade back here, the second one of the fight, you're out of luck. Because they can easily just get chased away.
Yeah,
Only
and
Umpty
Root was
gets out alive.
basically untouched as well throughout that entire fight. So a little bit unfortunate there for Fredit BRION, not able to get towards the Kai'Sa at all. I think he was booped by Umpty once, and that was it.
Nope. I mean, this is when, with the Baron buff, that's when you're like, oh no, this Camille is even more frustrating to deal with.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, right now, if you're Fredit BRION, you're like, well, we got a pick, but we used our ult for it. We couldn't actually take the Baron away. We made an over-aggressive, greedy play, and you can start to feel the game kind of slipping away in this situation from Fredit BRION, because there's the counterplays you have to this Camille that's running away with the game 5-0-4 now.
Yeah.
Like, how could you even stop that? You're going to need more than 2 people. And then if you try to commit 3, then Twisted Fate Destiny's in or teleports in, has a gold card, buys time, everyone else comes over. And the Twisted Fate pick that I wasn't so sure about early on with this, like, you know, felt like, could be good, but I'm not sure we're not seeing the value. It's starting to get it now.
Well, in goes Hoya. Looks to dive on top of Summit. Let's see how much time Summit can buy here as he does eat a bubble. And now he's looking to try and take someone with him. He's taking up the turret as well. Goes Golden. They're going to lose an inhibitor turret for it. Summit actually lasting quite a long time. Inner turret going to go down as well. And look, if I was in all chat, probably be typing word if I'm Summit.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the Drake that's up right now is a Cloud Drake that Liiv SANDBOX can take on their way out. And even if they weren't able to take this, like, there's no other objective on the map. The Baron buff is still theirs, so it's not like you're going to go take this Drake on your way out and then Liiv SANDBOX, or rather, Fredit BRION's going to run over and steal a Baron out from under you.
Yeah.
So it ends up being very worth it here. I mean, sure, the shutdown gold, I actually didn't see who it went to, but the shutdown gold is pretty significant. Like, we have to admit that, but this ends up buying so much time. They get a turret, they get 2 turrets actually from this and a Drake. And he's just buying so much time. And if he had been a little bit safer, like, maybe he actually gets out here, you know, like...
Well, maybe he gets a kill into someone, but no, I think that was good. He used his stopwatch, but that's fine. He's probably going to have a GA relatively soon anyway. As we haven't seen too much of this Tristana value. I keep going back to it and keep thinking about it.
Yeah.
But, and has just been sort of unfortunately punished for a few of his rocket jumps in these team fights and hasn't really been able to find the value.
And I think in a straight up
time.
I think in a straight up team fight, Atlas, that like he will get a lot of value and he will be very useful if he isn't blown up instantly, right? But they don't get to take the fights on their terms because this 1-3-1 is just such a menace. I mean, you can literally, if you look at the map, you can see Twisted Fate on the top side, Camille on the bottom side. They're gonna look to try to 5v3 this, but they're just a little bit too slow to get value out of this, and there's no objective to fight over. So Liiv SANDBOX is just like, yeah, we'll just literally walk away, and they have nothing to lose. I'd almost rather see, thinking about it, Fredit BRION trying to collapse onto Fate. I don't know, man. This is a disaster. This is just getting worse and worse all the time.
Yeah, and there's another Destiny, and that's going to make sure that every little movement that's being done by Fredit BRION is completely known to the rest of Liiv SANDBOX. I really like this, like, far more utility focus of the Twisted Fate in this particular game. Very, very cool. Bubble is going to connect, though, as Croco takes a lot of damage. You can see Delight trying to get in there, but Ragnarok is popped. Croco runs away, doesn't utilize his Ghost just yet, but he's going to have to go back, and Fredit BRION looking to try and get the re-engage. In goes the Grand Starfall, as Effort taking a fair bit of damage there, but Summit's found the backline, and immediately Fredit BRION have to back away. And now Hoya, he's doing exactly the same thing that Summit's trying to, and not being quite as successful. Delight also going to pay the price. Effort is going to go down as well, though, and maybe this is the time that Henna can shine. Flash on forward, I believe that was a hijacked one, as you can see Lava searching for more options. Umpty's very, very fast, flashes on in, looks for Root, but the bear slap not quite going to work out
going
there.
In.
Yeah. Fate utilizing Endless Winter as best he can, but we're trading 80 carries. It's a double kill somehow from beyond the grave for Henna, as now we find the ace for Fredit BRION. Lava locking that last one down.
Fredit BRION are just going to have to go on cleanup duty now with Lava and Umpty dealing with all the minion pressure, all the waves across the map. And it looked like the fight was actually a little bit of an overextension for Fredit BRION, where they got stretched just too thin, like a rubber band you pulled too tight. As this is going to be the very beginning of this, we're going to probably have to fast forward a little bit. Yep, there we go. Fast forward a little bit. Yeah. Okay, then the ultimate comes through from the Pantheon. And Effort is actually caught here and stunned right away, but they can't kill him. Summit pulls everybody away, And he's actually so tanky, like he's just so unkillable. It takes so many resources to kill him. And this is what I was talking about. They get stretched too thin like a rubber band, and it snaps. But then, as you said, this is when, okay, Henna's actually going to get a lot of value onto the Tristana. It has insanely good, consistent damage output, and Root is very low and gets even lower here. Actually makes it
Supercharge was actually really good from Root.
And he all-ins onto Henna, but actually gets blown up. The damage output is just too much. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about this. This is just...
And I think somehow Henna got kill credit for taking down Twisted Fate. I'm not entirely sure how that one works. That was very, very weird. As we've got Destiny, and it's going to spot Fredit BRION taking down this Baron. It's already half health. This Croco getting snagged by these paddle stars. Fate coming on in, does find himself a gold card there. And look at all of the added CC. Effort goes in with the Magnet Storm. High value here as Henna is able to take down the Rel. You have to really be careful of the Tristana damage. However, Fate going to be taken down here on the backside. Henna finding that last order. We cancelled so many. Oh no. Croco here will be taken down though, and now Umpty's just going to run at Summit. I don't know whether you win this fight actually, but if Lava's there, he certainly should be able to. But these have been absolute chaos in these team fights. Yeah. Now Summit, we'll see what he can actually do here as the paddle star's starting to come on over. Doesn't get the stun with his hook shot, but he's trying to create as much distance as he can. Not quite able to, and that's another ace for Fredit BRION.
Well, Fredit BRION with that last team fight, well, you can call it a team fight or team situation that resulted in Fredit BRION winning a 5v3 trade that happened before that. They got to start Baron, so they actually have the advantage in terms of positioning. And this is where, you know, they haven't been able to have this for a really long time because of the 1-3-1. So now, even though Effort has a really nice engage, the damage output from Henna is just insane. Like, throughout this entire beginning of this fight, he isn't touched. And then, you know, he does, of course, get taken out here after going golden. Look at where Root is at, meanwhile, though. Like, he's struggling to do anything, and there's, like, no way out. He's actually trapped, has to peel away, and then he runs into Henna, who trades back into him again. And these are the 5v5 team fights I was talking about that Fredit BRION want to take away from the 1-3-1. And they're finally able to make it happen because of that last crazy fight where they had an advantage. They got to start Baron. And they're going to try to carry these advantages further and further.
Yeah, and we're back on the Baron once again. Another Destiny going to be used here as we're just going to trade Baron for an inhibitor. That's it's going to be Fate's decision. I like that. Immediately, everyone just going to recall, but still, that is going to be decent base damage for Liiv SANDBOX. And I think taking, you know, the most out of the situation is definitely a good idea.
Oh, sure. I mean, you saw what happened in the last fight, so I don't think they want to try. I don't think they want to try to repeat that.
Yeah. And I believe there was a supercharger used, and that's why the ward was being attacked by Henna, but I'm not entirely sure. Difficult moment there that was able to get the trade kill and actually worked out quite well for Fredit BRION. 6-3-6 now for the Tristana, and has the Guardian Angel now complete. I mean, Root's huge as well. 4-2-8, but a lot more CS, and has his 4 items completed as well, not to mention the stopwatch. So this can certainly still go SANDBOX's way, but Fredit BRION have been pretty consistently winning these team fights.
Yeah, and they've gotten to fight them on their terms. The last 2 Barons they start, so Liiv SANDBOX has to respond. They're not all there at the same time. They have to trickle in. It's a very difficult fight to take against the Tristana that has that insane damage output. Like, they have vision control, they have lava, able to do a lot of chip damage before the fight really even gets online. And so, when there's also a Baron buff against you now, so you can't really have side lane pressure, you can't force people to walk away. Like, Fredit BRION get to group up, they get to take these fights on their terms, in their positional advantages. And unfortunately, Camille isn't as good, isn't as valuable, sometimes as a Pantheon in those situations. In this case, she's very fed, so you could make an argument, but Pantheon's ability to just say, you don't exist, Root, I'm going to make sure that you have to kite back, is very powerful. And I think that's part of why, you know, you see Summit still now committing to trying to get the side lane pressure on, because they have to force Fredit BRION back and try to avoid as many fights as possible here through this part of the game.
Well, teleport from Fate gets him towards the top side. Of course, has the unsealed spellbook, so can grab himself another summoner spell if he would like. Umpty booking it on over towards the Twisted Fate, who does back away. 2-0-15 for this Udyr, by the way. We were talking about Umpty having amazing kill participation stats, you know, after 15 minutes. Yeah, I'd say that he's definitely up there right now, with currently sitting on 17 out of 18. Not bad at all.
Yeah, it's been working a treat for them, helping lock down some of these targets, making sure that you know, it's hard for Liiv SANDBOX to actually turn them. He's just constantly peeling, constantly doing damage. He's got Randuin's now as well. And he's just so speedy. So he gets to be able to hard engage. He gets to be a threat for Root. Hoya's a threat for Root, right? And then you're just like, okay, well, what about the Alistar? What about the Zoe? Like, there's so many ways that Root can actually be blown up and killed. He's got a stopwatch now, but I don't know if that's really going to save him in these crazy skirmishy fights. The rapid fire cannon is done for Fate. Gives him a little bit more range, but still, you just don't really have a great front-to-back team fight you can take for Liiv SANDBOX. You want to take a numbers advantage team fight with your global rather than...
Well, they need to be playing the map, right? Like, this is all about Liiv SANDBOX, you know, getting Twisted Fate and Camille into side lanes and stretching Fredit BRION too thin, but unfortunately, they've just been baited into a few too many of these fights around Barons and things like that, and now Tristana is very, very strong. Not to mention this Zoe, 6, 2, and 10 right now with so many items. As you can see, now building towards Rabadon's Death Cap. Fate doing the same thing, but there's a Void Staff already on the Zoe. Lava is doing a lot of work.
I mean, he does tons of damage in these fights, too. So by the time you get to try to, like, if Fredit BRION have control over Baron and starting it, right, if you're trying to approach that situation as Liiv SANDBOX, you're going to take so much chip damage on the way in. So now the game has calmed down a little bit. Baron buff's worn off, right, and you can see the side lane pressure starts to mount again. They have that inhibitor down on the bottom side of the map. So there are things that Liiv SANDBOX can do to try to force the fights in their terms now. Like, the lane pressure means that they might be able to set up for the straight fight in their favor, like where they have wards and the setup is good, but see if Fate can teleport in. I believe that's still just barely on cooldown from the last time he used it. It's covered up by his ghost right now, but
yeah, I think it's still got a couple of minutes maybe. He used it to get towards that top side, but he has Destiny, so he should be able to cross that map. Level 18, of course, so the range is pretty high. Looks like Fredit BRION just looking for this Cloud Soul.
I like this.
And Liiv SANDBOX just lying in wait, right? They're waiting for this this dragon to be taken, and then they're going to enclose on the base. But I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough, as Hoya is already in position.
The timing is so good on this for the bottom inhibitor. If he could actually just buy like 15 more seconds and take it would have been huge.
Yeah.
Like, I think that was the idea here with this. They hide and say, oh, you think we're on the Drake, you're going to go try to take that 5v5 team fight. They rotate over to the Drake. They find out they're not there. But they can clear the Drake so quickly. We're almost 40 minutes into the game. They just clear it and come home. And this didn't end up actually working out for Liiv SANDBOX the way they wanted it to. I think they wanted to try to get top inhibitor turret and reset that bottom inhibitor, but get neither. And now it's Cloud Soul, Fredit BRION.
Yeah, they've managed to pick that one up. Not exactly the hugest amount of value, especially if you're looking at something like a Zoe and an Udyr, but that's absolutely fine. More buster shots, and maybe Hen is going to be able to utilize that as the game continues. Summit has himself a cool flail. He's got 6 items now completed on this Camille. He's very, very frightening. And even 6 items on Root as well. So this is... we're getting to some late game territory. We are going the distance tonight.
Oh, tonight is the night.
It's all of the minutes of gameplay that we have access to. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you to KT and Dumb1 Kia for putting on such a show over such a long time.
Yeah. And, I mean, look, this is a game that's still winnable for both teams. Hold that thought.
Yeah, it's running real quick. There's the Magna Storm out from the Rel, but she does have to immediately book it out. Croco just running. Rel's going to be taken down. Look at Lava just having a field day in what is a fight, but it feels like a slaughter. Summit should be able to take down Hoya, but the rest of his team is absolutely dead. The GA is going to be there, and in the meantime, this game is just going to be won by Fredit BRION, who will take down this inhibitor, and the Nexus turrets will follow. There's the teleport back from Summit, who's trying to be a hero, but this, unfortunately, is not going to be another buster shot. He's going every which way, even the hook shot doing a bunch of work. Here is, yep, Camille, you are a pretty busted champion. However, you're not going to be able to 1v4 this one, and there's a bubble there as well. So Lava going to tidy it up, and that is going to be Fredit BRION walking away with the victory with such a cool composition as well. Tristana comes in after almost 2 years and picks up a win.
I see what you did there. You cast her curse the game. You were like, wow, like this game is going really late. Like, who knows? These teams are very evenly matched, and then
I've been doing it all day, Wolf. I may as well continue. You know, sometimes you got to accept who you are.
Well, I mean, that was definitely a game that I feel like Liiv SANDBOX lost control of when They lost that really skirmishy fight, then failed 2 team fights on Baron. They never really had the side lane control that they had up until that moment after that. And it was really sad too, because it felt like they really had control over the game, and there was nothing that Fredit BRION could do until they took those Baron fights that they could not win. And then when they realized, I think at that moment, oh, we shouldn't be taking 5v5 fights, we need to actually complete the side lanes. There were no side lanes to commit to because there were Baron buff side lanes pushing down towards their base that they had to take so long to push through. They took that gamble to not fight for the Cloud Drake, the Cloud Soul, even it was at that point, and didn't get the inhibitor reset like they wanted to. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out the way it was earlier on because Fredit BRION took those 2 back-to-back fights. So, start of an upset, potentially. I know it's not like a huge upset because these are 9 and 10 play teams, but I mean, I think most people expected Liiv SANDBOX to run away with this one, and so far, that's not been the case.
Yeah, and Liiv SANDBOX were the team that had the most recent upset win, right? So, you know, Chronicler was getting very excited about Liiv SANDBOX after their last victory, and it was an impressive one over Halma Life Esports, but this is Fredit BRION just playing a little bit better, finding the team fights that they were looking for, and it felt like it was a composition that really suited them as a team, you know? And I hope that we see more of these sorts of comps from them, you know? Sort of like, let's not pick, you know, meta stuff. Let's put Hoya on Pantheon in the top lane, and let's play our brand of League of Legends. And let's have a look at some of these post-game stats as well, because Lava popped off. And this is the same Lava, right? This is the Lava that we saw against Showmaker when they got that 2-0. This is the one that's actually able to get the work done, and it's really good to see him finding some more success.
Yeah, and doing the majority of the damage in that last skirmish that ended up winning them the game. He was so ahead. He had such an item advantage that nobody could get hit by his paddle stars and survive, basically, except Olaf, and he didn't live much longer. And unfortunately, you know, maybe you could say that Summit could have been hit by him and survived, but he wasn't there because he was trying his hardest to do something else, but take a team fight across the map. So, yeah, it was a really good
trying
game
to side lane. Yeah, no, it was. It was really good. Umpty as well, having a really good one on the Turbo Udyr. I don't know how valuable it was, but he didn't die. It was really, really impressive from him. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we do have the analyst desk and game 2. Don't go anywhere.
이번에 미드 그냥 쫄지 마. 나 그냥 나갈게. 야 골카 빠졌어. 나 이거 살짝 가볼게. 너무 안 빠질 거야. 야 우리 파티오 삐겼어. 가자. 가자. 파이트야 못 이기만 해. 끝났어. 끝났어. 괜찮아. 물 뜨지 말고. 카메인 로고. 가엔이야. 카메한테 들어왔고. 왼쪽 타워 내가 스턴할게. 스턴. 같이 연결해줘. 타워. 타워 해줘. 스턴 한 번 더 돼. 잡자. 가엔이야. 나 이거 스턴 들어와. 오케이. 잘했다. 나이스 잘했고 다음 번 집중해서 이기자. 다음 번 집중해서 얘네.
We'll see how much value it gets as it's only on Doran who immediately gets popped. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it's the big frontliner that's taken down. Shockwave onto 3 is huge, but then the answering ulti from Yuka. Oh my god, the Seraphine values coming in now. Instant triple kill. Due an apology because Morgan has not seemed to be the answer so far. As Chovy gonna have to flash, and the follow flash is going to be there. Chaos Storm goes down, but Chovy's not escaping this one. That's gonna be a free kill over to Fate. They trade flashes, but still, the Azir comes out on top.
Yeah. So, and that's like the feeling that you get in every single lane, right? Like, it's not bad. Zeus.
Yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble here as he does get Mega Gnar. There is the Gnar back. It's going to get rid of 3 of them for now. We'll see whether he can move fast enough. They're going to bring an extra person as the Asterix does go off. In he goes once again. That's the double wall. The sleep comes down. Zeus is unkillable in this game. What the hell was that? Almost the triple kill there as the Empress Divide gets rid of Rich. He flashes on back in. He wants to try and take down Faker, but he just doesn't have enough damage. It's a double kill.
나를 그거 줄타게. 나를 조심. 나 살짝 봐줄 수 있나? 할 수 있어? 일단 빼볼게. 어때? 살만해? 살만하다. 봐주자.
Crocodile is gonna get taken. Sorry, yeah. Taking that to about half health as Teddy feather storms. Can he actually get into position? Oh, the face breaker is so good out of Bay. Faker's gonna go down, and Bay gets right on top of the rest of the members of T1. And I have a feeling this is just it. That's the ace, and that's gonna be the game. Nongshim will bring us to Faker's 600th.
it's been a bloodbath.
Well, Canyon, he's just diving on forward. There's another beautiful barrel as the Ornn's only going to be able to call that round once. Showmaker once again is going to fall down, but now Ghost picks up a double kill. Bao is going to go down for the triple. Could this be the Penta? I think it will be as Ghost picks it up. Who said this guy wasn't a carry? He's come back and he's stolen the team fight.
We're back for the second match of tonight's end. We are having a match between the two big underdogs in the LCK. They both know how to make upsets, so we were expecting a very close game between two teams, and Fredit BRION was the one to take a step forward. I think Fredit BRION wanted to go really hard during the laning phase as well. I think we can say these two teams actually took the opposite style of comp. Fredit BRION focused on their lane priority and added Udyr, a very fast champion, a champion that has a huge agenda based on his movement speed, whereas Liiv SANDBOX focused on the side lane, a huge map play, and the macro. However, the problem was Fredit BRION, they do not stop, they never hesitate. So whenever the opponents were trying to open fight in the side lane, they actually answered back. So from the beginning, Liiv SANDBOX actually utilized their comp really well, but somehow at some point of the game, Bro started to kind of realize how to deal with the enemy's team comp, and they were willing to take those fights. Yeah, Bro was really bold taking those fights, and Udyr is a champion that is meant to play like that. So with the turbo, we saw a turbo camp tank BRION played in this game. So Lava is back on the mid lane after a bit of a break, and he was able to pop off on this Zoe pick. So let's take a look at this highlight. First off, even though Bro had a dive comp around Zoe, actually Zoe was able to actually do a lot of work. So it was really impressive to see this kind of poke champion getting a lot of work done in the middle of dive comps. Especially in this Baron teamfight, Zoe actually gets engaged. So let's take a look. So Liiv SANDBOX was able to punish Zoe's overextension. She went in a little bit forward in order to find some poke damage, but actually Lava bought enough time with his Zonius and also flashed back and also landed the Slippy Trouble Bubble on Olaf, which allowed for space for Tristana. So Hannah was able to jump forward and then push Camille away with his ultimate. So because of the supercharge and also the attack move, he was hitting the ward twice, but still he was able to trade this kill surrounded by Camille and Olaf. And Summit also did his best running away after losing this team fight, but Udyr is a fast champion, so he can always chase you down till the end of the world. Udyr is not a champion that has a high sustained damage output, but he also requires some teammates who can kind of put enough damage in order to lock down the kills, but still, Bro knew how to find the comp around this Udyr pick. Let's take a look how Fredit BRION closed out this game. Running towards the end, and they were able to raise the enemy nexus. Because Liiv SANDBOX was a little bit being chased down by Bro since the mid-game. Actually, Twisted Fate could not 1-3-1. He had to also group up with 3 of his players. So BRION Blade made a fantastic decision in order to collapse onto the 4 members of Liiv SANDBOX. So Bro did suffer a little bit because of this macro comp coming out from Liiv SANDBOX in the early and mid game, but at some point they kind of learned and recognized how to actually counter fight into this global comp. At some point, it was really difficult for Liiv SANDBOX in order to answer back to this kind of fast initiation comp and dive comp coming out from Fredit BRION. So Twisted Fate also built a very defensive item in order to slow down the opponents, but Fredit BRION would never stop. Fredit BRION was able to take game number 1 up against Liiv SANDBOX. So let's take a look who was the boldest player on the side of BRION Blade, and it's gonna be Lava picking up that POG. 91% participation. This Zoe is a champion that solo killed Showmaker not long ago, and it's really good to see him back on the same form. Zoe is not a perfect fit for this kind of dive comp. This champion is actually meant to draw the attention from the opponents, poking, landing this pesky poke damage, and then letting them dive onto them and counter fighting, but Lava knew how to actually execute this champion in the opposite way. And also Hannah was showing fantastic performance up against his opponent, Kai'Sa. And I think Udyr is the best pick for Upti here, matching his playstyle. Hoya did have some hard time, but still, he was also doing a lot of things done with his ultimate and cross-map play. So Lava was able to pick up 5 votes out of 9, and Lava was able to actually show the biggest value of this champion based on his mechanical level. Today's winner will gain more motivation to move on to the round 2, so let's move over to game number 2, whether Bro can push this momentum forward.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, G-Sun, of course, for the translation of the analyst desk. And here we are into game number 2. Let's see if Fredit BRION can do it again. Wolf, do you believe in the 2-0 for Fredit BRION?
I believe we're going to a game 3. That's what I believe.
Oh, no.
There's precedent for this with you, especially on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, that is true.
You're 4 for 4 on Cloud Drake, so it's one of those nights where it's, you know, I'm not a superstitious guy. I don't believe in curses. I don't believe in patterns. You know, especially patterns that have no basis in reason. But look, that first game, it looked like Fredit BRION were going to fall apart to the 1-3-1. They had some really nice team fights. They brought it back. Felt like, you know, the game in some ways was stolen away from a team, a Liiv SANDBOX that had control for many parts of that game. But I still do believe what I believed before we started the series, that they are the stronger team. They have had the recent upset, you know, the big win more recently. Then I do think they are going to bring us to a 3rd game. But the question is, how do we get there? And am I right? We'll find out as we get in this draft.
I reckon we're definitely going to have a Cloud Soul this game. That's what I'm assuming, because we're 4 for 4 so far, and why stop now is my question. Nidalee going to be banned away from Croco yet again. Our bans are actually coming through pretty fast. Seraphine and the Gragas both taken away on blue side, which is interesting. And Thresh going to be denied here as well. Samira taken off the board. And let's see what the final ban is going to be here. I think Udyr might be getting a look.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you really want to ban Rel here because you just give Kai'Sa and then they do ban it. But now
Okay,
let SANDBOX
I like that too.
Yeah, this is fine. But with the Samira ban, I don't like it as much. But we saw the same thing just literally last draft, so not a shocker. I'm gonna go down the Udyr path instead of taking the Kai'Sa.
Yep. So far, Croco is 0-3 on the Udyr. Hasn't really been able to make it work so far in the LCK, but this is against Fredit BRION, so possibly a different outcome as the Gnar will be priority picked here for Hoya. It was bottom side of the map in jungle that we saw locked in first last time around, but now we're just going to take our solo lanes here on the side of Fredit BRION.
Lava had the Syndra and the Orianna ban against him, if I remember correctly, last game, and just going to pick this one up early. And with the nerfs to all the big items we're seeing across the jungle, wow, looking like an Azir maybe here for Fate. I do think we are going to see jungle prioritized a little bit less here in Korea over the next few days of games. Today was a little bit weird in that regard, but that's how it is in the rest of the world, and that's how LEC was kind of playing a little bit less jungle priority. So I think we will see more drafts like this with, you know, like Gnar, Orianna picks in R1, R2, and saving jungle for later.
Well, let's see what Fredit BRION do decide to do. They could just lock in their jungle after this and just hide their bottom lane completely. Kai'Sa's still up and available, something that Liiv SANDBOX could look towards if they would like to. And that is where it looks like they're going to go, and that's going to be locked away. So now where did Fredit BRION go? As the jungle could certainly be pinched a lot for Umpty, and you can see that, you know, production certainly think that Umpty's going to be locking his jungle here, and it looks like they're going to agree.
Looks like they're going to grab this Lilia here, so a lot of AP damage of what we're seeing so far.
Yeah.
And that is a little bit worrying, some of the items we could see, but it's a Azir mid for Liiv SANDBOX. Now, do we just see the Tristana ban? And maybe like a Tristana ban into an Ezreal ban. Ezreal's been buffed recently. It's been played a lot in solo queue and was played actually one game in Challengers, maybe two, at least one that I saw that I was watching. Those are like some of the other options you can go to when we go this deep down the 80 carry pool.
Yep, we're in the rabbit hole, absolutely.
There's Tristana, goodbye.
Yeah, banned away, actually going to be the first one. Out of the gate, Xayah could be another ban that they might want to go to. It's fallen out of favor just a little bit today.
Yeah,
really
today.
Been seeing it at all. That's okay. Teams will certainly remember that she exists, as there's the Camille ban as well. Gangplank sort of standing out a little bit here for Summit into the Gnar. We've seen that as a matchup that a lot of people do like to go towards. We'll see whether that is what they want to do. Probably want to get as much physical damage as possible.
Yeah.
From your top side.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, there's a lot of options that Henna could go to. We just don't know yet. With the Thresh ban, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Aphelios come through here.
Yeah.
That's not a pairing you can see. I mean, it's not that you can't play Aphelios without Thresh, but it's so difficult. They take the
Callisto, of course. Sort of slipped my mind just a little bit, and Delight is going to be able to counterpick that support. We've seen this actually a lot. Of course, this was popularized largely by Griffin, always opting into a few counterpicks for Lehens, and Delight's going to see what he can do as far as making sure that bottom lane is the best possible thing for Fredit BRION.
Gangplank going to be the counter response to the Gnar. Looks like here with the others, you know, somewhat soft counters, the Jace and the Camille removed.
Yep.
So I like this choice. A lot of people at the beginning of the season were not comfortable with this pick, but it's starting to come back a little bit. And I love the Alistar with the Kai'Sa. It's another thing that could have been picked against them with the Callista as well. And ooh, this is very squishy. Like, I don't know about this. It's standard, as you say, but like, where's your? I mean, your front line is a Gnar, and that's only temporary and not even really a thing. Like, I'm a little bit worried about this comp because a lot of AP damage. Difficult to get your AD damage off with the Callista, low range, Rakan, very squishy. A lot of engage potential with the Azir, with the Alistar. Liiv SANDBOX can catch up with you and chase you down with the Udyr. If Lilia loses control of the jungle, I feel like Liiv SANDBOX are in a fantastic position. I really like their draft a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like Liiv SANDBOX just have a whole bunch of really standard stuff that does their job pretty well, right? Whereas Fredit BRION have sort of piecemealed together something that, you know, you can understand it in isolation and in theory, but it doesn't really have the same cohesion that it feels like Liiv SANDBOX have. especially when it comes to, you know, just straight up down the lanes. I feel like Kaiser Alistair is pretty good. Not necessarily fantastic in the very early stages, but Gangplank into Gnar will require a lot of Umpty's attention, and that should provide enough space for Root and Effort to make it through the earlier stages. I feel like Azir Orianna is absolutely a wash. We've been talking about this for years and years and years. And Croco should be able to get around his jungle pretty effectively based on the lanes that he has provided for him. So pretty good stuff so far from Liiv Sandbox. And I think your assessment of possibly going to a 6-game night might be more on the cards than we would have otherwise thought.
I put a lot of the belief is that we are going there again, looking at this game in Delight's recon pick here. I want to see what we can actually get out of this recon pick. Like, what engages does he set up? How does he set up for those flanks? Because he might be more of a liability than a strength for this team, and that's the pick that pushes me really over the edge.
Yeah. And Callista's also feeling a little bit too low range for this comp as well. But let's see how it works out as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2. Fredit BRION currently leading in this series 1-0, but they need to win another game in order to take home the W. So, see whether they can do it here or whether it is going to be that 6-game evening. As Liiv Sandbox just have a really solid draft. It is not necessarily their, super speedy out of the gates type draft that we've seen them go for a lot of the time. Apart from the Udyr, of course, who's going to be, of course, very, very speedy all the time. But this is certainly more on the scaling side of things.
Yeah,
for Liiv Sandbox.
I think Croco's 0-3, like you mentioned earlier, on this champion. So.
Not having a great time.
But I mean, they're also 2-6, so that's definitely part of it. I think that it's a champion where good skin too. It's a champion where if you can in this matchup versus Lilia, if you can aggressively invade, or if you know where Lilia is and you steal a lot of her camps away because your rotation and clear speed is so good, you can kind of run away with things, start to get a little bit of extra information on the map. And Hoya feels very uncomfortable, I feel like, with this pick against the Gangplank. If that matchup goes Gangplank sided, it's been a long night. That matchup goes Gangplank favored, and he gets an early Sheen, like I was talking about in the previous series. I feel like I said this before, but yeah, we had this matchup earlier. Then it gets really bad for the Gnar, and I think that Umpty needs to make sure he knows where Croco is at all times as a result.
Yeah, we've seen Lilias do okay into the Udyr as well, just because their clear speed is so high. So let's see how it works out. As Effort taking a lot of damage there on the bottom side of the map. Enter and Delight doing a decent job, trying to make sure that the Alistair can't be freely utilized to try and get any sort of engages down. Root is very, very healthy and should be fine. Looks like level 2 is going to be hit by Fredit BRION first, so they'll have control of the wave for the next little bit.
Yep, just for a moment here. Something exciting is going to happen. The observers are hoping for it, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't even get to deny on the creep.
This is just such a horrible matchup early for the Gnar, unfortunately. And Summit's playing it really well. In fact, Summit's been on form. We were talking about, joking about his solo queue experience up against Hoya earlier. That seems to have not affected him whatsoever. His Camille game was also very good. So we'll see whether he can carry for Liiv Sandbox a little bit better here in this particular game.
I mean, he is
felt a little bit 1v9 last time around.
It definitely did. And he is really putting the pressure on right now against Hoya. It's going to get obviously easier for Hoya as he levels up, becomes more stable. Well, he's showing some respect. So lane priority right now on the top and middle of the map, massively favoring Liiv Sandbox. But on the bottom side, this recon pick is actually getting them a lot of value down there in terms of where the pushing power is in the trades.
Yep. I mean, Alistair and Kai'Sa, not exactly the most lane presence early on, as we are going to get a double pulverize. It's pretty nice, but no one's coming. And there's no Udyr there or anything like that. It's just Effort testing his buttons. I like it.
They were working. Glad to confirm. Save us another pause.
Yeah. Oh, we haven't had any pauses in this series yet. This is cool. As Croco's going to pop from around the wall, surprising Umpty there a little bit, and gets a real nice boo for damage. That Watch Out Eat not going to land at all as Fate trying to get that Sand Soldier over the wall. Looks like Croco might be able to go for this steal if he wants to, but instead he's just going to settle with the fact that he bothered Umpty a little bit.
And he's going to feel very comfortable as well. And so does Summit, because he knows exactly where Umpty is. So it feels very comfortable here for this next few seconds of time. And this is the kind of play I'm talking about where, you just kind of mess around with the Lilia, see what you can do. Maybe you could trade. Maybe if you have lane priority, you can get a kill. And if you can't, then you steal some of her camps. Because even though she is fast as well, like you said, Udyr just ends up outpacing her a lot of the time. In terms of clear right now and how many, you know, jungle camps they've cleared, it's actually the lead is for Umpty. But sometimes that can kind of run away from you if you end up getting... If you share where you are too often, or you end up trying to go for a gank and you fail, it's something that Udyr's like, okay, well, I'm going to take 4th tier jungle right now. Instantly. So, something to look out for, potentially. This last one didn't work out so much for Kroko, but got a little bit of a steal. Minor.
Yeah, it didn't really slow down Umpty at all, but he goes back, grabs himself a Dark Seal. Dark Seal's sort of everywhere here in this game. One over onto Fate as well, but he was getting bullied a bit by Lava, who has still one left on the Corrupting Potion stacks as well, as he takes control of that wave. Fate just going to go back, go for a bit of a reset here. As Henna and Delight just sticking with it here in this bottom lane. They should be able to claim themselves a CS advantage after this lane gets thinned out. So things working so far for the Kalista Rakan, as Umpty just continuing to prowl around the jungle. And we got a bit of a lull state again. Well,
yeah.
It's just how it is.
Just how it is. You know, there's not a whole lot to talk about at this stage, but we tried. You know, we gave it our best effort. We talked about the matchups. We talked about the lane presence. We talked about Udyr, you know, roaming in the jungle.
Yep.
Gave it the good old try hard caster try, you know.
Yep, I know. I like it. I like it a lot. You know, sometimes you got to just go for it.
The thing is, like, I haven't seen any movies recently, you know. Like, there's not much. There's not much going on in my life, you know. Like, LCK was gone for a week. I just played video games at my house and, you know, tried not to go outside. And
yep. I did a bit of the same, not gonna lie. Been playing that Valheim game. It's been a lot of fun, actually. You need to get involved. As there's an Emperor's Divide. Lava gets thrown back. There's the Flash Bear Slap, as the Cannon Barrage actually doing a lot of work here to try and keep them alive. However, First Blood is going to be taken there by Umpty. And now Summit trying to run away. Bowling Ball is good, but the Oranges are going to be better. That being said, Fredit BRION walk away with a 1-0 and should be able to claim a little bit more from that as well with the added control that they now get.
Yeah, and they've got quite a few wards in the river as well. But the First Blood goes to Umpty on this Lilia and gets 2 Dark Seal stacks. So really nice start here to the game for him, and we'll see how he converts that into further advantages, because, you know, we were talking about how both these jungles are very quick and very fast clears. You know, it's not as easy for Lilia to just go, okay, I got a kill, I have an advantage, like, I'm going to go steal some jungle camps and be more aggressive, because she's very squishy. She doesn't have escapes, so not going to be quite the same sort of lead I was talking about that you can sometimes have as the Udyr.
Well, Root just going to get knocked up there by the Grand Entrance, but Delight just testing the waters, as you can see. Battle Dance, pretty good at repositioning and things like that. Fredit BRION do have a decent wombo, and the fact that Rakan now has the Fate's Call means that you're not quite as in danger when you're going in. That being said, not exactly a frontliner or anything like that, so we'll just have to see how it goes. Let's have a look at this replay once again as we get the cool camera angles as well.
Yeah, this camera angle, pretty nice. I mean, it really showcases the Emperor's Divide setup here. The Udyr mini stun comes through. It looks so silly. But he's actually not able to convert this, and Umpty just comes over and cues him. And I mean, just hit 6 at that moment. Might have been able to get a sleep if we had locked in like a little bit faster. But not gonna happen.
Not quite yet. Things sort of just working out as we expect on the top side of the map, of course, with Summit able to continue to have a bit of an advantage. However, it hasn't really ballooned or anything like that. It's no real problem right now, as you can see. Nard back. As Hoya's just throwing some stuff around. Having a bit of a Nah tantrum, as you can see.
Froggo canceling his plans to start solo a Herald as they saw the rotation coming through from Umpty. And he wasn't, you know, he wasn't actually really going to solo it. Fate had lane priority, but he got pushed back. So they had to walk away, and this means Fredit BRION are going to pick this one up. We could maybe see this traded for a Drake on the bottom side of the map, but I don't think Liiv SANDBOX want that. I think they're actually fully planning on committing. You can see Effort is rotating, as he often does, and it's a second Rift Herald canceled.
Yeah, this is interesting. Of course, Henna moving back down towards the bottom side, wanting to get him as much gold as possible, and noticing that Root was rotating up means that they would have a man disadvantage, I guess, if they were to go for it. And you can see Kroko is going to start this one up. And Fredit BRION just not quite able to, you know, get their ducks in a row. for this Rift Herald. Too much happy feeding is what it feels like. But they are going to trade for some plates on the bottom side of the map, and that is, you know, you can understand exactly why.
Yeah. And I mean, also the Rift Herald is what it gets you is plates, so it feels like this is another way of doing the same thing, except you're gonna get a little bit more minion gold as well, and it saves you a late rotation where you might end up losing things anyway. It's a much safer play. Even stealing away some chickens here.
Yeah.
But getting back for what happened earlier.
Liiv's the big one. He's not too greedy. As Hoya's doing absolutely fine here in this matchup. Has himself his steel caps, so he's going to be feeling a little bit better as far as taking the constant abuse. But the gangplank is still going to be very relevant as this game goes on. We'll see whether Hoya's team fights on this Gnar are going to be what push them over the edge. Right now, Fredit BRION have a slight advantage, but it is ever so slight. It's basically just the first blood gold, and otherwise everything is even. This game is just, it's going, but not a lot is happening, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is not the series I wanted, okay? The game one, it gave us everything we were looking for. Fast-paced, action, non-stop kills, like 30-plus kill game. And then this game is just like, nope, 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 we're going slow mode.
Yeah.
And I wanted to speed up. Still no Drake take. So, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, look, a Rift Herald goes down. That's kind of exciting.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, very, you know.
That's going to be some money in the pockets of Fate and Croco, most likely. As Lava wants to try and stop it. But actually, I think it's solo gold over to Croco. Did I see that right? Or is my eyesight failing me?
I might have actually been to Fate. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I was looking at items.
You know, that's what he wanted. That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
So hopefully that is exactly what happened, and I just couldn't see. As Hoya's going to bounce on out of this one, has teleport available as Fredit BRION do start off this Ocean Drake, and oh, my heart is in my throat right now. As we'll see what the next Drake is going to be, and if it's or an Infernal, I'm going to be so scared, so scared.
Oh my God!
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm telling you, 6 for 6, it's happening.
I mean, it's still a 50-50, okay, Wolf? It's still a 50-50. It could be a Mountain Soul. Could be a Mountain Soul.
It could be, but...
As Lava's going to face check, gets bear slapped just a little bit, and is trying to get out of there. Does, of course, have his Command Protect. Should be okay. Dissonance, movement speed going to be enough as plate goes down on the bottom side as well. There's SANDBOX back down there to help clear things out. And with the game going so slow, Wolf, I feel like this is just playing into SANDBOX's hands.
Yeah,
they have the gangplank, the Azir, and front-to-back team fight that should be working pretty good as this game goes on.
I mean, Umti got that kill, but he hasn't been able to turn it into anything else. They haven't been able to get any objective control. I mean, they got the one Drake, right? The Ocean Drake that you don't care about too much, especially with their comp that doesn't really have anything that's going to be, you know, healing up. You don't have like an Olaf or anything like that, or a traditional tank. The Gnar can be a frontline, you know, but not really.
Yep.
So it's not going to be too useful for them. We'll see what the next Drake control fight goes like, but I do feel like Fredit BRION need to be the ones who are making the plays early on in this game, like you said. And they need to snowball it so much that they have so much damage that it doesn't matter how well Liiv SANDBOX want to try to front-to-back team fight, because they'll just lose their Alistar so quickly. So stuff like this is what I'm looking for.
Cute little double knock-up comes through here as Effort is level 7. He has the Unbreakable Will, is going to use it, but the sleep comes through afterwards. The flash on over as now Croco turns up. Cannon Barrage pretty good. Battle Dance gets Delight out of it though, and Effort's still limping away. Henna, speaking of limping, is going down very low there on the bottom side as he gets down to about 100, but not going to be any sort of follow-up with a Killer Instinct from Root. His flash was down and didn't want to go after it or anything like that, throw his life away.
Well, we almost got the action, you know? We were very close. But,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was
almost a thing happened.
That was really well played by Umti. Like, he waits for the Unbreakable Will, gets the sleep off right afterwards, then after gets the flash over the wall, and he's actually able to escape. Like, it went very well for him, despite Umti's really good play. But I'm a little bit sad, you know? I want to see Fredit BRION be competitive in the mid-game of the second map here, the second game, because they need to be, or like you said, it's too hard to team fight with this comp. Like, I don't believe in it at all. I think you and I are on the same page on this. As if we get like 25 minutes into this game and Fredit BRION don't have a pretty significant lead, like, I just don't think they could do it. I mean, maybe someone like Kia would do it. It would be really hard if they had like a favorable matchup, but this is Fredit BRION, and I just don't know if they're able to execute on this comp very well. You know.
Yeah, I'm a bit frightened about it as well. I feel like Kalista in a lot of cases is a bit of a trap for a lot of these teams. We've seen Kalista pop off in some of these team fights, right? Like you watch Ruler play, some of Deft's games as well. Certainly can be overtaken by a Kalista, but we've seen so many times where Kalista just can't actually get into a position where a team fight's going to work. I mean, Ghost is another perfect example who did that earlier today. But this is not one of those compositions, right? So
yeah.
Just have to see how it goes as the game goes on. Still, certainly a chance for Fredit BRION, and they have, Wolf, a 300 gold advantage.
300.
So theoretically, they're winning.
Well, it jumped up a little bit. About 400 now.
Ooh. See that? Extending their lead.
Exactly.
A huge lead.
Well, I mean, look, they're just going to sit back and play it safe. I mean, that's the problem for Fredit BRION is, like, they're... With the Lilia pick, you don't have this sort of hard gank potential. I mean, it's really based on like better team coordination. Unfortunately, I feel like than Fredit BRION have. Like that's the brass tacks of it. Is if it was Showmaker in the mid lane here, and look, Lava just had a phenomenal game, but I don't want to take anything away from him. We might see some teleport ganks. We might see some aggressive play with this comp where you see Umpty rotate in, you see a teleport, Shockwave comes out, really cool gank, pick comes through, you take an objective after that. But it feels like Fredit BRION are just waiting for objectives to spawn, and they're trying to fight around those, and they're not actually taking any initiative otherwise. And I think this comp really needs that, and this team just doesn't have the experience yet and the coordination to pull it off.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty high value with the Scryer's Bloom. Umpty seeing everything, what's going on. As we've got 30 seconds on this Infernal Drake, and I am so nervous. I'm just, I'm waiting for it to be the Mountain Soul. Come on, please. Please, 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 please.
But then we wouldn't have the 6-for-6 hype potential. Like, I really want it to be a Cloud Soul.
It's 6-for-6 anti-hype. We don't want that. That's not what we're about. Summit's going to eat some real nice oranges. I like that flash as well, but it's still ulti for flash, so I'd say worth for Hoya, who holds onto his flash button.
Sometimes when you have bad things, you've got to, like, grab on to like all the bad, right? Like if it's 4 out of 5, then you had 4 out of 5 bad, but like it just wasn't even a 5 out of 5, so it's like even worse, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why I want the 6-for-6. Like I want a game 3.
Like if I'm gonna do it, I may as well do it properly. Is that what you're saying? Like
yeah, go down like with a story, right? Like this is make this a night you could tell your friends about. They don't even know.
Caused 5 Cloud Souls in a row.
Yeah, tell your non-esports friends about this one. You know, at dinner party.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'll do when we're allowed to have dinner parties again in like 2028 or something like that, whenever it's possible.
Maybe when you stop getting all the Cloud Drakes, it'll happen. It's like an Angels in the Outfield thing, like.
Yeah. I've actually been too naughty, and now I've been told to stay home. No more dinner parties for me. Too many Cloud Souls. You don't want clouds at dinner parties, actually. Yeah. I'm just a letdown.
I hope no one's dad ever told their son they'll be back when Fredit BRION wins the pennant. Like
well, Fredit BRION are going to show us what our next trade is.
It's Mountain!
It's a Mountain! So hell yes! I am saved! Oh, we did it. We did it, guys. See, I'm not a curse. It was possible. It was a 50-50, and I won the roll this time around.
There you go. I mean, congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks,
officially
man.
Not cursed. It was just statistics. Who could have thought?
And this is actually great news for Fredit BRION. I actually really like Mountain Soul on shield bow users.
Yeah.
So Henna's actually going to have a lot of value with that one. So much shielding, right? If they are able to actually get to that Mountain Soul. Good flash there from Lava. Avoids that, and he is going to trade back with the Shockwave, but just does a bit of damage. Doesn't really do too much more, as Croco should be able to solo down Shirley.
On the other side of things, I like Mountain Soul as well for Liiv SANDBOX, like almost even more.
I mean, yeah, it's still good. Yeah.
So like, you've got to continue to control this, right? And Fredit BRION have taken this objective, both Drakes now, without really a fight, and that's because Liiv SANDBOX know that their comp is just better later. So they haven't forced a fight, and I feel like when even if they take the next one, which I think Liiv SANDBOX definitely can contest. If they even live the next one, then it's like, okay, well, what else did you get done, though? Because when we go to the Soul Point fight, before they get Soul Point, I feel like Liiv SANDBOX, as long as they're not too far behind, they're still going to be very happy with it. I mean, 300 gold lead, 400 gold lead, keeps changing, is not significant enough here for Fredit BRION. And the 2 Drakes they have right now, I feel like aren't significant enough either. If they do get that Mountain Soul point and are able to threaten a fight on their terms there, and then are able to even capture it, then I feel like we can start talking about a potential 2-0 here, but we're not there yet. Assuming this pace, right? Because obviously things could change, but at this pace.
I actually don't know what you're talking about. Fredit BRION have been in the lead this entire game. So, you know.
Significant lead, all right.
Easy. Should be absolutely easy for them to walk away with the victory. I am, of course, being facetious.
Yes.
Because certainly a lot of nothing has happened this game. Apart from the Mountain Soul being extraordinarily exciting. That's really cool.
That's the highlight for me, too.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh, Delight.
Delight gets interrupted from his grand entrance, but nothing's really going to happen. We'll see whether Shirley is taken down before she gets charged, and the answer is no, so it's going to take down the turret here. It's Umpty in a bit of trouble, flashes on forward, looks to try and get the multi-sleep, does get a few people tired as the quickness goes down. Once again, the interruption, though, that's a one-man shockwave, not exactly what you want, as Delight gets thrown out of the Fate's Call. Lava still full health, off to the backside, but he can't actually get into the fight. Henna kiting very nicely, but Fate jumps on over, doesn't find the Callista, however, Summit locks down the Rakan. Azir is going to die, and Fredit BRION still feeling it here as Lava, full health, full mana, doesn't have Shockwave, and however still has a lot of, you know, orb movement that he can utilize, but the low health bar is not going to be capitalized on, and it's going to be a one-team fight, just barely, here for Liiv SANDBOX.
Yeah, just barely. Nice boomerang there from Hoya to trade back that extra kill, but it was a, you know, front-to-back team fight, and these are going to get harder the longer they go on, so this is where you start to worry for Fredit BRION. It's like, oh, like, it's starting to happen. And the Azir value in this case was only one. Target getting knocked back, as you see the attempted attack, or the quickness here from Delight. And, like, the front to back, it just doesn't work. Like, Fredit BRION are walking away with their tails between their legs, and then that's when Fate says, nope, you're not walking away. Does that go ahead and get that solo kill, or solo grab. Solo Emperor's Divide, to use the official term. And there's a boomerang kill there, but like, imagine if this Emperor's Divide hits 3 in a team fight, and imagine like how these team fights could go even in a better situation where a positional advantage is given to Liiv SANDBOX, or they have vision control over the Baron, for example. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I mean, it was just messy, and a lot of it came down to Umpty just being caught at the beginning of the fight, so a little bit unfortunate, maybe some fatigue setting in here for our Fredit BRION friends. That's okay, I mean, they were fighting over basically nothing, so the cold lead is going to mean not a whole lot. Yes, it did shoot up a bit by like 1,000 here for Liiv SANDBOX, but not a huge deal. 30 seconds now on this Mountain Drake, and vision control is certainly there for Fredit BRION, so we'll see what they can do about that one. Hoya now just trying to go a little bit aggressive, throwing some boomerangs around.
Yeah, rotation up right now for Summit. There's no, like, Fredit BRION are not even trying to get a positional advantage here. Like, they have vision over the Drake with the control ward, it looks like.
Yep.
But they're not trying to get a positional advantage, so they have to rotate into Liiv SANDBOX now to take this Drake fight, and that is just going to be such a difficult thing to do. It's on Delight, right? He had one attempt last time. Let's see how this one goes. There's the charm.
Yeah. Hoya trying to make it work too as they just destroy the gangplank. It's a big pulverize, but there's no follow-up as Effort tries to be a hero but can't really get anything done. The BROㅣLCK connects onto Henna, but there's no way that Root's going in on that one, and that's just a whoopsie here for Liiv SANDBOX. There was a whoopsie from Bro, and they threw it right back.
Yep.
Liiv SANDBOX, and it was their turn here in the river this time.
Now they get this Drake, right? We go to Soul Point for Fredit BRION. And this is where, you know, you could start to have a conversation about, okay, can Fredit BRION win this game, especially when Liiv SANDBOX have really bad positioning and try to take a fight where their main damage dealers can't hit Fredit BRION, and yet still Effort goes in by himself. You watch that again. The charm was decent for Delight to start the fight off, but that was Effort trying to re-engage, because he saw a really nice pulverize opportunity, and it was really good. But is it really if nobody can hit the targets you knocked up? I mean, that's maybe a philosophical question, but
the Alistair pulverizes in the forest and nobody sees, doesn't make a sound. I don't know, man. As we're going to see it again, so we're going to see it in the replay. So we'll see that it does exist. Here we go. The 3-man pulve. It was fine, but no one was there. So
yeah, it's like, well, if you hit a bunch of people with an ability, is it a good ability? Like, I don't know. In this case, I would say no. I'm gonna lead towards a no on this one.
Yeah. Wasn't super great, and does mean that now the Mountain Soul Point available for Fredit BRION, and they also, you know, have that 2-item spike for Henna. He's feeling pretty good on this Callista now, and if these fights are as messy as they have been, it certainly could be a good time here for the Callista. We mentioned that, you know, there have been a lot of players that have struggled to find the value, but it seems like Henna's doing a pretty decent job. 1-0-2 right now.
so far, for sure. And, you know, that's even with low range, but sometimes when you get gifted these team fights, it's going to go a lot better. But yeah, 1-0 and 2. Has a stopwatch now available as well. I haven't been super impressed with Lava's Orianna this game, but I believe if he tightens up some of his engages, this could be winnable, right?
Yeah, as this. Okay, I thought it was the quickness actually popped the delight. Didn't actually press the button. I got overexcited, you know. I thought maybe they'd do something. Decided not to. And
even the observers are like,
keep control.
The observers are following him, wishing he did, but
I mean, your moment.
It hasn't been the really bad Rakan games we've seen a lot this season where he tries to go for a crazy flank and just gets figured out and dies. Like, he has executed on these engages, these quicknesses, the charms, very well so far.
And you have Fate's Call, right? So you can understand why the Callista Rakan... I mean, it was a thing for a long time, right? But it just hasn't really fit in a lot of the comps that we've seen so far this season. That being said, you understand the theory as to why it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to punish the Rakan because he has that extra mobility. And if you have the damage output that Fredit BRION moving forwards faster and faster every one skirmish, every objective taken, then if you have that solid engage and you burst down a single target, then you have a 5v4 fight on your hands that the longer it goes, you're becoming more and more likely to win, even with the really strong front-to-back team fighting that Liiv SANDBOX have. So, you know, this next Drake fight I think is really going to be very telling. I think it's a way that Fredit BRION can almost like seal the deal on this composition being relevant for the rest of the game. It's not necessarily going to win them the game. Like, don't get me wrong, but if they take this next Drake, it does kind of solidify their position as a team that can fight with the extra shielding that you were talking about earlier. This comp is very good for them.
Yeah, I feel like Mountain Soul's massive here for Fredit BRION if they can get there. It's going to be a minute and a half's time. So we've got a bit of a wait on our hands. You can see a bit of side laning being done by both Lava and Summit. And we've got ping pong and minion waves here in the mid lane. Nothing really to fight for. No one's going for any Barons or anything like that at this point in time. Vision is well and truly owned by Fredit BRION right now. As you can see, just so many wards around that Baron pit. And that's where their mines are. As Hoya's just going to hop on over. Does get barreled a little bit there by Summit, who goes for an ulti, which is not exactly the thing you want on cooldown right now.
Yeah.
Might have it available for the Drake if they take a little bit of time getting there, so maybe not the end of the world. I'm glad buttons were pressed. That's good.
Yeah, it's sure. I like you taking the cup half full.
I agree.
Yes.
I'm definitely.
That's what I need you to take right now. Thank you. Take that stance. That I usually am the cup half full guy on the broadcast recently, but hey, I mean, he doesn't have his ult. Probably won't have it for the Drake, but they have positional advantage here, and this is the front-to-back team fight they want.
They're looking for
in
it.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
Not yet, Liiv SANDBOX. Back up.
Oh, grand exit there for Delight. Gets him out of the way. Sand Soldiers coming on over. You can see Fredit BRION, I think maybe wanting to peel off and head towards Baron if the Drake is started, because of course just one singular mountain doesn't mean nearly as much as the Mountain Soul that Fredit BRION could grab for themselves. So this is going to be the sort of classic do-si-do. They do move into the very dark river. It is going to be enlightened just a little bit there by the blue ward.
I don't think they have the damage for this yet. Like, this is just taking way too long.
They have a lot of secure with the Callista, so if they can stick on it, then they could certainly try and lock it down. But the barrels are very scary, and they are getting taken down quite low. Effort goes in, ulti now in. As Hoya off to the side, not quite in the fight though, as the Emperor's Divide is good onto Delight. He tries to get the charm in, Root flashing over the wall, but they're just destroyed. The Orianna damage just massive as well, as now Henna's just hopping after them. The Shockwave wasn't even utilized in the prior exchange, and now Croco's just running for the hills, can't do anything.
Oh, and they could definitely take the Baron now. This is a really nice turn of events here for Fredit BRION. They are in complete control of this game, and this is another big whiff out of effort. He's just there. The team coordination between him and the rest of the damage dealers is not there. The Emperor's Divide is not great, and Fredit BRION are like, well, okay, we turn and take this. They're going to get both.
Yeah,
and this
is cake and eat it too, my friend.
Yeah, like this is actually like one of those moments where I'm like, I don't know if actually Liiv SANDBOX can recover from this now. as watch where Effort goes in on this fight, he eats so much damage before he even gets in, and then goes in and gets another pulverize, but like Summit is way far away, and the Charm is actually on top of Root here, so he loses a lot of damage in the beginning of this fight, has to flash over the wall, and I mean, there's just too much damage up. Like, there's no peel anymore because Croc was on the other side of the team fight. And this was, I mean, a fight that I feel like I could not have expected Fredit BRION to win this hard. And there's just a huge disconnect between the front line and the back line.
Liiv SANDBOX just looks so terrified to actually go in and engage. Like, finally Fate goes in, but that was after taking a whole bunch of poke damage. And then you saw the Killer Instinct from Root gets him into the back line, but what does he actually achieve? You know, he gets in and then presses a Q and then flashes out and gets Dissonance to death. Just really wasn't very coordinated. Mountain Soul now in effect on Fredit BRION, and this should just be them taking a whole bunch of control that shouldn't be very possible for Liiv SANDBOX to claw back.
Yeah, and now, I mean, you start to wonder, do we even get to see the next front-to-back team fight with the Elder Drake? Like, feels like maybe not anymore with the control they're going to get here, with all the shielding that they have now. Fredit BRION's comp is now kind of officially tanky, like, in its own way. Like, it wasn't supposed to be, this wasn't supposed to happen, but they got such a nice lead. And then, like you said, I think you put it best when you said they just weren't willing to commit. Like, they weren't willing to go in. And those weren't your exact words, but, you know, they didn't feel comfortable to actually take the fight and engage. And I feel like that was the crux of that fight, is they waited so long to where it was like a panic engage instead of actually just slowly engaging in, looking for a big Emperor's Divide. And just being
outside
committed.
of Effort, of course. Effort, 100%, he was ready to go in.
He's trying to get player of the game for BRION.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's just, yeah, the lack of coordination is a little bit sad here for Liiv SANDBOX. However, I mean, Fredit BRION, we've been talking about Liiv SANDBOX having a, you know, really standard sort of front-to-back team composition. That's kind of what Fredit BRION have as well, but they've just played the early game out much better, and it's made them look so much stronger here as well. As in goes Effort, gets a pulverize onto Lava, that's a two-man shockwave, and he's still alive somehow. Battle Dance working out, it's a three-man Gnar on the back line as well from Hoya, who's just massive in this fight, and the wallets, I feel, are just way too heavy. Fate trying to get the work done as Delight doesn't quite get there with the grand entrance, and Fate does make his way out, but the Sun Disk is going to fall, and I believe some inhibitor turrets are going to fall as well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they can make a play for the Nexus at this stage. You know, the respawn time is just a little bit too low, but I mean, it's Kalista. They might try for it. This is very, very greedy. Fate.
Yeah. This is all five of them. Yeah, they're trying to stop this, but Croco is going to go golden. He's going to get taken down. This Udyr has done basically nothing throughout this game. Fate decent kiting there onto the Gnar, but now he's just relegated to his fountain, and the Nexus turrets are going to crumble at the hands of Fredit BRION. Effort flashing on forward. Delight gets out of the way as the Nexus is getting pummeled to death, and Henna's going to get the last couple of sticks into it. Congratulations, Fredit BRION, a 2-0. Who would have thought that on a day like today, it's Fredit BRION that get the 2-0, and Damwon Kia walk away with the 2-1.
Fredit BRION with a very well-executed comp. You know, I still don't like the draft, but I appreciate how they used it, and unfortunately, there were some big issues on the engages. The lack of commitment from the side of Liiv SANDBOX in the second game, and also Effort committing alone. And those damage dealers were often not there. They were on the other sides of walls. Like, if you go in like that, you've got to know that the damage follow-up is going to be there. And if people are calling for him to go in and they're not ready to follow up, that's on them. If he's going in without people being ready for it and there's no communication, that's kind of on the team, partially on him. We'll never know. And I don't want to say that two big engages from Effort, two pulverizes where there weren't any follow-up damage is like the reason they lost the game, but it was one of the big reasons why those team fights, the team fights that they should have been able to take front to back on their terms, looked so poor. One of the main reasons why they couldn't end up taking those fights that we thought they were going to be very favored in. And I think in a perfect world, they probably would have been. So feels bad here for Liiv SANDBOX, because I think they had a real opportunity to bring this to a third game.
They could have potentially, but when you don't really utilize your comp, you're unable to really go toe-to-toe, and maybe it was just a little bit too much of a focus on the scaling, and then the late game didn't quite work out. Because, I mean, I feel like the lanes went as they were expected to, but then nothing happened for so long, and Fredit BRION took every dragon and basically took whatever they wanted around the map.
And then it was over after, you know, a couple of team fights that got a bit botched from Liiv SANDBOX. So a little bit unfortunate for them. I don't like the fact that they've taken the more scaling route. I liked it when they were playing more fast and loose, and that's how they've been winning. And then they go completely against their own playstyle, and you can see that it obviously doesn't really work out for them. Big shout out to Lava, though. I think he played very, very well on his Orianna, was able to just scale up and got way too many items. And an unchecked Orianna is a very scary thing, and that's exactly what Lava was in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Kalista pick worked very well too because the engages were so lackluster. Like, I'm looking at my POG vote, and I'm not even sure who I want to get. I'm probably going to decide during our highlights, but it's like Kalista did very well, but it wasn't because Henna played the best game ever. It was because I think the Kalista worked because the Liiv SANDBOX didn't actually team fight the way that they were supposed to, but still did a lot of damage, helped end the game there in those final moments.
I think
I really
liked fantastic.
Umpty.
I think I played very, very well. Umpty also, like, he had a bit of a whoopsie there in the mid lane, but otherwise actually played out the jungle very nicely. So let's have a look at some of these highlights, and maybe that'll help refresh your memory as to who wants to get them.
Yeah, because this is a really hard one for me. This is definitely one of those games that it's a head scratcher for you because I think you and I both were on the same page about what we thought about the draft, and some of the executions of these fights were very weak. I mean, not these fights, but later on when we get to the game-defining fights. And some of the stuff that we saw at Lava early on in the game was not so great, too, with his shockwaves being a little bit poor and mistimed. And they were still able to run away with it because Liiv SANDBOX just gave up the objectives early and never contested until it was too late. As this is boomerang.
Like the long-range boomerang, like that one. Very, very nice. But yeah, whatever Liiv SANDBOX, whenever they actually found something that worked, it was often just over nothing. That last fight that you saw was with like 3 minutes towards a Drake or something like that, and nothing to really fight for in the river. So, and this was sort of the catastrophic problem where Effort just goes in and throws his life away. Fate does end up getting there, you know, before Effort's life is completely gone, but all of his cooldowns are, so he's not actually able to cause a ruckus at the right time. And then eventually he's just food for the rest of Fredit BRION.
After watching these highlights, I know this is probably going to be a controversial opinion because it wasn't the perfect game, and like, I can't believe he would do that. But I think I'm going to give it to Delight. He had some really nice engages and helped set up some of the really good team fights and picks that we saw. Made it really difficult for
I could say that
for Root to actually play the game in those Baron fights, those fights around Baron, and I'm gonna give it to him actually. And I was really skeptical about the Rakan pick, but I thought he played it very well. That's where I'm going. I usually don't talk about these on air, but I had to think about this one for a second. I had to like really break it down because it wasn't obvious to me, and that's where I'm gonna go with it.
I like it. I like it. I'm glad that we got a bit of a glimpse into the mind of Wolf as he's making his POG decision. As we're gonna have a listen.
동시에만 맞지 마. 할게. 끝났다. 쳐줘. 나이스, 잘했다.
He said it in English right there at the end, basically what they were saying at the very end, and saying like, we won, and focus the next. Good job.
Oh dear, and that's the Udyr damage problem that we see in so many of these games. If he's not able to get going, he just does a whole lot of nothing. And that wasn't the case for Umpty in the first game. He was able to get around there, get those boops in, and took control of the jungle. And then you see what happens when an Udyr fails to do that, right? He's just, doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, this was just a comp that I think Liiv SANDBOX, again, I thought it was a pretty good comp, but they weren't confident enough to use it. And maybe that's some jitters from being down 0-0 against Fredit BRION. Like, that can get into your head a little bit, especially when you are a bottom 2 team and you're like, are we the worst team? And after this 0-2, like, at the turn of the round robin, the answer is yes, sadly. So it's definitely something that can impact your mentality going into a game like that. But I'm sad we didn't get the full 3 games. I'm sad we didn't get the 6 Cloud Souls, but, you know, you can't get everything you want in life. You just can't.
Last week I started off with the 12-game dream, and I'm okay with starting off with 5 on the first day. We'll see what happens tomorrow as well. But what's going to happen now is we're going to the analyst desk, so here's G-Sun for some translation.
벼랑 끝 대결이었습니다.
It was a match fighting for the last spot in the LCK actually, and Fredit BRION actually saved their hope for the playoffs, and they are now running away from the rock bottom of the LCK. So what's your take on the draft first?
리브 샌드박스에서 우디를 먼저
So Liiv SANDBOX first picked Udyr, and to be honest, I think their comp both looked okay. They had this very stable lane priority, and Bro actually gets countered by Liiv SANDBOX's team comp. You know, not a lot of players on the side of BRION Blade has tools to escape and dash out of the engagement coming out from Liiv SANDBOX. However, what really mattered was the concentration in the team fight stage. I think Liiv SANDBOX was very off in their game execution. I totally agree. I think looking at the draft in the end, I thought Liiv SANDBOX had a huge edge over Fredit BRION, but how they played out the game was fairly different. I think Kai'Sa is not a champion that you can actually just single-handedly make plays and carry the whole team. Actually, you know, she requires a lot of surroundings to let her put on a show. So Kai'Sa is a really good champion if your team is strong enough. I think it's a team kind of reliant pick, to be honest. And Kai'Sa kind of requires a flawless game in order to hit the power spike and then pop off. But there were a lot of moments where Liiv SANDBOX made a lot of kind of mistakes and blunders. And Fredit BRION was really sharp, punishing those mistakes coming out from the opponents. Fredit BRION started off the game with winning this fight. So let's take a look at this early game team fight. I think Orianna did a fantastic work over here. So Fate was actually trying to pull off a mind game. He was forcing a flash out of Orianna by using the Emperor's Divide, but Lava was happily taking that Emperor's Divide, and then he actually flashed away from the more significant skills from the opponents, and Lava looked so relaxed and chilled out in this game. As if he was watching this whole game in a slow motion. He knew when the opponents were using their skills, and he knew when to flash away. He knew when he is in a safe spot to get kind of engaged on. A lot of people, you know, dash away or flash away from this Azir ult, but this time around, even though he was a champion, Orianna, a champion that does not have any dash tool other than flash, he was so relaxed. He knew that he is not in a danger after taking that Emperor's Divide. So let's take a look at the next highlight. I think the team fight execution from the Fredit BRION was way better than Liiv SANDBOX in general. The effort was very impetuous looking for that engagement. He went all in by himself. I mean, indeed, Kalista can be a menace in this kind of Baron try, but still, effort didn't really need to go in that aggressively and go that all in for that fight. He didn't have enough backup or follow-up from his teammates, and also he missed the Q Airborne as well. And Lava just keeps walking forward in order to lock down kills. Fredit BRION felt a lot more comfortable throughout this game, and they were really confident pulling off those team fights, and they were able to close out the game with a very promising performance. Now let's check out the POG on the side of Fredit BRION, and it's going to be Lava once again on Orianna. That's last game, and another above 90% kill participation after game number 1. Fate is also one of the best performing mid laner here in the LCK, so it was really impressive to see that Lava can actually outperform his counterpart. So first it was Showmaker, and now he defeated Fate. Just look how calm he is in this whole team fight and game. He just like walks, he just goes for a stroll, you know. He knows which opponents he should ignore, and he knows which opponent he should focus fire. Here as well. He doesn't fall. He lends so many airborne onto the opponent with his shockwave and then resets and joins back to the fight after that TP. 849 votes going over to Lava once again. So we'll be having a solo POG interview from Lava on the side of Fredit BRION. Hello, congratulations on your win.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
Hello, thank you.
승리 정말 축하드립니다. 사실 오늘
Congrats.
승리해야 또 플레이오프 진출을
So
노려볼 수
today's
있기
victory
때문에
can
좀
keep
중요했던
your playoffs hope alive, and you guys were able to pick up the win. So what does this win mean for you today?
일단 오늘 그래도 2대0으로 깔끔하게 승리한 것 같아서
I'm
되게
glad that we're able
만족스러운
to
것
pick
같아요.
up a
1라운드
clean
마무리를.
2-0 win. So it's a really nice
확실히
finish
진짜
for the
깔끔하고
first round
과감하고
robin.
프레딧의 장점이
맞습니다.
보였던 경기였습니다.
그리고 지금 팬분들이나
And a
뭐
lot of fans,
전체적으로 라바
and
선수를
also
뭐라고 부르는지 혹시 본인은 알고 있나요?
The community has a nickname for you. Do you know that?
네, 알고는 있는데 살짝.
Yes, I do, but
네.
yeah, I mean I do know it.
롤킹.
Yeah, a lot of people
이런 얘기를 했습니다.
are
본인은
calling you the
그런 호칭에 대해서
LOL
어떻게
King
생각하세요?
because you took down the mid king showmaker. How do you like it?
일단 제가 그렇게 잘할 수 있는 플레이를 보여주고 이렇게 들으면 되게
Well,
너무 좋은 것
I
같아요.
mean, it's really nice if I can
롤킹 저희가
if I can get the title after showing a
오늘 경기
performance that deserves that kind of decoration. So we had a lot of newness coming out from Fredit BRION, Udyr first pick, and then Tristana and also Pantheon top. So how did the prep go during the long break?
일단 저희가 지금까지 대회를 하면서
So
좀
far,
한정된
during the
챔프폭과
LCK, I think we had a very
너무
limited champion
패턴인 것
pool,
같아서 최대한
and we only had
틀을
one
깨고
pattern
좀 여러
to
가지
win.
연습하면서
So we wanted
저희한테
to
맞는
kind of
조합을 잘 찾은 것 같아요.
think outside of the box, and we wanted to find out the best kind of winning way and recipe for us.
1세트 저희가 너무 보면서 신기했던 건 어쨌든
It was really interesting to see your Zoe performance in game 1. Zoe is a champion that always has to get this poke damage, but this time around you were actually going forward together with Umti. It looked like she was a dive champion. Were you trying to kind of play adapted to your team comp and based on your confidence instead of the champion's concept?
미드탑 챔피언들이 계속 사이드를 도는 챔피언이어서
Well, because their
제가
top
폭행할 수
laner,
있는
mid
그렇게 시간이
laner had
많지
this
않아서
side lane champion, so I didn't have enough time to land the poke damage, so I just went straight in.
그리고 이제 탑 같은 경우에는 판테온이라는 챔피언이 나왔는데
And speaking of top lane, we saw Pantheon top from Hoya, so he was body blocking the opponent, so he died 7 times in that game. He was the sacrificial lamb. So did Hoya had said he was having hard time? Not during the game, but after the game he was like, I'm sorry because I died for no reason in the early game. Yeah, in the mic check we could see that 4 of the BRION players were looking super happy, but Hoya looked a little bit unhappy even though he was winning the game. After the draft, we knew that it's gonna be a hard one for Pantheon, but still, he died way too much.
네, 재밌습니다. 그리고 이제 두 번째 경기 넘어가면
Moving on to game 2, we had this classic Orianna Azir matchup in the mid lane. And we were really impressed by your play that you were just taking the ultimate from Azir when it's not a huge danger for you, and when it was a very dangerous situation, you flashed away. So did you kind of calculate everything so you knew that you were in a safe spot, even getting airborne by the ultimate? When we went for the Mskoro fight after I hit level 6, I already had some MR item completed, so we knew that that's gonna be a winning team fight for us, so I wasn't too afraid of the Emperor's Divide. And Gorilla, even as a player who used to play in the pro scene recently, he was really impressed by the way you kind of knew that you can just take the ultimate. And we saw Hana Live esports player coming out from Lava, so what did that mean?
제가 뛰었어요?
Did I?
작년에 돼 있는 거.
I think maybe I didn't change the setting from last year.
난 연습에만 매진해서 세팅을 못 바꿨다.
고발은 아니었던 걸로.
Because Lava was really caught up with practice. He wasn't paying too much attention to his emote settings. And it's really good to see you back on the stage because you were missing out in the previous match because of due to your health conditions. So any message over to your fans?
일단 T1전 아프게 돼서 이렇게
I was not in a good
지금은
condition in the
괜찮아졌습니다.
MT1 series, so I wasn't able to play. But yeah, I got a lot better, so I'm here back on the stage.
자리가 많이 느껴졌다. 미드 진짜 어렵더라. 뭐 이런 얘기는
Did MT and Chieftain say anything about playing mid lane?
그런 건 그런 말은 안 했던 것
Nothing
같아요.
much.
그러면 이제 다음 경기 관련된 얘기하기 전에 이제 2라운드
Before moving on to the final question, now you guys are heading over to the second round robin. So you are, because you're the LoL king, is there any other mid laner that you want to defeat in the second round?
초비 선수랑
I think Chovy and BDD.
제가 이번 1라운드 때
In the first round, I think those two players were really strong, so I underperformed. I performed so poorly up against them, so I wish I can come back stronger up against them in the second round. And we can put up the Hana Life Flare in that match. And in this Friday, you'll be facing up against KT Rolster, a team that you guys already took down in the first round.
일단 2라운드 되면서 로스터
Moving on to round 2, there will be some changes with our roster and also the other teams' roster, so we have to keep those things in mind, and I think we will do a pretty good job. And this will be the end of the interview with Lava, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
We
Unmuted.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of both the analyst desk and, of course, the interview. Great to hear from Lava. Really glad that he's feeling better as well. Of course, taking that time off after, during the T1 series was a little bit sad, and really good to see that he's feeling a lot better now. And two POGs, obviously, feeling a lot better.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna do wonders for your bounce back, right? Look, I mean, this is a team that I feel really has improved quite a bit. So we're gonna take a look at our play of the day.
Yeah.
In a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna see it in a bit. We're watching it right now. It's on the Korean broadcast. Spoiler alert: it's gonna be Canyon being a beast and stealing away some Baron.
Yeah.
It's got to be the Kane, you got to make sure that you bring out some play of the game for the Kane, because he was a new one that came out for us.
Yeah, the other thing is, okay, we're gonna watch this now finally. Sorry in a second, but this is Doran actually repeatedly tries to stop him from stealing these objectives, but he's unsuccessful. Kind of zooms in, flashes in, and gets a nice smite steal. But I'm surprised we didn't see any more Kane in the second series, because so many players have been playing it recently in solo queue. It's not just a Canyon thing, and something I was waiting for forever in LCK. We never got to see it until very late on, and it's only just now making its appearance, and in the second series we didn't see it at all. So maybe it is just a Canyon thing, but that would surprise me quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, we are going to head towards the standings next, and we'll show you exactly what's going on there. Fredit BRION, of course, clinching the 9th place. I believe that is guaranteed to be where they are going to be at the end of the first round robin. Of course, there are other teams that could be on 3 and 6. However, the point score not looking so hot for Fredit BRION right now. However, Liiv SANDBOX certainly doing a bit worse, so they're going to have to sort themselves out. As tomorrow, we have Nongshim Red Force up against Harmor Life Esports. That's going to be a huge one. And then Afrika versus Gen G. And we'll see how Gen G are feeling and whether they're going to be able to finish the first round robin strong.
Yeah, I think the second series is really exciting. I'm really looking forward to seeing Afrika versus Gen G. I think that could be a very close one. First one needs to be a big bounce back for Harmor Life Esports after that Liiv SANDBOX loss.
Yep. I'm very much looking forward to Bang versus Ruler again. Of course, Bang comes back and we get to see that 2017 Worlds Final rematch. It's going to be very, very cool. See whether Ruler's going to be able to come out on top once again. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be all that we have for you tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. Good night.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.